The sudden changes in Renhuang Network even made Lin Moyu feel that Renhuang Network itself has intelligence. But think about it, there might be someone secretly manipulating the Human Emperor Network. There are two possibilities, and it is difficult to distinguish. Wu Xingzuan took the elixir and said, "This is called the true testing elixir. The spirit-eating clan's body seal is not absolutely perfect, and there will be some inconsistencies. The truth-testing pill can verify whether the body and soul are completely consistent. However, the truth-testing pill is not foolproof. There have been cases where the truth-testing pill has failed. Therefore, in addition to the truth-testing pill, we must also cooperate with the Great World Oath. Use both together and you'll be foolproof." After Saint Hao finished explaining, Lin Moyu also received the message from the Human Emperor Network. "Please make a Great World Oath. The content of the oath is as follows: I have never had the intention to betray the human race." Even the words of the Great World Oath were strictly restricted, and Lin Moyu felt the strictness of this review. Wu Xingzuan said calmly, "Have you received the information from the Human Emperor Network? It's actually nothing. Everyone who enters the Divine City must be reviewed. The oath in the big world must be made, just get used to it." As he spoke, Saint Hao crushed the truth-testing pill into pieces. The truth-testing pill turned into a light mist and enveloped his body, quickly seeping in. Saint Hao explained at the same time, "The truth-testing pill is not for eating, just crush it." Then Saint Hao pointed to the sky with 3 fingers and swore the Great World Oath, which was exactly the same as the oath given by the Human Emperor Network. A muffled thunder sounded in the starry sky, and the question was established. Saint Hao set an example, "It's your turn." Everyone present followed the instructions one by one, crushed the truth-testing elixir, and made the Great World Oath. Thunder continued to sound in the starry sky, everyone present had no problem, and the atmosphere became relaxed. The power of the Human Emperor Network gradually receded, and the colorful light belt surrounding the battleship turned into a beacon, guiding the battleship. Lin Moyu clearly felt that he had passed through layers of formations. As the core of the human race, the Divine City needs more inspections and defenses. Finally, the battleship entered the Divine City. Compared with seeing the Divine City through the formation, the feeling of actually entering the Divine City is completely different. Through the formation, the Divine City appears illusory and hazy, and only now can we truly see everything. This is a city that cannot be described in words. The height of the central temple is immeasurable. Just a central temple is enough to accommodate a small world. The entire Divine City is comparable to a galaxy, dozens of times more than the small world where Lin Moyu lives. In addition to the central temple, various buildings are distributed among them, many of which are larger than ordinary stars. Lin Moyu saw 4 high towers surrounding the sacred city. The tower is crowned with stars. After refining, the star has shrunk in size on a large scale, but its power has not diminished at all. These stars provide light to the entire Divine City. Overall, the buildings in the entire sacred city are distributed in a special way, full of a certain charm. Lin Moyu looked at it carefully and was shocked. Suddenly he understood and blurted out, "This is an ancient talisman." Tian Xingzuan smiled and said, "You are right, the entire Divine City is actually an ancient talisman. To be more precise, the City of God was built on the ancient city, so the houses and buildings above are all built along the lines of the ancient talismans." Tian Xingzuan was not surprised that Lin Moyu could tell. After all, Lin Moyu himself is an excellent talisman master, and he has even attained enlightenment. The fact that Talisman Saint Master can become a Saint Master is also due to Lin Moyu's contribution. Lin Moyu couldn't help but admired, the ancient cultivators are really powerful. Wu Xingzuan narrowed his eyes slightly, compared with the sages, we are far behind. As he spoke, he looked at Tian Xingzuan, "It's your first time in the Divine City, little friend Lin. As a landlord, you should be able to introduce me to him. Everyone present is a regular visitor to the Divine City and is very familiar with the situation in the Divine City." Tian Xingzuan laughed, of course. He found that everyone's attitude towards Lin Moyu was a little abnormal, especially the eyes of Hao Xingzuan and Sha Xingzuan were different from before. In the past, Lin Moyu was an outstanding junior in Wu Xingzuan's eyes. Even if Holy Master Hao interacts with his peers, it is still the gesture of Holy Master Hao, and it is not a friendship between equals in the true sense. But this time, Wu Xingzuan's eyes changed. It was a true friendship between equals. Tian Xingzhen realized that something must have happened in this battle against the Buddha clan that prompted the changes of Heya Xingzhen and others. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose out of thin air, followed by a huge shock wave. A slight vibration in the warship can shake the warship in the other side, which shows that the power of this explosion is not small. Countless formations flashed in the sky, suppressing the explosion, and a deafening sound came after a few seconds. Lin Moyu looked at this scene with a strange expression on his face. This is a sacred city, it is impossible for anyone to break in. Tian Xingzuan was accustomed to it. The furnace exploded again. He then explained, the divine city is divided into several areas, and the area where the explosion just occurred is the alchemy area. Some of the best alchemists in the human race make alchemy there. The explosion occurred because someone failed to make alchemy and failed to control it properly, so the furnace exploded. That man's name is Lord Alchemy. He entered the other side by refining alchemy. Following the direction pointed by Tian Xingzhen, Lin Moyu saw a figure, which was the Lord Dan mentioned by Tian Xingzhen. Using the method of alchemy to gain access to the Holy Lord may not be very powerful, but its effect may be greater than that of other Holy Lords. Lord Dan is on the edge of the mushroom cloud, directing others to carry out rescue operations. Lin Moyu asked, how many saints are there in our human race now? Tian Xingzuan said, there are currently 6 people alive. So few? Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. Considering the huge human race, there are only 6 Holy Lords. This shows how difficult it is to become a Holy Lord. Not to mention the Supreme being above the Holy One, it is even more difficult. Their current 083 era is indeed pitifully weak compared to the ancient times. Saint Hao, Saint Killer, Saint Heaven, Saint War, Saint Fu, Saint Sword. Among the 6 great saints, he has seen them all except the Sword Saint. Tian Xingzhen chuckled lightly, it is too difficult to become a saint. Our human race has 6 saints, and we are already the best among all other races. Then he pointed to the other side, that is the weapon refining area, which is specially used to refine various magic weapons. The best group of weapon refiners are also there. The battleship flew towards the central temple, and Tian Xingzuan continued to introduce Lin Moyu to the situation in the sacred city. The 4 tall towers are called the square towers. There is a star at the top of the tower that provides energy for the entire divine city and keeps the city running. These 4 stars have been burning for countless years and have existed since the beginning of the establishment of the divine city. In addition, inside the divine city, there are other stars that serve as energy sources. The energy required for refining weapons and elixirs comes from the stars inside the divine city. In addition, there is a material area in the divine city, which is specially used to refine materials. There is an analysis area to analyze the enemy's magic weapons and equipment. There is a pharmaceutical area, not just pharmaceuticals in the ordinary sense, but manufacturing poisons. These poisons are aimed at the enemy clan and are harmless to humans. If used on the enemy clan, they will be deadly poisons. Then there are living areas, competition areas, training areas, etc. The divine city has various functions and at the same time represents the highest level of the human race. Under the introduction of Tian Xingzuan, the divine city is more like a logistics city. It is conceivable that in ancient times, the strong men on the front line were fighting, and the auxiliary personnel in the rear were also conducting production research day and night to provide support for the front line. If both sides are evenly matched, the fight to the end will often be about logistics. The battleship stopped 100,000 meters away from the central temple. Everyone left the battleship, and several people from the other shore dispersed. However, the Lord Tianqing issued an order that they could not leave the divine city for the time being, nor could they communicate with the outside world. In the Divine City, the Phoenix Prison Network is extremely powerful. Even in the other side realm, it is impossible to hide from the Human Emperor Network. They have been verified not to be from the Soul-Eating tribe, but there is no guarantee that there are no Spirit-Eating tribes in their family. They are careful to make no big mistakes, and no one objects to Tian Xingzuan's actions. Only 4 saints and Lin Moyu were left in the field. Tian Xingzuan waved his hand, "Follow me." Everyone followed Tian Xingzuan into the central temple. In front of this super building that can accommodate the entire small world, Lin Moyu felt his own insignificance. There are countless runes carved on the outside of the central temple. These runes are so profound that Lin Moyu cannot understand them. But Lin Moyu could feel that these runes were very strong and should form a complete rune array. Once activated, the power will be astonishing. In the main hall, there is a magnificent avenue, which is unimaginably wide. This avenue is paved with massive amounts of white jade. Lin Moyu roughly estimated that even if all the white jade in a galaxy were collected, it would not be enough to pave this road. Even both sides of the avenue are covered with high-quality sapphire. The white jade and sapphire are shimmering and exuding a hazy jade aura, which looks a bit dreamy. Several people flew for a while and finally reached the center of the hall. A staircase studded with gems spreads upward, and at the highest point of the staircase, the Japanese throne is located at the top. The throne is extremely exquisite and gorgeous. Below, there are a large number of jade chairs placed on the left and right sides, numbering over 1,000. These jade chairs are all carved from jade and spliced at the back. What a big deal! Lin Moyu marveled in his heart. Not only generous, but also extremely luxurious. I don't know what kind of person is worthy of such a sacred city. It seems that in ancient times, the owner of the Divine City was also a very high-status being. Tian Xingzuan did not sit in the first place, but found a seat on both sides to sit down. At the same time, he said to Lin Moyu, "Little friend Lin, just find a seat and sit wherever you want. There are no outsiders here and there are not so many rules." Lin Moyu hummed and sat down next to Saint Hao. Tian Xingzuan said, "Now we can tell you how the whole process was." Wu Xingzuan looked at Lin Moyu, "We will talk about the situation here later. I want to hear what Lin Moyu has to say first." Lin Moyu said, "After the war started, Yu Qin grew and I went to the center of the Buddhist star field. It is said that there is a special black hole there." Tian Xingzuan nodded, "I have also heard about this. Elder Yu Qingxue once mentioned that there seemed to be some treasures there." Lin Moyu nodded, "Yu Qingru thought so too, so we went there together, and later we found out that it was not a black hole, but a world of rules." The eyes of the 4 saints lit up at the same time. It was obvious that the world of rules had a strong attraction to them. But on second thought they felt something was wrong. If it were a rules world, why didn't the 3 Buddhas of the Buddhist clan absorb him, but let him be there? The world of rules is a huge treasure to the Holy Lord. Lin Moyu said, "That is not an ordinary rule world, but a rule world of 2 ancient supreme beings." Tian Xingzuan seemed to want to say something more, but Wu Xingzuan winked at him, signaling him not to interrupt Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu continued, "Of the 2 ancient supreme beings, one comes from the Buddhist world, not the Buddhist world here, but the real Buddhist world. His name is Ice and Fire Sky Buddha. Before the Buddha is the supreme realm. There is another human supreme, from ancient times, named Black Stone Supreme. When there was a war in ancient times, the Buddha realm tried to enter the muddy water to touch its feet, but was stopped by the Black Stone Supreme. The 2 sides fought, and in the end the world of rules collided, and Jinping died together." Lin Moyu recounted what happened in the world of rules, and the 4 saints fell into deep thought at the same time. The saint killer slapped his thigh fiercely. "No wonder those guys said they wanted to wake up the ancestors, but they didn't get anything. They were already killed by Xiao Yulin." Saint Hao said in a low voice, "I was careless. I didn't expect the Buddha clan to be so capable. If it hadn't been for Lin Xiaoyu, who made them awaken the Ice and Fire Heavenly Buddha, they would have been in great trouble." Lin Moyu's ears twitched, and Saint Hao just said that the trouble was big. This shows that even if the Ice and Fire Sky Buddha is really resurrected, they will still have a way to solve it. In other words, the human race is not afraid of the sky destroying the ice Buddha. Tian Xingzuan saw Lin Moyu's doubts and explained, if there is only one supreme, with our human race's background, we can still handle it, but the price will be very high. Fortunately, Xiaoyu Lin eliminated the ice and fire heavenly Buddha this time, which indeed reduced a lot of losses for the human race. Wu Xingzuan turned to look at Lin Moyu. This is indeed a great opportunity for Lin Xiaoyu. As the Black Stone Supreme said, I really hope that Lin Xiaolong will have the opportunity to rebuild the divine path in the future. Lin Moyu whispered, I will do my best. Saint Hao took out a pagoda in his hand, and the power of rules flowed from the pagoda. The outer shells of the pagoda were shattered, revealing his true body. This is not a Buddhist pagoda at all, but a human pagoda. Although they are both pagodas, human pagodas and Buddhist pagodas are very different. This galaxy tower was originally intended for you to use when you were promoted to a god. I didn't expect that you were only one step away from being a god. This thing is of little use. But I keep my word, this thing is still yours. He said it was no longer needed, but the Holy Lord still threw the galaxy tower to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu communicated with the galaxy tower with consciousness and understood the function of the galaxy tower. The galaxy tower is a soul magic weapon. When promoted to a god, the soul enters the law galaxy and accepts the baptism of the law galaxy. At this time, the galaxy tower can accept part of the law galaxy, infuse it into the physical body, and greatly improve the physical body. Although it cannot achieve the effect of physically entering the galaxy of laws, it is much better than doing nothing to passively strengthen the physical body. This pagoda has always been in the hands of the Buddha clan. This time Wu Xingzuan, Qianda, planned to hand over the pagoda to Lin Moyu for use after wiping out the Buddha clan to help him achieve a more perfect promotion to the deity. But now, with the guidance and help of the Black Stone Supreme, Lin Moyu directly entered the law galaxy physically, and the effect was much better than using the galaxy tower. However, Wu Xingzuan still gave the galaxy tower to Lin Moyu. It didn't matter whether Lin Moyu used it or not. Anyway, what he said must be fulfilled. Given by my elders, I dare not refuse. Lin Moyu was not polite and put the galaxy tower away happily. This is a good thing. It is a soul magic weapon that is not used, and its value is much better than ordinary soul magic weapons. Even if he doesn't need it anymore, his friends might be able to use it. If there are too many good things, Lin Moyu will not be polite. Wu Xingzuan joked, you are getting thicker and thicker. Lin Moyu smiled and did not refute. After the joke ended, Saint Hao's face straightened. The Buddha clan has been destroyed, but there is new trouble. Next we have to discuss how to deal with new troubles. Everyone's expressions tightened, and the atmosphere became serious. The new trouble that Saint Hao mentioned is the spirit-devouring clan. Compared to the existence of the Buddha clan, the soul-devouring clan is the real big trouble. Now they don't know whether the servant clan has spread the news in the future. This is the talent of the Soul-Eater tribe. Even if he is trapped in the virtual realm, there is no guarantee that he can be stopped. Saint Hao threw his token out. The token stayed in the air, and then spread out in the air to form a projection. The projection revealed the scene of the virtual realm within the token. I saw a soul roaring inside. This soul was not big, not even as big as a fist. It has eyes and a mouth, but no nose. Although the soul is small, its breath is not weak, and it is already in the other side. The heavenly saint saw it in his eyes and said, yes, it is indeed the spirit-eating clan. At this time, he pointed his finger, and a light curtain fell from the sky, which recorded all the information about the soul-eating clan. Tian Xingzuan continued, after receiving the message from Xingzuan Wu, I have retrieved all the information about the spirit-eating clan. After everyone has read it, we will go to Shanghuang. Everyone knows what kind of race the spirit-eating tribe is, but their understanding of the spirit-eating tribe is basically superficial. They have not appeared for nearly 100,000 years, and there is basically no deeper understanding. Tian Xingzuan has retrieved all the information on the soul-eating clan in the Human Emperor's network, which is considered to be the most complete information currently available to the human race. 750. Lin Moyu carefully looked at the information and thought and analyzed it at the same time. There was a lot of information, and it took him half an hour to read it all. At this moment, he has developed a relatively systematic understanding of the soul-eating tribe and knows what kind of race they are. Strictly speaking, the soul devourers have only one ability, and that is to seize bodies. Before seizing the body, the soul devourers were just a bunch of souls. They were not powerful, had no attack power, and could not even practice. This is the shortcoming of the spirit-devouring clan. If they cannot seize their bodies, the spirit clan will be extremely vulnerable. However, the big world is fair. If it gives the soul devourers such a big flaw, it will give them heaven-defying abilities, and they will give them several kinds in return. The soul devourers have 4 heaven-defying abilities. First, their soul realm reaches the realm of true gods as soon as they are born, which is a higher starting point than many races. Second, once they start to seize the body, their souls are basically in an invincible state. In the same realm, it is basically difficult to resist their attempts to seize the body. Third, they have no life limit. As long as they find a new body before the death of the host, they can survive indefinitely. Fourth, they have the ability of unlimited communication as a group. As long as they are willing to consume soul power, they can communicate regardless of distance. All methods known so far cannot limit it. The 4 abilities may seem outrageous, but they also have limitations, especially the second and third among them. Their goal in seizing the body is to either completely relax and not resist, or to lose consciousness and be unable to resist. If you are a conscious person, it is basically impossible to seize the body. The same is true for the third item. They can indeed survive indefinitely, but every time they take possession of their bodies, their level will decline. This realm is not based on the realm of their souls, but on the realm of the host. No matter what state the soul devourers reached, they would be useless after Lily. As for the person whose body was taken away, if he was a minor god before being taken away, he may be reduced to the 8th level of a god king after being taken away, or even lower. The most common situation is to drop 3 small realms in a row. The big world is fair, and each race has its own advantages and disadvantages. Behind the large amount of information, there are many stories about the soul devourers. These stories are all true, many of them were obtained at the cost of blood, and some were snatched from the ancestral land of the spirit-eating clan after the spirit-eating clan was wiped out. The survival of the soul devourers has always been difficult. Due to various restrictions, they could only take away some less powerful creatures at the beginning. Even so, you have to wait for the right opportunity to succeed. Even after success, it is difficult to practice and grow. Until something happens and changes. The soul-devouring tribe once captured the body of a giant starry sky beast. This giant starry sky beast was not at a high level, it was just a god king. Moreover, this starry sky beast does not have any powerful attack power. It only has one ability, which is to launch a soul attack that can make people unconscious. It can basically succeed in the same realm. In fact, this is the life-saving ability of the starry sky beast. When in danger, it will launch a soul attack to make the enemy catch, unconscious, and then escape. By chance, the soul devourer seized the body of this starry sky beast. With the help of this ability, they started their own counterattack. They are very smart. They first turn this ability into their own magic, so that they can use it even if they are separated from the starry sky beast. Then they use their powerful soul power to stun the enemy and seize their bodies. With this method, they began to seize a large number of bodies and obtained a large number of cultivation techniques and resources. It was not until the revelation of the incident that many races discovered that their own people were no longer their own people. So they denounced the soul-eating clan, and the soul-eating clan became stable for a while. Later, the coalition of hundreds of tribes attacked the human race, and the spirit devourers were among them. They took the opportunity to seize the lives of a large number of human races. Tragedies of human beings killing each other took place. Until the end, Xiao Zhantian emerged from the sky and completely destroyed the spirit-devouring clan. After reading all the stories and information, Lin Moyu has deeply realized how difficult and terrifying the soul devourers are. Xiao Zhantian failed to kill them all back then. After 100,000 years of dormancy, it is no longer known how far the spirit-eating clan has developed, how many clansmen it has, and how many races it has lurking in. In Lin Moyu's view, this race is like a virus, with amazing concealment and contagiousness. As long as they don't actively expose themselves, they are difficult to find. The light curtain disappeared and Tian Xingzuan whispered, "Let's finish reading and tell us what you think." Fu Xingzuan, who had been silent until now, was the first to speak this time. "I think the future Buddha did not send messages to the outside world. The future Buddha's soul aura is still intact. It consumes a lot of soul power to send messages. This is not difficult to see." Saint Hao agreed with Saint Fu, "He is in my virtual realm at the moment. The virtual realm and the outside world are not the same space. The power they consume in transmitting messages should be greater. He doesn't look like him." Tian Xingzuan nodded, "Then let's talk about how to find out the soul-devouring tribe lurking inside." Wu Xingzuan asked, "How is the output of the body test pill?" Tian Xingzuan shook his head, "I have asked Lord Dan to go all out, but he can only produce 10,000 pills every day. With the number of humans, 10,000 pills a day is just a drop in the bucket. Even if it is only used by the god, it will take a long time to cover it. This can only be regarded as a desperate solution, not the optimal solution." Snapped. Saint Killer patted his thigh again, "It would be great if that magic weapon was still there. Why would there be so much trouble?" "That magic weapon?" Lin Moyu couldn't think of any magic weapon that could solve this matter. Fu Xingzuan explained, "My human race once had a magic weapon of cause and effect, which can be traced back to the origin according to the law of cause and effect. It's a pity that the magic weapon was left in the ancient ruins. Tracing back to the origin means that you can directly trace other spirit devourers through the soul of the future Buddha." Tian Xingzuan sighed, "Stop saying useless things and think of something useful." Saint Hao looked at Lin Moyu, "Little friend Lin, do you have any good ideas?" Everyone's attention was focused on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu knew what Wu Xingzuan meant. In fact, it didn't matter whether he was right or wrong. These saints just wanted to hear his opinions. From your own answers, you can see your ability to grasp the overall situation. Maybe they already have a way to deal with it. Lin Moyu was not polite, "I have a few ideas, I don't know whether they are right or wrong. Seniors, please give me a listen. First of all, you can't rush this matter. Whether it's the truth-testing elixir or the Great World Oath, you can only do it step by step. So, I think we need to find a group of key people first the other shore realm, and then the gods. But the gods are too widely distributed, and it will take a lot of time to get the truth-testing pills into their hands. Everyone knows that even the Human Emperor Network cannot make everyone swear an oath at the same time. There are too many humans, and no matter how powerful the Human Emperor's network is, it can't do it. The galaxy tubes have been pretty good in the past. This kind of thing cannot be solved by issuing an announcement, it must be personally supervised by Renhuang Network. The whole process takes a lot of time. For those who can't get the truth-testing elixir, first make a Great World Oath and pass through the galaxies one after another until the entire Divine City star field is covered. There is one more thing to add to the oath, not to reveal this matter, and to keep the news closed. This is the first thing to do. The second thing is to ask the Emperor Network to make statistics to see if there are any people whose realm has suddenly declined. The characteristics of the spirit-eating clan, after taking the body, the realm will drop by 3 to 5 small realms. There should not be too many such people. I believe the Human Emperor Network can calculate it. We need to focus on these people. Of course, there may be people who were kidnapped outside the human star territory. They may have returned to the human star territory after cultivating their realm. But this kind of person also has a characteristic, that is, there is no progress in cultivation for a long time, and then suddenly starts to return to normal. The third thing is that from now on, everyone who comes back from the outside world must take the Great World Oath. I think the Human Emperor Network should be able to do this. For the fourth thing, I have to trouble Saint Fu to see if I can arrange the corresponding talisman array to achieve an effect similar to the body test pill. Lin Moyu spoke out his thoughts, and the eyes of the saints gradually showed satisfaction. Especially Saint Hao, his eyes were full of appreciation. Fu Xingzuan said, "Little friend Lin, you are testing me." Lin Moyu immediately said, "This junior has confidence in the Holy Lord." Xingzuan Fu sighed, "Then I can only risk my life and do my best." Zhan Xingzuan suddenly asked, "Little friend Lin, based on what you said just now, it seems that you know a lot about the Human Emperor Network. Has anyone told you about it?" While he was speaking, his eyes turned to Saint Gu Hao. The methods Lin Moyu just mentioned actually reveal that he himself seems to have a very good understanding of Renhuang Network. The facts are indeed similar to what he said. Although the Human Emperor Network is powerful, it actually has many limitations. The vast majority of cultivators are unable to discover the various limitations of the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moyu shook his head, "I feel it myself. In the Divine City Star territory, the Human Emperor Network is so powerful that it can even interfere with reality. In the 4 major star regions, the power of the Human Emperor Network is relatively weak. Although it can also interfere with reality, the area it interferes with is much smaller. And the closer it is to the center of the Divine City Star territory, the stronger the Phoenix Prison Network will be. Just like here, the power of Renhuang Network is very strong." Tian Xingzuan squinted his eyes, "Little friend Lin's soul sensitivity is beyond imagination. Lin Moyu is a little strange. Isn't it because his soul is strong enough to sense this?" Saint Hao said, "Although there is a certain relationship between the sensitivity and strength of the soul, it is not entirely the case. Some people have weak souls, but they are very keen and have a strong sixth sense. Although some people's souls are powerful, their reactions are very slow, such as that one." As he spoke, he looked at Saint Killer, who suddenly opened his eyes wide and said, "You old guy, what do you mean? Why, it's not interesting." Wu Xingzuan ignored him. Saint Killer snorted and sat angrily, staring at Saint Hao as if he was just waiting to see what happened. Tian Xingzun said, "It is a good thing to have a sharp soul." Xiao Yulin said these things well, and they coincide with our thoughts. The issue regarding the soul devourers is very troublesome and will take a long time to deal with. There is no rush. Lin Moyu asked, "Seniors, should we release the news about the Soul Eater clan?" "Let it go, why don't you let it go?" Tian Xingzuan said with danger in his eyes, "Even if we don't let the news out, they will know it soon. There might be members of the Soul-Eating clan among the Starry Sky Fishmen, and they will definitely investigate themselves. The news can't be hidden. Every tribe will soon know that we and the Starry Sky Fishman tribe have joined forces to destroy the Buddha tribe, and they will definitely take action. Each race will also be afraid that they will be like the Buddha race. If any race is in danger, they will inevitably join forces and even take the initiative to attack us. But if there is news about the Soul-Eating clan, they will first conduct an internal investigation. After all, almost every race has suffered from the Soul-Eating clan. Even our human race's internal investigation is very difficult, let alone those guys. It probably won't be completed in less than 180 years. These years have been enough for us to complete the next plan." Saint Hao said, "In my opinion, although the emergence of the Soul-Eating clan is a big trouble, it is not entirely without benefits. The plan discussed by the Starry Sky Fish human race of the human race is not as simple as destroying the Buddha race. There will be further plans to follow. These plans will take time to complete, and it is best to complete them without interruption. Originally, the human race had other arrangements, but now that the Soul Eater clan's incident has come out, as long as they let the news out, all races will definitely conduct self-examination. Other races do not have the human network like the human race, and their self-examination efficiency is even lower and consumes more time. This will buy you enough time." After the saints discussed for a while, Tian Xingzhen issued several orders. From today on, the borders of the human star field are closed. All human cultivators are not allowed to leave the human race. The reason has not been announced to the public. Lin Moyu knows that it is to prevent the soul devourers from escaping within the human race. In this way, even if the Buddha spreads the news in the future, it will be of no avail. And all human cultivators who come back must pass the double test of the true verification pill and the Great World Question. The Human Emperor Network began to inspect the human race, and the initial method of inspection was the Great World Oath. The first thing to check is all the other shores and gods in the human race, as well as all the people in the military. As long as there are no problems with these people, there won't be any big trouble. After they confirmed that there was no problem, they then checked the galaxies one by one, eventually covering the entire human race. The Human Emperor Network will also count the cultivators whose realm has suddenly regressed, as well as those who have left the human race for more than 100 years and have made no progress in their cultivation. Renhuang Network usually records everyone's information, and now it is just in use. It is estimated that the entire investigation process will last more than 50 years, and the specific time cannot be calculated. As the order was issued, an invisible storm officially arose among the human race. Two pieces of news that shocked the entire world, like an unprecedented storm, swept across all races. The Buddha clan was wiped out, and it was the human clan and the starry skyfish clan who took action. As two of the four origin races, the two races wiped out the Buddha race with the power of thunder. According to reports, almost no chickens or dogs were left alive, and no one was left alive. The Buddha star territory was completely destroyed and was in dire straits. The starry skyfish people are repairing the star field that originally belonged to the Buddha clan. In the future, it will be the territory of the starry skyfish people. The starry skyfish people have been hiding in the world for many years. Although they are one of the four great origin clans, they control the power of space. But no one knows what its racial strength is. However, now that the starry skyfish people have ended their seclusion and begun to re-enter the big world, it also means that they must have encountered some troubles. For example, there are not enough resources, or there is a problem in the hidden place. No matter what the reason is, it can be explained that there must be a problem with 003 within the starry skyfishman tribe. And they have to cooperate with the human race to destroy the Buddha race. It also shows that their own strength is not as good as the Buddha clan. There is a race that is ready to move, and wants to take advantage of the fact that the starry skyfish people are not yet stable, and conduct testing. There are also races that are beginning to feel in danger. They are afraid that the human race and the starry skyfish race will join forces and aim at themselves. These races are all races that once had hatred against the human race. The only race that doesn't dare to ask the human race for an explanation. After all, the Buddhist clan claims to be neutral and never participates in the battles between different clans. There is no reason to destroy them. But the human race is too strong, even among several powerful races, it is one of the best, so no one dares to take the lead. Just when it was difficult for all ethnic groups to unify their opinions, the second news spread. The future Buddha turns out to be a spirit eater. The soul devourers did not die, they remained dormant for 100,000 years. This news immediately completely disrupted the pace of all ethnic groups. This is the real self-danger. Compared with the butcher knife of the human race, the soul-devouring tribe is the most urgent problem. All tribes have suffered at the hands of the spirit-eating clan, and some of their clansmen have been killed by the spirit-eating tribe. Among the coalition forces of hundreds of tribes back then, the spirit devourers were also very unpopular. Just because of the related interests at the time, the group allowed them to join the joint housing. All races have also witnessed the cruel scene of human races killing each other under the control of the Soul Eater clan. Later, the first person Xiao Zhantian destroyed was the spirit-eating clan. At that time everyone thought that the spirit-eating clan had been completely exterminated, but they didn't expect that there were still remnants. After 100,000 years of dormancy, no one knows how many soul eaters have multiplied and whether they have penetrated into their own race. It is better to believe that this kind of thing exists than to believe that it does not exist. Thus, a vigorous self-examination began. No matter which race, no one has time to care about other things. The first thing they have to do is to find the spirit-eating clan within their own clan and solve the internal troubles. But the soul devourers are hidden very deep and are difficult to find, which is doomed to be time-consuming and labor-intensive. No one has ever doubted the authenticity of the news, because the picture appeared together with the news. The souls of the soul devourers are there, very clearly. Human Divine City, inside Tianyu Temple. Saint Hao opened a secret passage and took Lin Moyu to fly downward. First there was a dark world, and after flying for a while, a little light appeared in the distance. As the light appeared, Lin Moyu felt an extremely astonishingly huge energy area. This energy far exceeds that of the Holy Lord and is enough to rival the Supreme Being. The two of them rushed into the light, and countless streams of light flashed before their eyes, making the whole world become dreamy and blurry. Lin Moyu felt as if he was in another galaxy, with countless stars twinkling, and it was difficult to distinguish reality from reality for a while. He suddenly realized that the Divine City was built on a giant ancient talisman, and at this moment, he was inside this ancient talisman. This is the world in the ancient talisman. Lin Moyu said softly. Wu Xingzuan nodded. The sages of ancient times are indeed great and extraordinary, and we can't compare them. They have evolved the ancient talismans to the extreme, making the ancient talismans have infinite magical uses. You should know that the source of our big world is a rune, an extremely powerful and mysterious rune. Lin Moyu nodded. He knew this very well, he had even seen the world literature with his own eyes. Saint Hao said with admiration, the goal of the ancient sages should be the great world runes. They want to use the way of runes to get close to the runes of the big world, and even control the runes of the big world. After all, according to legend, as long as you control the runes of the great world, you can control the entire great world and become the lord of the great world. It's a pity that the ancient sages didn't seem to succeed. Antares also said something similar, but what he said was more certain than what Wu Xingzuan said. Obviously, Antares knows a lot of information. The Dragon Clan is a mysterious race. Everyone knows about its existence, but few people have actually come into contact with them. No one knows how long they have existed. The four source tribes do not have them, but Lin Moyu feels that the history of the dragon tribe's existence is earlier than the four source tribes. Perhaps they existed in ancient times. Lin Moyu calculated the route, using the entire sacred city as a reference. He roughly knew that he was heading towards the center of the ancient talisman. What's in the ancient talisman center? Lin Moyu thought in his heart. Wu Xingzuan smiled and said, you should be about to break through to the gods. Lin Moyu nodded. Actually, I was able to break through before, but it was inconvenient at the time, so I stopped. Saint Hao sighed softly. Your foundation is extremely deep and almost perfect. If others forcibly interrupt the breakthrough, there will be sequelae, making it difficult to break through to a higher realm in the future. But you are different. Even if the breakthrough is interrupted, it will not have any impact on the future. And I believe that you have your own considerations in the decisions you make, but no matter what, you should do less of this kind of thing that goes against common sense. I'll take you to meet someone, let him have a look, and make a breakthrough there by the way. Lin Moyu was a little surprised that there was someone in the center of the ancient talisman. Who would be in the ancient talisman center? After the two flew for a while, Lin Moyu suddenly felt the extremely strong aura of law. All kinds of laws are mixed and intertwined, blowing towards your face like a strong wind. Lin Moyu suddenly understood where he was going. Only that place would have such strong laws. Sea of Laws. Looking at the entire world, only the Sea of Laws of the human race can have such a number of laws. The Law Galaxy is a very important place in the human race. Through the Human Emperor Network, people enter the Human Emperor's training ground and see the Law Sea. But the Sea of Laws there is all projected by the Human Emperor's network, and very few people can see the real Sea of Laws. Immediately afterwards, Lin Moyu thought of the old man fishing in the Sea of Laws. The person that Saint Hao wanted to take him to see, Tianyu Baju, was this old man. Who is this old man? There seems to be a hint of respect in Wu Xingzuan's tone. He does not exist among the 6 saints of the human race. He is not a saint, but he is here. Could he be the Supreme One? No, the divine path has been cut off, and there will be no new supreme beings in the entire heavenly world. Tian Xingzuan said that even if the ice and fire heavenly Buddha is resurrected, the human race will have ways to deal with it. Is this the old man he is referring to? Lin Moyu was thinking a lot at this moment. Countless stars appear in sight, and the Sea of Laws has arrived, the real Sea of Laws and the virtual Sea of Laws. At first glance, there is not much difference between the two. But if you look carefully, you can still see many differences. Lin Moyu keenly felt the difference between the two and murmured to himself, no wonder the real Sea of Laws is not open. In the real Sea of Laws, a large number of laws are entangled together, making it difficult to distinguish who is who. In this environment, it is difficult for most practitioners to practice. Even Lin Moyu, who is good in this environment, has difficulty understanding the rules. But in the human emperor's training ground, in the virtual Sea of Laws, you only need to choose the laws you want to understand. The human emperor network can clearly present the required laws, and coupled with the changes in the speed of time, the efficiency of cultivation in the human emperor's training ground will be astonishing. Likewise, the consumption is also staggering. Lin Moyu also understood why the human emperor's training venue was so expensive. Earning points is so difficult, but spending them is so useless. Stripping and distinguishing a large number of laws requires consuming a lot of energy area. The power of Renhuang network here is very clear and quite powerful. Saint Hao said, understood. Lin Moyu nodded, I understand. Then let's go, and take you to meet someone. Saint Hao took Lin Moyu and flew towards the depths of the Law Sea. This is the holy land of human cultivation. There are a large number of law stars floating in it. Each law star was transformed after the death of a god. There is no cultivation experience of the god in the law stars. There is nothing personal, only the understanding of the law. The gods have 100% control over their own laws. Therefore, the laws and stars here, and the laws contained in them, are complete. Saint Hao introduced, after the god reaches the end of his lifespan, he will condense the power of law throughout his life into a star of law. Stars with laws of the same type can merge with each other and extend their existence time. Countless human gods and ancestors, generation after generation, maintain the Sea of Laws. Lin Moyu was in awe as he listened. The selfless dedication of the senior human race gathered here, and the unimaginable strong will was condensed. He walked through the Sea of Laws, looked into the deepest part, and saw 6 special law stars. They are more powerful than other law stars, many times more so. Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, are those the law stars of the other side realm? Wu Xingzuan nodded, yes, the longevity of the other side realm also has an end, and they will also condense the power of their laws into stars. But the power of laws in the other side realm has changed, and there are also a lot of rules mixed in, so they are very special and very powerful. If one day I die, I will become a member of this place and regard it as the continuation of my life. Wu Xingzuan smiled brightly and seemed to have thought about what happened behind him. Lin Moyu said nothing, he had never thought about this. He is still young and does not want to die yet. The key thing is that he still has ideals and wants to climb to a higher peak. He cannot die before truly reaching the top. Lin Moyu said softly, Senior will not die. His voice was very soft, but very firm. Saint Hao laughed and said, okay, I hope your words will come true. Arriving at the other end of the Law Sea, Lin Moyu saw the old man again. At this time, Lin Moyu trembled slightly, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. This old man was indeed the one he had seen before. However, he felt that this old man was a little unreal. If that feeling appeared in the human emperor network, it would be normal. If it appeared here, it would be abnormal. This is the real world, so how can it feel like a fantasy? Saint Hao came to the old man and said, I have met Mr. Xing. Xing Lao chuckled, long time no see, little Hao Hao. A little Hao Hao almost made Lin Moyu laugh. Wu Xingzuan, who has lived for tens of thousands of years, is actually called Xiao Wu Hao. This scene is very interesting. Wu Xingzuan twitched the corner of his mouth twice, with a look of helplessness on his face. Mr. Xing, please stop joking with me. Okay, little Wu Hao. Mr. Xing replied seriously, and then he looked at Lin Moyu. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Lin Moyu's expression was weird at the moment. He really wanted to laugh, but couldn't. He was holding it back. He forced a smile and saluted the old man respectfully. Junior Lin Moyu, I have met Mr. Xing. Xing Lao waved his hand to indicate to Lin Moyu that there was no need to be polite. Okay, we met not long ago. How is your rune research going? Lin Moyu answered honestly, some success has been achieved. Mr. Xing hummed, the path of runes is the fundamental way. Although different paths lead to the same destination, no matter which path we take, the path of runes can always be closer. Thank you, senior, for your advice. Lin Moyu was very polite. Saint Hao said, Mr. Xing, I brought him here because I want you to see if there is any problem with his foundation. Mr. Xing said oh and finally stood up, come and sit down. Under him, there is a round law star. Xing Lao actually used law star as a stool to sit on, which made Lin Moyu dumbfounded. Isn't it said that the laws and stars are transformed by the gods after their death? If they are used as stools, it will be disrespectful in the future. Wu Xingzuan saw what Lin Moyu was thinking. What Xing Lao is sitting on is not the star of God's law, but the star condensed with redundant laws. Lin Moyu noticed that this was indeed the case. This law star exuded chaotic laws, and there were all kinds of laws. In this way, it does not belong to any god. But at the same time, Lin Moyu was also surprised. He was able to knead so many laws into a ball, which is really amazing. Many of the various laws conflict with each other. It's okay to integrate one or two. There are at least thousands of them here. Lin Moyu asked himself, he couldn't do it. With all kinds of thoughts in his mind, Lin Moyu went over honestly and sat down. 813 Don't move, it will be fine in a while. Mr. Xing chuckled softly. Lin Moyu felt a wave of heat rising from under him, covering his whole body instantly. It's like the body has been washed away by some magical force. In less than a second, Mr. Xing said, little guy, your foundation is very solid. I didn't expect that you could find the Supreme Being to refine your body for you. You must have completed your purple gold body. Lin Moyu nodded and it was finished. Xing Lao clapped his hands gently, that's right. The legendary purple gold body, the soul of the other side realm, you are already qualified to enter the galaxy physically. Little Wu Hao, he is much better than you guys. No matter what I said back then, I told you not to rush to practice. Lift up your physical body, and enter the galaxy with your physical body, but none of you listened to me. They said it was impossible to do it. Didn't this little guy do it? Wu Xingzuan felt like he was being taught a lesson by his elders. This feeling had not occurred for many years. But he didn't dare to refute. Lin Moyu was a little embarrassed by the praise. Senior, you have overpraised me. Xing Lao shook his head, it's not an exaggeration at all. Since you are here, it would be best to integrate into the galaxy here and become a god. Lin Moyu whispered, Xing Lao, I have already entered the galaxy. With that said, Lin Moyu summoned the Law Galaxy. At this moment, Wu Xingzuan's eyes widened. A gray and white Law Galaxy emerged. The laws of the other gods appear above the head of the galaxy, but Lin Moyu's laws of the galaxy are below the body. And Lin Moyu is not a god yet, but he can summon the Law Galaxy at will. Lin Moyu's body slowly sank into the Law Galaxy, and the galaxy surged and roared, washing away Lin Moyu's body. Wu Xingzuan knew that Lin Moyu was already on the verge of becoming a god, and stopped at the last moment, just a hair away from being a god. Moreover, his physical body has been refined by the Supreme Lord with the power of rules. His physical body has become very powerful and has been refined into the legendary purple gold body. But he never expected that Lin Moyu would directly enter the Law Galaxy with his physical body. Compared to the purple gold body, this is the true legend among legends. The purple gold body is equivalent to the physical ticket to enter the galaxy, but it does not mean that after you refine the purple gold body, you can enter the galaxy of laws. Lin Moyu did it and did what no one in the legend could do. Wu Xingzuan murmured, what a pervert. Xing Lao snorted, what a pervert. This is the real genius, you little guys. If you don't listen to the old man's advice, you will suffer the consequences. Saint Hao shut up again and did not dare to speak. If he says a few more words, he will be trained by Xing Lao again. Obviously, Mr. Xing is very dissatisfied with these disobedient juniors. Fortunately, most of Xing Lao's attention is now on Lin Moyu, and his eyes are full of not bad, it's been so many years, it's been a long time since I've seen a Wei Kai who can physically enter the galaxy. You are just a hair away from being a god now. As long as you want, you can become a god at any time. Since you are here, it is our fate. I will take out what is at the bottom of the box and plant a law seed for you. I wish you can grow into a tree of laws and bear the fruits of laws in the future. Lin Moyu doesn't know what law seed is, let alone what law tree and law fruit are. But Xing Lao said that this is the stuff he keeps at the bottom of his box, and it must be good stuff. And you can tell from the look in Saint Hao's eyes that he is envious. If it can make a saint feel envious, it must be a good thing. I'm not stupid, how could I refuse? I dare not refuse this gift from my elders. Xing Lao nodded with satisfaction. At this time, he looked at Saint Hao, waved his hand and said impatiently, what are you doing here, little Wu Hao? Go back quickly, you should still have a lot of things to do. And the little guy has nothing to worry about here. When he breaks through, he will naturally come back. Mr. Xing issued an eviction order, but Wu Xingzuan still dared to stay, then I'll trouble Mr. Xing. After saying that, he turned around and walked away without stopping for a step, so he simply walked away. Lin Moyu maliciously guessed that Wu Xingzuan didn't want to hear the word Xiao Hao Hao anymore. Xing Lao shook his head and sighed, people like Xiao Wu Hao are just not very obedient. Otherwise, with their qualifications, it would be possible for them to become a purple gold body. To become a saint in this era, one's qualifications and cultivation are excellent. If placed in ancient times, everyone would be a top genius. There is no way, the times have limited them. At this time, old Xing palmed his hand and found a seed the size of a fingernail. The seeds look ordinary, with nothing special about them. Gather. As Xing Lao shouted softly, countless law stars in the law sea lit up at the same time, and the emperor's law flew toward the seeds. Lin Moyu opened the eyes of his soul and saw thousands of lines of laws connected to the little seed. The seeds sparkled, the law aura within them became more and more intense, and the seeds seemed to grow a bit larger. You can feel that the seeds are filled with various laws. Melt. There was another soft drink, and the laws and the seeds actually merged into each other, making it impossible to distinguish between you and me. The seeds sparkle and bloom with various colors of light. The light changes continuously and finally turns into a hazy color while exuding a strange atmosphere. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. It seems to be somewhat similar to the law of chaos, but it doesn't seem to be as good as the law of chaos. The tolerance of the law of chaos is wider than that. Gradually, the light on the seeds all converged and disappeared completely. It's just that it's covered with a light layer of mist, and the size of the seeds is also larger than before. Xing Lao said, this is called a law seed. It contains various laws. Planted in your soul world. When you become a god and understand other laws, it will sprout and grow, allowing you to understand the laws. It's getting easier. Water it with the law, and it will grow into a tree of law and bear the fruit of law business. Eating the fruit of the law can greatly improve the understanding of the law. You take it and eat it yourself. Maybe you can directly control a law to perfection. But as for what kind of fruits of law will be produced, it depends on your luck. The fruit of law can only bear one fruit at a time. After the fruit of law is picked, the law tree will wither and turn back into a law seed, which needs to be watered a second time. And this stuff can only be eaten by yourself and cannot be given to others. It is harmful rather than beneficial, do you understand? Saying that, Mr. Xing handed the law seed to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu took it immediately. Thank you, senior, he is a good thing. After eating the fruit of the law, he has the opportunity to directly control a law to perfection. While other gods are still struggling to understand the second and third laws, you can obtain different laws as long as you eat the fruits of the laws. At this time, Mr. Xing seemed to think of something. By the way, are you planning to understand multiple laws? Lin Moyu hummed, I do have this plan. Xing Lao was relieved and said, that's good. If you only understand a single law, it will be a waste. As soon as Lin Moyu's soul moved, the law seeds flew into the center of his eyebrows and appeared in the soul world the next second. But as soon as it appeared in the soul world, before Lin Moyu could find a place to place it, a magic star flew down. Infinite fusion, the magic creates a big mouth and swallows the seeds of the law in one go. Lin Moyu's soul watched the accident happen, but was too late to stop it. Infinite fusion, the speed of the spell is too fast, almost faster than the speed of light. By the time the soul reacts, it has already finished eating. It burped and returned contentedly, Dinos, this guy must have planned it. Lin Moyu thought in his heart that when the law seed was in his hand, it already knew it, but it didn't show it at all. When the law seeds enter the soul, they come directly to grab food. It couldn't have been premeditated. The spiritual intelligence seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu thought about the dog in his heart. Although it is a pity, if you are eaten, you will be eaten. Compared to law seeds, infinite fusion is much more useful, and Lin Moyu doesn't feel bad. As long as he is not discovered by Xing Lao, otherwise it will be difficult to explain. Could it be that my magic gave birth to spiritual intelligence? Only ghosts would believe it. Xing Lao didn't seem to notice, but said, okay, you can break through to the gods. Lin Moyu said oh, and started to break through immediately. The law galaxy roared, penetrated into the physical body and entered the soul world, and the last trace was also added. Heaven and earth roar. In the Divine City Star territory, it suddenly started raining with colorful rain. Colorful rain falls slowly in the star field, not only on the stars, but everywhere in the star field. Beautiful colorful galaxies appear out of thin air, like rainbows, flying in the star field. The lights and shadows of the colorful galaxies appear all over the star field. People in each galaxy can see the colorful galaxies as long as they raise their heads. The light of the stars is covered by the colorful galaxies. Even in the daytime, when the sun is shining in the sky, you can clearly see the colorful galaxies. Where did the colorful galaxies come from? I have never seen them before, and I have never seen this colorful rain. 7-inch. It's amazing where it comes from and where it's going. There is also this colorful rain. I feel so comfortable in the rain, and I feel like I have been reborn. It's not an illusion. Some of my old injuries are actually showing signs of recovery. What on earth is going on? Does anyone know? For a time, the human emperor internet exploded, and everyone was discussing the sudden appearance of colorful rain and colorful stars. After entering the human emperor network, people realized that this colorful rain actually covered the entire Divine City star field, and the scale was unimaginable. The colorful galaxies can be seen throughout the star field. They are so magical that they cannot be explained by common sense. At the core of the Divine City, outside the huge light group, colorful rain also fell here. Colorful galaxies also appear here, dancing continuously. Everyone on the other side looked at colorful rain and colorful galaxy at the same time, extremely shocked. What kind of vision is this? Why have I never heard of it? Colorful rain and colorful galaxies are truly unheard of. I have never seen such a vision in my 10,000 years of life. It spreads throughout the entire Divine City star territory, and the scale is beyond imagination. Mrs. Yu murmured, colorful rain, I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Mr. Lin also whispered, I have indeed heard something. It should be some kind of legend. I'm not particularly sure. Maybe the Holy Lord will know, it shouldn't be a bad thing. Colorful rain also fell in the Divine City. Several saints left the central temple and watched the magical scene. Saint Hao sighed repeatedly, I didn't expect the legend to be true. Tian Xingzuan was also filled with admiration. I remember when we were still on the other side, we entered the ancient ruins together and got some information. When someone becomes a god with a body of purple gold, colorful rain will fall from heaven and earth to express congratulations. When someone achieves the status of a god with perfect posture, colorful stars will appear in the sky and earth to express congratulations. Saint Hao chuckled and said, I remember always killing that guy. I was scornful at that time, but now he is slapped in the face. Saint Killer snorted, didn't you get slapped in the face by, Cadk? Why did you say back then that colorful rain and colorful galaxy were just nonsense? Wu Xingzuan shook his head, actually, I have always known that it was not nonsense. It's just that we were already on the other side back then. It's too late to look back. I can only say this to calm my mind. Tian Xingzuan sighed, Mr. Xing once advised us, but unfortunately we didn't listen. Holy Lord Hao shook his head, at that time, we were young and vigorous, how could we endure the boring body training, and it would take hundreds or even thousands of years for people to do it. Lao Xing said something about me just now. I'm really speechless. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu has become a god with perfect posture, and his future will be limitless. Xiao Tian, do you still think Lin Mohan is more likely to rebuild the path to godhood? Tian Xingzun thought for a moment and looked into the distance. Both are possible. After Lin Moyu's breakthrough, his blood resonates, and Lin Mohan can also benefit greatly. As Lin Moyu's realm becomes higher and higher, Lin Mohan's realm will continue to improve. Perhaps by the time Lin Moyu reaches the saint level, Lin Mohan will have been pushed to the supreme state. The possibility mentioned by Tian Xingzun is not impossible, but it is very slim. Wu Xingzuan smiled and said, I hope it will be as you wish. In the Law Sea, Lin Moyu's whole body was shrouded in purple light. Xing Lao looked at Lin Moyu with a smile on his wrinkled face. The eyes are also full of the kindness of elders looking at younger ones. What a good boy. I hope you can do it. If you can't do it again, I'm afraid there will be no hope in this era. He turned his head, and a fishing rod appeared in his hand. The long fishing line floated into the Sea of Law and started fishing. Everyone knows that there are no fish in the Sea of Laws, but Xing Lao fished with relish. Lin Moyu finally stepped into the realm of God, but he didn't know the visions that appeared between heaven and earth. At this moment, he was sitting in the Law Galaxy, and the Law Galaxy poured into his body, entered his soul, and surrounded him. Lin Moyu has a feeling like bathing in a hot spring, and the last missing spots are filled. The soul becomes stronger and more powerful, and the soul that was already in the other side realm takes another step forward. Lin Moyu knew that his soul had reached the 5th level, which is the level of the Holy Lord. In terms of soul alone, he is no worse than any saint. Purple gold light flashed all over his body, and his physical body also strengthened again after he stepped into the God. The purple gold body becomes more powerful and the light becomes more intense. The purple gold body has become smaller. The previous purple gold body could only be considered as a beginner, but now it has reached a small level. In this era, there are very few people who have cultivated their physical body, let alone the purple gold body, even if they have completed the golden body of the God King. Because of this, Lin Moyu cannot be compared with others, but he knew that in terms of physical body alone, he was already one of the best in this era. With a saintly soul and a top-notch body, the only thing he lacks now is his realm. The realm requires crossing the galaxy. In the galaxy of laws, the farther you go and the higher the integration with the galaxy of laws, the higher the realm. Until you reach the end of the law galaxy and step onto the other shore. Lin Moyu knows very well that he is different from others. Others are souls crossing the galaxy. No matter how far the soul travels, the body remains motionless on the shore. Even if we finally reach the other shore, only our soul has arrived, and our body has not moved. In Lin Moyu's view, this kind of other shore is not the real other shore. As for himself, he needs his body and soul to cross the galaxy together and truly reach the other side. It's just that this road is more difficult to walk. The physical body is in the galaxy of laws and has many restrictions. It is not as free as the soul. Lin Moyu showed a smile and said, no matter how difficult it is, we have to get through it. Shortcut. I don't see it right. He took a deep breath, like a tornado absorbing water, and a large amount of laws and galaxies were sucked into the soul world. The galaxy of laws exploded in the soul world, turning into countless water vapors and submerging the entire soul world. The God Lord has been promoted, and the next step is the evolution of traps and talents. Every time the realm is improved, spells and talents will bring about amazing changes. God Lord and God King are an extremely huge leap. Lin Moyu has a feeling in his heart that the changes between the two will be extremely huge. The soul opened its eyes and first saw the giant tree of talent. Compared with spells, the talent tree is obviously more important. The fact that I have reached this point is inseparable from my talent. The talent tree is swaying violently, and it seems to be happy about Lin Moyu's promotion. The leaves rustled, like countless big hands clapping. The water vapor in the soul world envelopes the giant tree of talent. The giant tree of talent is growing. He is getting taller and taller, and secondly, he has the tendency to stand tall and stand tall. Lin Moyu clearly felt that the talent tree was rapidly becoming stronger. Suddenly, a colorful rain appeared in the soul world, like sweet rain falling. The sudden arrival of colorful rain did not surprise Lin Moyu. It seems that everything is so natural, the soul bathes in the colorful rain, and has a natural sense of comfort. Lin Moyu had a strange feeling. He seemed to have seen colorful rain, and instinctively felt that colorful rain had no ill intentions towards him. Colorful rain fell on the talent tree, dyeing it with a brilliant color. After absorbing the colorful rain, the talent tree became stronger and stronger. It grew taller and taller, and its huge branches and leaves spread out, covering most of the soul world. Today's soul world is different from the past. Not only has the space become larger, but it is also like a real world. The giant tree of talent is full of vitality, filling the soul world with strong vitality. If there were some seeds, some grass and flowers, they would have grown and sprouted under this biological machine. Lin Moyu's heart moved. Could the soul world be the prototype of the rules world? The world of evolution rules of the Saint Realm may be based on the soul world. He was thinking in his mind, realizing the world of rules. He entered the rules of Saint Hao and also entered the world of supreme rules. From the other side realm to the supreme, he has always been in contact. Gradually, he saw some clues. The difference between the other shore and the Holy Lord lies in the world of rules. There is no world of rules on the other side, but the Holy Lord has a world of rules. If you feel it carefully, you can feel the changes brought about by the rules world. As for Fu Xingzuan, there is no rules world. It seems that even for the Holy Lord, it will take a long time to build a world of rules. The reason why Fu Xingzuan does not have a world of rules cannot be due to other reasons. It can only be said that he has been a saint for a short time and has not yet been able to build a complete world of rules. Therefore, Fu Xingzuan is weaker than Wu Xingzuan and others in terms of strength. The difference between the Holy Lord and the Supreme Being is even greater. The giant tree of talent continues to grow and spread, covering most of the soul world, and there is still no sign of stopping. It looks like it is turning the entire soul world into a dense jungle. It is getting higher and higher, and the originally huge soul world is suddenly opened by it, becoming even more narrow. Lin Moyu keenly captured that the reason for this is precisely because of the colorful rain. The colorful rain has become the best nutrient for the gifted giant tree, nourishing it and making it strong. Suddenly Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed, and he saw another change. Among the dense branches and leaves of the giant tree of talent, tiny stamens appeared, and there seemed to be fruits. Bloom and bear fruit. The vitality has become more majestic, and the giant tree of talent seems to be transforming into a real life form. Lin Moyu deeply felt that the tree of life was different from before, more real and more powerful. Not only are the branches and leaves dense, but the root system is also developed to an unimaginable level. The developed root system penetrates into the inexplicable void, constantly extracting powerful energy, not only supporting itself, but also providing powerful support for itself. Your own consumption can be quickly recovered. The colorful rain finally stopped, and the giant tree of talent finally stopped growing. Just when Lin Moyu thought that the transformation of the giant tree of talent was coming to an end, Shenzhou, which had been stationary for many years, suddenly took off automatically. The golden divine power pours on the giant tree of talent. The entire body of the gifted giant tree was dyed with a layer of golden light, and the stamens between the branches and leaves suddenly grew a lot, and the fruits next to it also grew a lot. The giant tree of talent kept swaying and making a dramatic noise. It seemed to have become more powerful, and even Lin Moyu was shocked by the aura it revealed. The 9-color dragon soul crystal emits a loud dragon roar, which seems to be congratulating the giant tree of talent. Because of the existence of the gifted giant tree, the soul power obtained by Lin Moyu is extremely pure. The effect of the 9-colored dragon soul crystal has been greatly weakened, but it is not useless. Lin Moyu believes that this treasure belonging to the dragon clan has other uses. The divine power has been watering for a long time, and the flowers on the giant tree of talent are getting bigger and bigger, and one of them seems to be about to bloom. At the same time, there is another fruit next to it, which is becoming more and more red, and seems to be about to mature. Is this still a giant tree of talent? Lin Moyu looked at this scene and murmured to himself. Even his master found it difficult to understand the changes in the giant talent tree. Until the Shenzhou cauldron also died down, a message was introduced into the soul. His talent appeared. World Tree, Young Stage. Ability 1. Amplification, the effect of the spell is increased by 1,000 times. Ability 2. Connection, all members of the undead army bear the damage together, share life and spirit, and the damage received is reduced by times. Ability 3. Rebirth, the undead army and its owner will be reborn when they receive fatal damage, and will instantly return to their peak state, and all spells will have their cooldown reset. This ability can be triggered 3 times in a row. After being triggered 3 times, it will enter a cooling state. Cooling time, 20 seconds. Ability 4. Fruit, the world will bear the fruit of the world. Taking the fruit of the world can accelerate the evolution of the world of rules and strengthen the world of rules. It is taken by the Holy Lord, and there is a very small probability that the prototype of the rules world will be born. Ability 5. Spiritual flower, blooming flowers can give secondary birth to members of the Undead Legion, and can grant spiritual intelligence. Only members who are in the other shore realm or above can have a second pregnancy. Lin Moyu. Soul opened his mouth, but he was speechless. He didn't know what to say. His gifted giant tree turned into a world tree. In appearance, it looks just a little bigger, more dense, and has more vitality. But in fact, Inli has completely changed. Its changes also bring changes in talent. Spell amplification, life connection, and rebirth, these 3 abilities have existed before, but this time they have been greatly increased. The increase in spells has increased from 400 times in the God King realm to the current double increase. The damage of life link has been reduced from 4 times before to 10 times now. These 2 changes alone are enough to significantly increase combat power. The higher the level of others, the weaker their ability to fight beyond the level. But the higher the realm, the stronger the ability to fight across levels. This kind of talent, if told about it, is enough to make people bleed to death from envy and jealousy. Even if other techniques no longer change, Lin Moyu feels that he can punch high-level gods with ease now. For new students with Ability 3, the number of new students will be increased once again. Originally, after the fusion of the immortal tree, the number of rebirths had increased to 2, and now it has increased to 3. And the cooldown time has been reduced to 20 seconds. If you die 3 times, you can die 3 more times in another 20 seconds. Unless someone can kill him in a row, it will be difficult for him to die again. The new life can be enjoyed even with the undead army. Who can face hundreds of millions of undead legions and kill themselves in a row? Lin Moyu feels that he is becoming more and more abnormal, and even feels that he has enough ability to save his life when facing the other side. After that, you get Ability 4, Fruit. To speed up the evolution of the rules world and strengthen the rules world, these 2 abilities are not needed for the time being. But Lin Moyu knows very well that for the Holy Lord, the value of the fruits of the world is simply immeasurable. The spirit flower with ability 5 is even more incredible. Members of the undead army can be bred for a second time, and they will be given spiritual wisdom after being bred. Although the limit is the other side, it is not a problem at all. In the future, he may have an army of undead that is extremely loyal and has its own mind. Compared to now, the Legion, which has to control everything by itself, is many times stronger. The change in talent was so amazing that Lin Moyu even thought that he would be struck by lightning. What exactly is the World Tree? I've never heard of it. It will be fine when Antares comes out. The Law Galaxy appears in the Soul World. The galaxy pours down like a waterfall, and the galaxy contains huge immortal laws, nourishing all magic stars. The law of immortality is the first law that Lin Moyu understands, and it is also the law for him to become a god. It is called the law of life. All magic stars can be nourished, blessed, and increased in power by the law of immortality. Under the water of the Law Galaxy, most magic stars greedily absorb the power of the Law Galaxy. The only exception is the 3 magic stars. They are high above the sky, as if they disdain the Law Galaxy and do not absorb it at all. On weekdays, they are also above all magic stars and are located at the top of all magic stars. The first is Infinite Fusion, sitting high in the sky like an emperor. It is the only magical star that gives birth to spiritual wisdom, and it has its own preferences. Either beg or grab things you need, and ignore things you don't like at all. 010. Next are the 2 original magic stars. The status of the 2 original magic stars is only slightly lower than Infinite Fusion. Like the left and right prime ministers, guarding Infinite Fusion. They also did not absorb the power of the Law Galaxy, not because they were disdainful, but because they did not need it. The original magic obviously has its own system and does not need the blessing of laws. It's just that Lin Moyu feels very strange. The original magic should be an extremely powerful existence. Its original power is coveted by even the supreme powerhouses in other worlds. This also shows that the power of origin runs through multiple worlds and is unique to the heavenly world. But they are still not as good as Infinite Fusion. I really don't know what level of magic Infinite Fusion is. During the demonstration at the time, Infinite Fusion seemed to have the greatest effect in conjunction with the Calamity Scepter. Now that the Natural Disaster Scepter has not been fully restored, it seems that the ability of Infinite Fusion cannot be continued. Soul lowered his head and looked at the Scepter of Natural Disaster in his hand. There is only one soul gem on the scepter now, and none of the soul gems are complete. And there are several more that are missing. The power of the Natural Disaster Scepter cannot be exerted at all. He sighed softly, there is still a long way to go. Under the water of the Law Galaxy, the magic stars are growing vigorously, and Lin Moyu can feel that they are getting stronger. The magic star is getting brighter and brighter, and the light is more dazzling, illuminating the entire soul world. The soul squinted its eyes, admiring the change. First of all, the magic stars of the 3 basic skeletons have reached their limit. They are extremely bright. Far better than ordinary stars. Lin Moyu compared all the stars he had seen with them, and found that the stars in the current world were not as good as his trapped stars. The 3 magic stars seem to have reached a critical point, and they only need an opportunity to undergo a qualitative change. They rotated rapidly and swallowed a large number of law whales. The warm star light became more intense, gradually turned white, and became more and more dazzling. Soon it reached a point where even Lin Moyu couldn't look straight. They have truly reached the critical point. But lacking an opportunity, they have never been able to break through and have remained at the critical point. Lin Moyu felt it and found that the fusion degree had increased to 200% and could no longer be increased. A fusion degree that is more than double the normal value requires a qualitative change. But the qualitative change seems to be missing something. Lin Moyu doesn't know what is missing. Not only does he not know, but others will not know either. In this era, magic stars have reached their limit. The integration degree of countless people is only 100%. And they cannot even break through 100%, so there is no qualitative change. Even though saints would not have an answer to this question. Lin Moyu had asked this question before when he and Wu Xingzuan were discussing cultivation. Wu Xingzuan's answer was that in ancient times that were no longer accessible, there were indeed people who broke through the limitations of the magic star and reached another level. Unfortunately, there were only some fragmentary and incomplete records left of that information, and he didn't know exactly how to do it. Then, more and more magic stars reached the critical point, and the fusion degree reached 200%, unable to increase by 1 point. They need qualitative changes and breakthroughs, but they have never been able to come true. A strong light shines on the soul world, which seems to be at an impasse. Lin Moyu can feel that the Law Galaxy is weakening. It won't be long before his breakthrough is complete. Everything will be fixed by then. If we can't break through the qualitative change, it will be difficult to improve the quality in the future. The brows of both the body and the soul were frowning, and they couldn't find a corresponding solution, despite searching their guts. Finally, the last magic star reached the critical point. At this moment, these magic stars are like children waiting to be fed, waiting for Lin Moyu to feed them. But Lin Moyu had nothing to feed. He tried to send soul power, but it had no effect. As for the law of immortality, now all magic stars have absorbed a large amount of the law of immortality, so it is strange that it is useful. Lin Moyu thought for a long time. But there was really no other way, so he finally focused on the infinite fusion, spell star, 0. Little guy, do you have any idea? Try to communicate with your soul. Infinite fusion, the magic star buzzed and vibrated, and there was a faint consciousness. Have. Lin Moyu was overjoyed and continued to communicate with his soul. I'll leave it to you. After he finished speaking, he didn't forget to give some candy. If it succeeds, I'll be the first to give you something good in the future. Infinite fusion, the magic star moved. And it shed hazy gray gas and landed on the 2 original magic stars. Strengthening soldiers, gathering strength, the 2 original magic stars seemed to be stimulated and released a strange aura. Original power. Unexpectedly, infinite fusion actually ordered 2 original magic stars to release the original power. The power of the source is extremely mysterious, and Lin Moyu can only feel the slightest trace of it when using the source magic. Normally I don't feel it at all. Unexpectedly. Now they actually release their original power under the stimulation of infinite fusion. It turns out that the opportunity for qualitative change is the original power. Wisps of original power flew out and merged into the magic star. Each magic star only gets a ray of original power. This is not because it is stingy, but because the original power is too precious and it is hard to find even one ray. After gaining the power of the source, the magic stars finally got an opportunity, and they changed at the same time. Boom! 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 The magic stars exploded one after another, and the entire soul world was shaking and roaring. In the explosion, a huge black hole appeared. Sublimated black hole. The same black hole also appeared when the magic planet rose to 3.4 watts from the star. The Great World Rune can be seen through the black hole. Now the magic star has undergone qualitative transformation and sublimation again, and the black hole formed is larger and can be seen more clearly. How could such a good opportunity be missed? The runes of the big world are the real core of the big world. If you can observe them and gain even the slightest inspiration, it will be an unimaginable gain. Naturally, the opportunity that even Antares had to seize back then could not be missed. Lin Moyu was so blessed that he immediately focused his attention towards the black hole. He once again saw the strange world belonging to the Great World Runes. A huge rune floated there quietly. Countless runes were derived from it, each rune representing a law. Compared to Law Galaxy, these articles are more powerful. Lin Moyu's vision was different from what it used to be. He finally understood that these runes representing laws were all ancient runes. I couldn't understand it before, but now I finally understand. The ancient symbols surrounding the runes of the big world represent laws. There are a lot of these ancient symbols, like dense giant trees, stretching outward. Lin Moyu understood their structure after just one glance. The Great World Rune is the core, and hundreds of ancient runes are derived from it, representing 100 laws. Hundreds of ancient talismans continued to derive, growing countless branches, forming ancient talismans of a weaker level one after another. The number was already too numerous to count. For example, the most common water system law, first, an ancient formation representing all water system laws, is derived from the world runes. Then other branches are derived from this ancient talisman, such as the law of heavy water, the law of ice, the law of thunder and water, etc. Derived from this, the number of ancient symbols is too large to be counted. Countless ancient symbols are related to each other, and finally form an intricate web of laws. But no matter what, no matter which law you practice, you will ultimately reach the same goal through different paths, and you must return to the fundamental law. Otherwise, it is impossible for you to reach the end, let alone reach the level of the big world runes. Because those 100 kinds of laws represent hundreds of kinds of avenues, which are the roads that all cultivators must embark on. Many people have gone the wrong way. A thought flashed through Lin Moyu's mind, but it was just a thought, and he focused his attention on the Great World Rune. Watching the runes of the big world while the magic is sublimated is a rare opportunity, so don't waste your time. Lin Moyu concentrated all his energy, erased all inappropriate thoughts, and focused all his attention on the Great World Rune. Here, there is a very strange phenomenon. In the current world, he is not even qualified to look at the ancient emperor. Even if you force yourself to memorize some information, you will soon forget it. But in this space belonging to the runes of the big world, Lin Moyu can check it without restraint. Moreover, the memories of seeing the runes of the great world can be preserved intact. Lin Moyu knew very well that this was an opportunity. The moment his technique sublimated, he seized this opportunity. The runes of the big world are still broken and full of cracks. A terrible war destroyed all the runes in the world. If the runes of the big world collapse, what will happen to the big world? Will it also collapse together? As the world master of the small world, Lin Moyu knows this very well. The great world runes are the origin of the great world. If even the origin does not exist, then the big world will naturally not be able to exist. Along with them, the people of the big world will die together, and no one will survive. Unless the strength has surpassed the big world and is enough to escape from the big world, it is possible to survive. The battles within the big world are very cruel, and the battle between races only involves life and death. But in the face of pressure from the outside world, the survival of the entire world seems to be nothing. Lin Moyu looked at the runes of the big world, trying to get some insights for human use. Perhaps it's because the level of the big world runes is too high, so every bit of harvest is hazy and has no substantial improvement. Lin Moyu was not disappointed. He wrote down these hazy feelings, maybe they will be used one day in the future. Lin Moyu knew very well that he was actually more suitable to look at the derived ancient talismans. These ancient talismans include the laws of space, the laws of time, and various special laws of cause and effect, destiny, etc. But Lin Moyu didn't even look at it. To look at these things, it would be better to just look at the runes of the big world. As long as you can understand the runes of the big world, and one method can be used to solve all kinds of problems, you can naturally understand these ancient runes. Even if you can't understand the runes of the big world, as long as you gain something, going back to understand these laws will be more effective. Just like climbing a mountain, some people like to stop after climbing for a while, look at the scenery for a while, and then continue climbing after the scenery is finished. Lin Moyu, on the other hand, climbed directly to the top of the mountain, regardless of the scenery along the way, and went to the top of the mountain first. When you reach the top of the mountain and look down, you can have a panoramic view of all kinds of beautiful scenery. It's just that there is no pause or rest in the middle, and the whole process will be very hard. Some vague insights are constantly emerging in my mind. These insights are useless now, but they will be of great use in the future. Time passed by second, and finally, the time he could stay here was over. A powerful force came out of thin air to expel Lin Moyu's consciousness. Lin Moyu was reluctant to leave and seized the last opportunity to check the space again. He looked further away, then his heart was shaken. There are so many coffins. The next second, his consciousness returned to the soul world. The shock in Lin Moyu's heart did not disappear because of his return. At the last moment, he saw a large number of coffins, and he instantly understood that those were the coffins of the Supreme Being. After the Supreme One dies, they will come to the space where the Great World runes are located and be buried here. The place where the runes of the Great World are located is also the burial place of the Supreme Being. But why is this happening? Lin Moyu can't figure it out. Perhaps I won't be able to figure it out until I actually get there. Thinking in his mind, his attention fell back on the soul world and the magic star. The sublimation of the spell is almost over, but the changes in the spell are still going on. After absorbing the power of the source, the magic star completely changed. The volume becomes larger and the light becomes brighter. It has lost the appearance of the magical star, and exudes a pure white light. It looks somewhat similar to the white color of the skull, and even a bit holy. The warrior from hell has a holy light, which makes people feel weird no matter how he looks at it. Lin Moyu tried to get close to them with his soul, but was blocked. The sublimation is not completely over yet, and communication is not yet possible. At this time, Infinite Fusion once again shed its gray aura, covering the sublimating magic star. Lin Moyu believes in Infinite Fusion, and knows that what this little guy does is beneficial to him. Under the gray aura of 303, summoning the Skeleton God Warrior, the Skeleton God Mage, and the Skeleton Marksman, the three magic stars began to move closer to each other. Lin Moyu whispered, "Is this planning to merge?" The three types of skeletons summoned by the three spells are fused together to become the Skeleton God General. This is also Lin Moyu's most commonly used technique today. Since the appearance of the Skeleton God, the three basics have been rarely used. It wouldn't be a bad thing if they could be integrated together. Lin Moyu watched quietly, waiting for the change to happen. Infinite Fusion, the spell stars flew down, and it transformed into a commander, commanding the trapped spell stars to merge and change with each other. Under its command, the three basic skeleton magic stars moved closer to each other, and then merged together without any hindrance. So easy? Lin Moyu was a little surprised. It was not that easy to fuse with the skeleton hell before. I remember that Infinite Fusion took a lot of effort and was completed in an extremely tough way. But this time, there seemed to be no resistance. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and understood that this time, because the technique was still sublimating and in a special state, it was so easy to fuse it. Lin Moyu couldn't help but chuckle. This little guy really knows how to seize opportunities. He feels the magic of Infinite Fusion more and more. Not only can he fuse spells, but he also has basic intelligence and knows when to do what. What an amazing little guy. The three basic skeleton spells glowed brighter the moment they completed their fusion. The light is extremely white, with a holy aura. The magic star also became as white as jade, very beautiful. The entire magic star is more than twice as big as before, and the power it emits is also more powerful. Infinite Fusion, magic star let out a cheer, flew over and flew around Lin Moyu 3 times, as if asking Lin Moyu for praise. After flying 3 times, it flew towards other magic stars with a roar. It must seize this opportunity to sublimate its magic and integrate more magic. Lin Moyu doesn't stop it and lets it play freely. His consciousness fell on the spell that had just been integrated, accepting the information of the new spell. Summon the Skeleton God General. White Star, summon the Skeleton God General to fight. The Skeleton God General usually sleeps in the White Star and can come to the world when needed. The Skeleton God General has extremely strong combat effectiveness and is the main combat area in the undead army. It is indeed the Skeleton God General. Lin Moyu found that his guess was correct. After the three basic skeletons were fused, the new technique formed was the Skeleton God General. In fact, it can't be regarded as a new technique. The Skeleton God has always used it, but now there is one less step and there is no need for secondary fusion. Moreover, this kind of fusion becomes a native technique, and the effect may be better. Otherwise, infinite fusion would not be necessary. The spell changed from star level to white level. White star Lin Moyu guessed that it corresponds to the white dwarf star in the big world. White dwarfs are also stars. But they are heavier and more terrifying than ordinary stars. They can be regarded as upgraded versions of stars. After the magic star sublimated, it became a white star, which is also consistent with the data left from ancient times. As for how powerful white star's magic is, further verification is needed to know. Lin Moyu is not in a hurry and will wait until all the spells have been upgraded before looking at it again. Infinite fusion, the second one to complete the fusion is the Death Knight and the Skeleton Dragon. These two spells were once fused to form the Death Dragon Knight. As an upgraded version of the skeleton, whether it is a Death Knight or a Skeleton Dragon, its combat power is more powerful. The fused Death Dragon Knight's combat power is also greater than that of the Skeleton God General. But for various reasons, Lin Moyu rarely uses them. In the final analysis, it is because the quantity is not enough, and it is not as flexible and easy to use as the Skeleton God General. Finally, they were assigned to the commander of the Legion, and then they came into play again. But compared to the Skeleton God General, the usage rate is still not high. Lin Moyu doesn't know if he can regain his glory after the sublimation and fusion of the technique. After the fusion was completed, Infinite Fusion flew in front of the three curse spells to fuse them as well. This little guy is going to make a major streamlining of my spells. Lin Moyu chuckled and began to check the spells after the fusion of the Death Knight and the Skeleton Dragon. Summon the Death Dragon Knight, White Star. Summon the Death Dragon Knight to fight. The Death Dragon Knight usually sleeps in the White Star and can come to the world when needed. The Death Dragon Knight has extremely strong combat power and is the high-level combat power in the undead army. He is still a White Star Death Dragon Knight, and his true combat power needs further investigation. When Infinite Fusion fuses the three curse spells, several other spells have completed their sublimation in sequence. Summon the Legion Ruler, White Star. Summons the Legion Ruler to fight. The Legion Ruler usually sleeps in the stars, but can come to the world when needed. The Legion Ruler has the ability to command the Undead Legion. At the same time, he can also engage in battle and is the general of the Undead Legion. Summon the Skeleton King, White Star. Fusion of the power of skeletons. To summon the Skeleton King requires a minimum of 1 million skeletons and a maximum of 100 million skeletons. Summoning the Skeleton Queen will not make the skeleton disappear, nor will it make the skeleton's power weaker. The Skeleton King is the top combat power in the undead army. Lin Moyu checked the other two spells that were also from the summoning system. The spell stars have also been sublimated to white stars and can be renamed Trap Spell White Stars. Judging from the information, the changes in the two spells are not very big, but there are some more detailed explanations. Several summoning spells are given their respective positions. The Skeleton God General is undoubtedly the main battle force, and the Death Dragon Knight is the high-level force area. The two are equivalent to infantry and cavalry in the army. The Legion Ruler is the general in the army and can rule the entire army. If there is no army under his command, the leader of the Legion will not have strong combat power and will have no other characteristics except strong vitality. Once he has an army under his command and his commanding ability comes into play, the leader of the Legion will be an extremely powerful warrior, second only to the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King is still the top combat power, like the ace in the army. Lin Moyu basically had this division of labor before, but it's more clear now. Another spell had been sublimated, and he continued to check it. Summon Elemental Lich, White Level. Use various materials to summon the corresponding type of Elemental Lich. The summoned Lich can be improved on the basis of the summoning materials. the elemental lich will not really die. It will be reborn in the White Star after being fatally attacked. Only one of the same lich can exist, with a maximum limit of 20. Although the elemental lich also belongs to the summoning type of spell, it is a very special one. Depending on the materials used, the summoned elemental liches are also different. The elemental lich may not necessarily have strong combat power, but it has amazing auxiliary power and various special abilities, which are enough to have a decisive impact on the battle situation. For example, the undead lich can directly join the undead army to have one more chance of resurrection. For example, the lich of the Buddhist kingdom can use the peeping technique to let Lin Moyu see fragments of the future. The effect of the elemental lich is ultimately determined by the material. However, white-level spells can be improved based on the materials. The elemental liches summoned before were all of a slightly lower grade than the materials used. Now that it has been improved, it means that it can at least summon a lich of the same level as the material. From this aspect, the magic has indeed been improved and strengthened. Then Lin Moyu looked at the last member of the summoning system, Resurrection of the Dead. This is a special technique that is very useful when it is useful, but basically useless when it is not. It can often play a role in some special occasions. If used properly, it can be a killer. Resurrection of the Dead, White Star resurrect the target using the corpse or soul as a medium, transforming the target into a resurrected person. The king's favor, the resurrected person will exist for 100 days, possess the strength at the peak of his life, retain the memory of his life, and the owner has absolute control over the resurrected person. Resurrecting a target that exceeds the master's level may cause the target to resist, eventually causing the target to lose control. This probability depends on the owner's soul. The higher the soul level, the smaller the probability of encountering resistance. After ascending to the White Star level, Lin Moyu finally obtained more detailed information about Resurrection of the Dead. It turns out that as long as the resurrection target exceeds my level, it may cause the target to resist or even lose control. But this great realm is not absolute. It also depends on my own soul. The stronger the soul, the stronger the control, and the less likely it is to cause resistance. No wonder there was no resistance when I was resurrected and manipulated the gods before. It was because my soul had reached the other side. Then I can control all the gods now, but the other side realm may still be a little difficult. Lin Moyu is not absolutely sure about resurrecting and controlling the other side of the world. After checking all the summoning spells, Lin Moyu was not in a hurry to check other spells. He carefully felt the changes in summoning spells. Among all spells, the importance of summoning spells is self-evident and indispensable. At the same time, it is also the most special type because it has magic linkage and the blessing of 9-star magic. The linkage of spells provides convenience for summoning spells, and the 9-star spell law provides a powerful increase for summoning spells. Without the bonus of the 9-star spell, any kind of skeleton summoned before would have to be reduced by at least 2 levels. 9-star magic is like an increase in talent. The two work together to give Lin Moyu the ability to leapfrog. Now after the spells are merged, the 9-star spell is gone. The 3 types of skeletons were replaced by skull statues, missing 2 stars. The Death Knight and the Skeleton Dragon merged, and 1 star was lost. The 9-star spell became a 6-star spell, and the amplification effect was greatly weakened. But because the spell has become a White Star, the trap spell has been enhanced at the basic level. Whether the overall situation has been strengthened or weakened, Lin Moyu needs to feel it carefully to get the result. As he continued to resonate with Jufa Baixing, his expression became weird. The increase rate has not changed, and it still maintains the increase rate of star magic. The quantitative changes brought about by the fusion of spells did not affect the increase of the 9-star spells. It's incredible. Lin Moyu was amazed, but it can only be said that he still underestimated the ability of infinite fusion. So, does it mean that the previous skeleton hell also maintained the increase in 3-star spells? This is quite careless. I didn't experience it properly before. But it's not too late. Lin Moyu immediately turned his attention to the Hell of Bones. Skeleton Hell, White Star, turn the designated area into a Bone Hell. The Bone Hell is connected to the real Hell. All enemies in it will be attacked by the power of Hell. Terrifying evil spirits from the real Hell will be born in the Bone Hell. The true spirits of all people who die in the Bone Hell will be absorbed by the evil spirits. The more power it absorbs, the stronger the evil spirit becomes, and its number will increase accordingly. As long as the real Hell is not destroyed, the Bone Hell will never be destroyed, and even if it is shattered, it will be restored after a certain period of time. As the master of the Bone Hell, you will be protected by Hell at all times. The Hell of Bones will mark all attackers. Once marked, they cannot break away from your soul lock. After the Skeleton Hell was sublimated, major changes took place. It was originally a fusion of 3 different spells. It has a variety of characteristics, and it is normal for it to change a lot. The Bone Hell no longer accommodates foreign slaves, but instead gives birth to evil spirits. Those who die in the Hell of Bones will become nourishment for evil spirits. The more people die inside, the more powerful the evil spirits will be, and their number will increase. At the same time, it will not be destroyed. As long as the real Hell still exists, it will always exist, and Lin Moyu can be passively protected, marking attackers. The Hell of Bones becomes more and more perfect, and the Heaven of Bones becomes more and more blessed. Lin Moyu sighed, this is really a killer weapon, but it's a pity that my mount is gone. The increase in 3-star magic has indeed not disappeared. After some induction, Lin Moyu confirmed that the increase in the 3-star technique had not disappeared and still existed. In this way, it is reasonable that the amplification effect of the 9-star spell still exists. Lin Moyu felt that it was a bit unfounded, smiled to himself, and continued to look at other spells. Corpse Explosion, White Star, detonate corpses or wreckage, causing damage equivalent to 100% of the corpse's vitality to the targeted target. Can attack multiple targets at the same time. The more targets there are, the more damage will be spread. The attack ignores all obstacles and ignores time limits. Corpse explosions have also changed. The attack power of the corpse has been reduced from 150% to 100%. The level of the spell has changed from star level to white level, but its power has weakened from 150% to 100%, which is hard to understand. Until Lin Moyu received the last piece of information. Ignore all obstacles and ignore time boundaries. The first half of the sentence represents space, including all obstacles that can be seen, as well as invisible but real ones, such as some formations and secret realms. In other words, as long as the soul can be locked, Lin Moyu can even attack the enemy with corpse explosion across the secret space. CDDJ, the time limit in the second half of the sentence is even more exaggerated. Lin Moyu couldn't help but wonder, could he still attack enemies in the future or the past? This is another question that he cannot understand, but he believes that the magic must have been enhanced, but he still doesn't know how to use it. No matter, I will understand later. Next one. Lin Moyu is like a general in military parade, continuing to review the next field soldier. Wings of the Undead, White Star, summon the wings of the undead and fly driven by soul power. The speed is determined by the strength of the soul power, and there is no upper limit. After reaching a certain level, the law of space can be triggered. The changes in the wings of the undead are not big and trigger the law of space. Lin Moyu also knows this very well. Lin Moyu nodded, very good, you are the template for the laws of space. He had already planned that after becoming a god, the second law he would understand was the law of space. How to understand is to use the wings of the undead to trigger the laws of space and use it as a reference to understand. Whether or not there is a reference is the difference between heaven and earth for understanding the law. He has a natural advantage, and if he doesn't make good use of it, it will be a waste of natural resources. In addition to the law of space brought by the wings of the undead, Lin Moyu also plans to understand one more law, which is the law of time brought by the curse system. After the 3 curse spells are fused, a trace of the law of time can be born. This can also be a good reference for him to understand. Understanding more of the two first-tier laws will slow down the cultivation speed of the divine realm, but as long as you can gain something, the ultimate benefit will definitely be greater than the effort. The fusion of curse-like spells continues, and as the sublimation comes to an end, the difficulty of fusion is also increasing. It can be seen that, infinite fusion, this little guy is working hard. Lin Moyu also took the time to check other spells. Gaze of the Undead, White Star, summons the eyes of the undead from the undead world, causing soul damage to the target. The stronger the summoner's soul, the stronger the attack, regardless of the number of targets. Ignore all obstacles and ignore time boundaries. Just like the explosion of corpses, it ignores the limitations of space and time. The power is not bad, after all, my soul is not bad. Next. The remaining spells are all passive spells. Status immunity, White Star, the owner and his summons are immune to all negative states. Undead, White Star, members of the undead army will not really die after receiving a fatal attack. They can choose to be resurrected in place or return to the magic White Star according to the owner's will. Each member has 6 chances to be reborn within 90 seconds. Physical resistance, White Star, passive spell. The summoned object is immune to ordinary physical attacks. The physical damage to all laws is reduced by 5 times, and the physical damage to the rules is reduced by 10 times. Elemental resistance, White level, passive spell. The summoned object is immune to ordinary elemental damage. The damage to all law-type elements is reduced by 5 times, and the damage to rule-type elements is reduced by 1 time. 1. Damage transfer, White level. All damage received will be weakened 5 times and then borne by the summoned object. The 4 passive spells have all been upgraded to the White level. Except for the changes in status immunity, the effects of the other spells have also been improved. The 2 major resistance spells are more and more powerful in reducing damage to the law. When combined with talents, the combat power of the undead army will be further enhanced. In particular, he also increases the ability to reduce damage caused by rules. Make the undead army more durable when facing the other side. If this effect had existed before, Lin Moyu would have become more confident when facing the Abyss Dragon Demon or the future Buddha. It's a pity that these 2 spells can no longer reduce the damage to Lin Moyu, the master. These 2 spells became spells specifically aimed at the undead army, and Yi Ping had nothing to do with his master. Lin Moyu also immediately thought of the reason. As his level improved, his chances of participating in the war became less and less. Most of the battles are carried out by the Undead Legion. Especially after reaching the Divine Realm, the number of the Undead Legion will inevitably increase significantly. Even if several summoning spells have been fused, the number will definitely exceed 100 million, and there is no need to personally participate in the battle. Moreover, the damage reduction effect of damage transfer has been increased to 5 times. Coupled with the increase in the number of undead legions, there are more members to share the damage. This also enhances survivability. Lin Moyu knows very well that his survivability is enough to crush any god. Most of the spells have been sublimated, and now there are only 3 spells from the curse system. Infinite Fusion is still working hard to fuse them, and it seems that it has come to an end, just one last breath away. Lin Moyu took a look at the 2 original spells. It was found that their fusion degree had increased to 200%, but no qualitative change had occurred. It is still a stellar level spell. I think the qualitative change of the original magic is not that simple. It may require more than just fusion, but also some specific opportunities. Looking at Infinite Fusion, again, it's the same situation. The degree of fusion has also been increased to 200%, but there is no qualitative change. The fusion of techniques came to an end, and a strange aura came out. Suddenly Lin Moyu's soul was shaken, and a talisman appeared out of the sky in the soul world. This rune carries a curse and presses towards his soul. The Great World Rune Curse, which was once repulsed, now appears again, and seems to be more powerful than before. Unfortunately, he arrived a little late, and all the techniques that Lin Moyu should sublimate had already been sublimated. If he had come earlier, He might have caused a little trouble, but now. Lin Moyu sneered. His vision was different from what it used to be, and he had already seen it clearly. You are just a curse derived from the runes of the big world. I don't know why you want to suppress me or what your purpose is, but I just want to tell you that you couldn't restrain me before, and it will be even less possible in the future. The soul suddenly stood up and stared at the natural disaster scepter. The huge world tree felt Lin Moyu's will, and its branches swung wildly towards the curse rune. The curse rune was shaking wildly and twisting, but it still pressed towards Lin Moyu tirelessly. Having already faced the curse of the big world several times, Lin Moyu is no longer the rookie he was back then. The soul-shooting bow appeared above the head, and when it was fully drawn, 10 drops of colorful water flew out and merged into the soul-shooting bow. Purple light flashed past, and a purple sharp arrow hit the curse rune directly. With a bang, the curse rune was shot back a certain distance, and then rushed towards Lin Moyu. The branches of the world tree drooped, forming an airtight tree wall. The curse rune hit the tree wall, bursts of red smoke emitted, and at the same time, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling was heard. A hole was carved out of the tree wall, and the 9-color dragon soul crystal flew out and hit the curse rune crazily. With the dragon roar, the 9-color dragon soul crystal was blown away, but the curse rune also weakened a bit. Lin Moyu waved the natural disaster scepter and took the initiative to greet him. Just like swatting a fly, Yin Gongquan slapped the rune heavily. The rune was suddenly shot away and almost shattered on the spot. The natural disaster scepter is too powerful this time. This is the hardest weapon Lin Moyu knows so far. It can hit everything with accuracy. Take the multicolored water. The multicolored dragon was also shot away at once. The curse rune can survive for a while, which is enough to be proud of. The curse runes were glowing red, and they seemed to be afraid of Lin Moyu. They turned around and no longer cared about Lin Moyu, but headed towards the White Star Society of Trapped Magic. The magic White Star has just completed its sublimation and is still wrapped in laws. The curse rune was knocked away several times, but all failed. At this time a bolt of lightning flew out and hit the curse rune with great accuracy. The entire soul world lit up, and the curse runes screamed and were almost shaken away. Lin Moyu clearly saw that this lightning came from the spell star of the curse system. The 3 magic stars finally completed the fusion, and they became one, all white, with snakes entwining them. Bolts of lightning shot out from the magic White Star and hit the curse rune. Infinite fusion, magic star is on the side, like a commander, hitting wherever he points. Cursed rune seemed to be afraid and started to run away. Infinite fusion chased after him with a swish, and Shirahoshi, who had just completed the fusion, followed. Infinite fusion, like a dog leg, shooting lightning continuously. This scene made Lin Moyu dumbfounded. After all, it is a derivative of the Great World Rune, give it some face. But I just thought about this and didn't say it out loud. Cursed rune ran away desperately, while Infinite Fusion led its thugs behind it and crushed it crazily. After the cursed rune came out, there was really no way to escape, so I randomly chose a spell and hit it hard. Boom. The curse rune hit a spell, and the trap spell broke into pieces. Lin Moyu was speechless at this scene. Isn't this considered a dog jumping over the wall in a hurry? The curse rune shattered a spell, but it was not a star or a white star, but the worst planet. Among Lin Moyu's spells, there is only one spell planet, which is the Requiem technique learned from Antares. The fusion degree is only a pitiful 20%, and there is never any hope of being promoted to a star. Lin Moyu can't remember how long it has been since he paid attention to it. With his current ability, if he wants to separate a trace of his soul, he doesn't need any Requiem method at all, just a thought is enough. The Requiem method has been completely abandoned, and I didn't expect that it could still be the target of the curse rune. The magic planet couldn't bear the curse rune and collapsed directly. Lin Moyu looked helpless at this scene. I don't know if you will show up again in the future. I really don't know what you are playing. It appears again and fails again and again. I really don't know who put this curse. Lin Moyu said to himself. Infinite Fusion flew in front of him, flying around Lin Moyu. It seemed very happy, waiting for Lin Moyu's praise. Lin Moyu stretched out his hand and patted it gently. Thank you for your hard work. Please take a rest. Infinite Fusion, understood, conveyed joy, and flew to the top of the soul world. It is still aloof, even if the magic is sublimated into a white star, it is still under its jurisdiction. Lin Moyu began to check out the latest fused curse spells. Time Curse, White Star, Function 1. Within 24 hours, the target's soul will continue to be burned, and its soul will enter a poisoned state, causing continuous damage. Function 2. Significantly reduce all abilities of the target and increase the degree of damage received. Function 3. The caster can cause the target to enter a state of accelerated time, which can be accelerated up to 1,000 times. And Lin Moyu felt the effect of the Time Curse. Although he did not specify how powerful it was, he could imagine that he would have no problem killing opponents in the same realm instantly. A leapfrog instant kill is probably also possible. 24 hours, 1,440 minutes, accelerated 1,000 times, which is 1.4 minutes, 86.4 seconds. In other words, the total damage that originally took 24 hours to be endured will be partially exploded in 864 seconds after being accelerated 1,000 times. The total damage will be staggering. However, time acceleration will conflict with the second function. Once time acceleration is used, the all-round weakening of the target is gone. In other words, time acceleration is a choice between damaging the enemy and controlling the enemy. However, for Lin Moyu, the most important thing about this technique is to provide a reference to the law of time, not to kill the enemy. There are many ways to kill the enemy, and this is one of them. In comparison, the law of time is much more important. All the spells have been sublimated, and the soul world has returned to peace. The soul looks at its own soul world and the world tree. Faintly, Lin Moyu felt that his soul world seemed a little different. The soul world is full of vitality. Even in the world of supreme rules, there seems to be no such vitality. In comparison, your own soul world is more like a real world. He looked at the world tree again, and saw that there were already many flower buds on the world tree, and the buds were about to bloom, but Lin Moyu knew very well that it was still very early before they would truly bloom. There are still immature fruits hanging next to the flower bones. Only one is a little more mature, but it still needs time. This can't be rushed. The next step is to summon the undead army and see how much the number increases. Lin Moyu felt a little excited in his heart. The undead army was his foundation. Lin Moyu was full of expectations for the increase in numbers after being promoted to the god. Opening his eyes, he happened to see a pair of thoughtful eyes falling on him. Lin Moyu stood up and saluted Mr. Xing. Thank you, Mr. Xing, for your special protection. Mr. Xing chuckled lightly. Thank you, the old man didn't do anything. You are here, unless the human race is captured, otherwise no one will bother you. Lin Moyu said modestly, with Lao Xing guarding the human race, how could it be captured? This sentence is very sincere, but at the same time it also contains a hint of temptation. After all, Lin Moyu is just guessing about the existence of Xing Lao, and is not completely sure. Xing Lao squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Moyu. Little guy, are you trying to trick me? Lin Moyu admitted openly, you have a wise eye. Xing Lao was not displeased. My status is different. I can maintain my status without worries, but I can't plunder the land. The outside world still depends on young people like you. Especially you should know what you are carrying. Lin Moyu nodded. Junior understands. Xing Lao waved his hand and said, you have broken through to the gods. If you want to go back, you can go back by yourself. There is no use here. Lin Moyu said, Junior, I have something else to do, so I will bother you for a moment. Whatever. Mr. Xing turned his head and started his fishing business again. Lin Moyu came to an open place and summoned a skeleton general. The spell linkage was immediately activated, and skeleton generals, death dragon knights, and legion rulers appeared around them. They appeared very quickly, and hundreds of them appeared in the blink of an eye. The benefits of the linkage of spells are fully realized. Lin Moyu only needs to start, and there is no need to worry about anything else. The White Star Skeleton God General exudes an amazing aura. The realm has reached the 6th level of God, and is only one step away from the 7th level of God. It is all white and holy as snow. This is a very strange feeling. A holy aura exudes from a terrifying and ferocious skeleton. It seems that what is in front of me is not a skeleton from hell, but an angel from heaven. The law of immortality flows in the Skeleton God General. The power of life surrounds the whole body, bringing powerful vitality and giving the Skeleton God General amazing self-healing power. On the sword of the Skeleton God General, there is also a layer of gray light flowing, and the gray light represents the power of death. The Skeleton God General's attack will be accompanied by a perfect degree of death power, and it will be astonishingly corrosive. Due to the power of the law of immortality, although the Skeleton God General has only risen to 1 level, Lin Moyu feels that the Skeleton God General is enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with ordinary high-level gods. He looked at the Death Dragon Knight again. The Death Dragon Knight was tall and mighty, over 100 meters tall, and the Skeleton God General, who was only 5 meters tall, stood beside it, looking so inconspicuous. The Death Dragon Knight is also entangled with the law of immortality, but in the law of immortality, there is an extra hint of power of rules. This also means that the Death Dragon Knight has reached the 7th level of God and has entered the category of high-level God. Needless to say, as the Commander-in-Chief, as long as the Legion Ruler is given enough teams, the Legion Ruler will definitely reach the 8th level of God. The Skeleton King is a 9th level God. As for whether he has reached his peak, Lin Moyu doesn't think it's a big problem. Your own various increases are not covered. Even if you are not at the peak, it will not be much worse than the peak. If this continues, if I advance to a few more levels, the Skeleton King will be able to reach the other side. Would it be too scary if the god kills the other side? Lin Moyu secretly smiled in his heart. Just imagine how wonderful it would be to imagine a god who kills the other side and flees in embarrassment. Now it's just a matter of waiting and waiting to see how large the number of the undead army will be in the end. Ahem. The sound of coughing interrupted Lin Moyu's thoughts. Xing Lao didn't know when he looked over, and there was still a look of astonishment in his eyes that hadn't receded. Are you a summoner? Mr. Xing was a little surprised. Lin Moyu nodded. That's right, actually I'm not too sure. Xing Lao shook his head. It's not important. How many of these guys can you summon? Now there are tens of thousands of them summoned. But the summons obviously hasn't stopped yet and is still continuing. Lin Moyu said, I don't know how many he can summon. I can only find out when he stops. Mr. Xing raised his eyebrows. Spells are linked together. What kind of spells are you talking about? Lin Moyu didn't hide it. Stellar. Xing Lao's expression suddenly became exaggerated, and his mouth slowly opened wider and wider, as if he wanted to eat someone. His expression seemed to become extremely excited, and his whole face was trembling and twitching. Lin Moyu asked, Are you okay? After a long time, Mr. Lin Moyu found it strange. There should be people who have 9-star spells. I heard that 10-star spells are legendary. Fart. Mr. Xing interrupted Lin 0.2 silent words. He changed his usual steady and slow speaking style and looked very excited. Who told you that 10 stars are a legend? 9 stars are already a legend. No, it's not 9 stars. 8 stars are legends. Even 7-star spells are achieved using special methods. Honestly, is your 9-star spell original? Lin Moyu answered firmly, it's native. All the spells were brought out from the skill space one by one, how could they not be native? Xing Lao shouted excitedly, okay, great. Come here when you can advance to the other side. I have something good for you. Remember, this thing is related to whether you can break through the Holy Lord in the future. You must come back. Faced with Xing Lao's repeated instructions, Lin Moyu immediately agreed. It was about breaking through to the Holy Lord, how could he not agree? The linkage of magic and magic continues, and the summons never stops. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Lin Moyu collected the summoned skeleton generals, death dragon knights, and legion rulers one after another. This is not a starry sky, and there is not enough space. The full Legion ruler comes first. At the Divine King realm, the number of Legion rulers was 1 million, but at the Divine Lord realm, the number of Legion rulers increased to 2 million. However, the number of Legion rulers cannot be used as a standard. It is originally the smallest number. A simple Legion ruler is useless. The key lies in the Skeleton God General and the Death Dragon Knight. Both spells have been fused, and Lin Moyu cannot estimate how many they can reach. Xing Lao didn't even catch fish anymore, and just squatted on the law boulder where he usually sat, staring at Lin Yu without blinking. His eyes were shining with shock. He kept chanting, "Good boy, there are still guys like this in the big world. It's too perverted, it's really too perverted. How can people play with this? There is no need to play. Fortunately, they are from the human race. If they were in the enemy race, 10 more Xiao Zhantian would be useless." 23 Xiao Zhantian, you are also lucky that you were not born in the same era as this little pervert, otherwise nothing would have happened to you. No, otherwise nothing would happen to those guys. Our human race is really going to dominate the world. Xiao Zhantian, finally someone can do what you couldn't do. Lin Moyu listened to these murmurs in his ears and could tell that Mr. Xing didn't have much respect for Xiao Zhantian. Lin Moyu realized that Xing Lao and Xiao Zhantian might be figures from the same period. Xiao Zhantian's period was thousands of years ago. The Holy Lord cannot live for 100,000 years, but the old man in front of him seems to have lived for more than 100,000 years. Xing Lao is the supreme? The thought in my mind was erased as soon as it came up. Xing Lao is not the supreme being. Wu Xingzuan once said that Mr. Xing is very special. In Lin Moyu's understanding, Xing Lao may not be the supreme, but he should have combat power comparable to that of the supreme, as well as some characteristics that the supreme can possess, such as a long lifespan. After more than half a day, the Death Dragon Knights were finally full. But the linkage of spells is still going on, and the number of Skeleton God Generals is still increasing at a steady rate. The number of Death Dragon Knights has surged to 100 million, which is a full 10 times more than in the God King realm. If they had not fused, there would be 100 million Skeleton Dragons and 100 million Death Knights. 100 million Death Dragon Knights are given to the Legion rulers to control. With 100,000 as a team, 1,000 teams can be formed. The number of Legion rulers is 2 million. It's only a drop in the bucket with only 1,000 teams. Even if you add the Skeleton God General, the number of formations will still not increase much, which is not enough to utilize all the 2 million Legion rulers. It seems that the number of undead legions should be able to increase in the future. It is not the limit now, perhaps. Lin Moyu has a guess in his mind. Maybe when the Legion ruler reaches the other side, he will be bred with the flower of the world for a second time to give birth to spiritual wisdom. That's when the undead army will actually be formed. Now that there is no intelligent Legion ruler, he still needs to control it himself. Even if a formation is formed, it is only to exert the combat power of the Legion rulers themselves, and is not a true undead legion. In his imagination, the real undead army should have the ability to fight independently and always exist. As long as he gives an order, the undead army will automatically decide how to implement the order, without the need for him to control it step by step. So wisdom is needed. Just like the legions he had seen in the mysterious manor and ancient tombs. They all have their own intelligence. Not only the commander is intelligent and can think independently, but also some of the soldiers are intelligent. This is what he is pursuing. Little guy, are your dragon knights full? Xing Lao's voice suddenly came. Lin Moyu nodded, it's full. Xing Lao asked, how many days are there? 100,000,000,000. Hearing this number, Mr. Xing couldn't help but his voice trembled, 100 million high-level gods. What the heck, those races, together they can't even make up 100 million high-level gods. If there weren't those other shores and saints, these 100 million dragon knights alone would be enough to bulldoze all races. Suddenly, Xing Lao changed the topic, come on, let's try the strength of these guys, and see if they are just fake. Xing Lao raised his hand and pressed it lightly. The majestic power of rules swarmed out, forming a virtual arena. Then Xing Lao clicked a few times, and several runes flew out from his fingers and landed on the ring. The space on the arena was suddenly expanded. Although the arena seemed to be only a few dozen meters in diameter, its internal space was actually extremely huge. Xing Lao did all this in an understated manner, and the whole process was casual and natural, which made Lin Moyu amazed. In fact, Lin Moyu can do it now, but it cannot be done as lightly as Xing Lao. It takes a lot of effort. Xing Lao said softly, "Put the Dragon Knight in and let me try." Lin Moyu hummed and released a Death Dragon Knight into the ring. The Death Dragon Knight, who was over 100 meters tall, shrank sharply as soon as he rushed into the ring, occupying only a small area in the ring. Xing Lao said angrily, "Who are you looking down on? Put more light on it." Lin Moyu thought for a while, "I just want to try out a new technique, so I'll put a team in." Xing Lao hummed, "That's the best." Lin Moyu released 100,000 Death Dragon Knights. After these Death Dragon Knights rushed into the ring, they immediately occupied nearly half of the space. Then another Legion ruler was released, and all the 100,000 Death Dragon Knights were assigned to the Legion ruler. The Legion ruler's control ability was activated, and his aura began to increase sharply. Lin Moyu also took a look at the abilities of the Legion ruler and the Death Dragon Knight. Legion ruler. Level, 8th level God. Command unit, 104.4 million. Ability, control. Command, can control the undead army and form an independent army. 1. You can treat your own legion. 2. You can use the immortal flame to resurrect the legions you rule. 3. It can gather the power of the entire legion to deliver a fatal blow. The cooldown time is 1 minute. The Legion ruler's own defense power reaches the 8th level of the Divine Lord. Before the command is launched, the attack power is not strong. But once his commanding ability is activated and he brings together all the abilities of the Legion he commands, he himself is a genuine 8th level Divine Warrior. In addition, he can also heal the entire Legion, and can also control the immortal fire to resurrect his own Legion. Coupled with the undead souls and undead liches, the combat effectiveness of the entire Legion will be greatly enhanced. If he had spiritual wisdom again, he would be an extremely terrifying undead army. A fatal blow can even surpass his own level and fight beyond his level. The White Star Legion ruler's critical strike cooldown has been shortened to 1 minute, and his combat power is even more powerful than before. The attributes of the Death Dragon Knight are also displayed in Lin Moyu's mind. Death Dragon Knight. Level, 7th level of God. Ability 1, Dragon Breath, sprays dragon breath containing strong corrosiveness, causing huge damage to the enemy. Ability 2, Charge, you can charge against the target. The limit distance of charge is 1 million kilometers and the limit speed is 300,000 kilometers per second. From God King to God Lord, the improvement is huge. Although the Death Dragon Knight only retains the respective abilities of the 2 arms before the fusion. However, the effect has been greatly improved. The dragon's breath contains the law of immortality to a perfect degree, and it is the pure power of death. The power of death can corrode all things, and the power of dragon's breath is self-evident. The charge even reached the speed of light. As long as it has nothing to do with space, the speed of light is the fastest speed known in the big world. With a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second, their speed exceeds the realm of gods. If you are hunted down by them, it will be an unimaginable nightmare. The ruler of the Legion took 100,000 Death Dragon Knights to form a simple and complete undead army. Xing Lao chuckled, and a phantom appeared on the ring. Phantom is Xing Lao's clone. Judging from the aura, he has reached the 9th level of God. It seems that the 9th level God is 1 level higher than the Legion ruler and 2 levels higher than the Death Dragon Knight. If you can't completely crush them, everyone is a high-level God. There is a gap, but the gap is not that big. It's just 1 level or 2 short of that, but if you hit dozens or hundreds, it will be enough to reach the sky. Now it's a pair of 100,000, and it's hard to say whether the outcome will be better or worse. Xing Lao whispered, "You're welcome." He controlled his clone and took action directly. Countless starlights gathered above the clone's head and instantly turned into countless starlight arrows to hit the undead army. Lin Moyu also issued instructions simultaneously, and the Death Dragon Knight instantly launched a charge. They rushed to the front of Xing Lao's clone as if they were teleporting, and instantly surrounded Xing Lao's clone, dozens of layers inside and outside, completely blocked. The dragon's breath spurted out and swallowed up Xing Lao. Xing Lao's clone was shrouded in starlight, standing motionless in the dragon's breath, safe and sound. The starlight sharp arrows fell, and the Death Dragon Knights collapsed one after another. In an instant, at least thousands of Death Dragon Knights were killed by starlight arrows. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed. Starlight Law, Wei Lydian. The Starlight Law is a law in the second echelon. It is characterized by strong ability to continue fighting, but insufficient attack power. I didn't expect that it would be so powerful in old Xing's hands. Xing Lao squinted his eyes. The rules also depend on who uses them. Any law, even if it is from the third echelon, will not be less powerful as long as it is used properly. He was a little complacent. It's like the law of starlight. The advantage is that it has a strong ability to continue fighting, low consumption, and can fight for a long time. The disadvantage is that it is not powerful enough. If it can be integrated with a little bit of other laws, such as the laws of the metal system, it can be greatly improved. Power. As he spoke, his hands did not stop. Another large piece of starlight fell, and in less than 2 seconds, more than 3/4 of the undead army was damaged. Only then did Lin Moyu notice that there was indeed a hint of golden glow in the Starlight Law. This is not a simple law of starlight, but a compound law, which incorporates the law of the metal system into the Starlight Law. Xing Lao continued, in fact, other laws can be incorporated to achieve some special effects, such as... Before he finished speaking, he suddenly interrupted. I saw the Legion leader holding his sword high, and a ball of gray flame exploded from the tip of the sword. The Death Dragon Knights who died just now were resurrected in the flames. Xing Lao looked at Lin Moyu strangely. Can't this thing be killed? Lin Moyu shook his head. Of course not, it's just not easy to kill. It is indeed not easy to kill. The ruler of the Legion controls the immortal flame and has the ability to resurrect the Legion members. There are also undead spirits that can be reborn 6 times every 90 seconds. If the undead lich is summoned again, it can be resurrected once more. In other words, without a Legion ruler, I want to kill the Death Dragon Knight King. It needs to be killed 8 times in a row within 90 seconds, and the 8th time can really kill it. If you include the resurrection ability of the Legion leader, you don't know how many times you have to kill him. Lin Moyu can't even count. So Lin Moyu is telling the truth when he says it's not easy to kill. Xing Lao snorted. If there's anything difficult to kill, let's see how many times you can be resurrected. The law of starlight suddenly changed, and the starlight arrow turned into a fireball. The law of starlight enveloped the flames and engulfed the entire machine in an instant. The flames continued to cause damage to the Death Dragon Knight, instead of instantly killing it like before. Balls of white light rose from the Death Dragon Knight, and the Legion ruler began to treat the Death Dragon Knight. The flames burned fiercely, and the Legion ruler's treatment was very rapid. The two maintained a delicate balance. Xing Lao's expression changed again and he cursed, "Can this guy still heal injuries?" Lin Moyu hummed, "It does have certain healing abilities." "This is not a certain healing ability, it is almost unbelievable, okay?" In just a few seconds, Xing Lao already understood that it was impossible to kill the undead army by relying on continuous damage. If you want to destroy the undead army, you need an instant burst of power that can last continuously. He changed his playing style again, and Xing Lao's Starlight Law changed again. The law of starlight was wrapped in flames, and then a touch of water appeared. Water and fire collided, violent changes occurred, and exploded. Starlight exploded, and countless explosions occurred in Taichung. The Death Dragon Knights were blown to pieces, and tens of thousands of Death Dragon Knights were killed in an instant. The ruler of the legion raised his sword again, and the immortal flames flew out, resurrecting the Death Dragon Knight. Then he suddenly swung a knife towards Xing Lao's clone. A fatal blow. Gathering the power of 100,000 Death Dragon Knights, the space was chopped into pieces under this sword. Xing Lao's expression changed, and he wanted to escape from the siege, but found that there was nowhere to escape. The defense intertwined by the Starlight Law was torn into pieces, and the fatal blow broke the Starlight Law. The dragon's breath immediately touched Xing Lao's body, and bursts of light smoke came out from his body. Xing Lao's clone emits an earthy yellow light, and the light is like running water, flowing all over the body, expelling the dragon's breath from the doctor. A very strong attack, which has reached the 9th level of God. Outside the ring, Xing Lao commented. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "You are still the best." Xing Lao heard that Lin Moyu was slapping the knife, and snorted, "Watch it, the next step is the killer move." Starlight explosion. Xing Lao cloned his hands and made a loud noise. Countless starlights shot out from his hands, and the entire arena was shrouded in starlight, and then the starlight exploded. There are not only the laws of the metal system in the starlight, but also the laws of the water and fire systems. These two series of laws produced a second explosion, which increased the power of the spell. The explosion engulfed the entire arena and every corner of the space. The undead army completely collapsed in the explosion and fell one after another. The paid one, even the ruler of the legion, couldn't survive the explosion. After being blown up several times, he finally fell to the ground and died. Xing Lao chuckled and said, "You see, although there are many of you, if you meet a truly strong person, even if you are only a 9th level god, you will not be able to defeat him." His words stopped abruptly. The undead who had just been killed by the explosion were all resurrected, and they didn't even look injured at all. Lin Moyu said in an understatement, "They are not too strange." As he spoke, the newly resurrected legion ruler slashed at Xing Lao's clone again. The clone's defense was broken again. Xing Lao was a little confused for a while and quickly put up the defense again. Xing Lao frowned, "How many times can you be resurrected?" Lin Moyu thought for a while and said, 8 times. Xing Lao was speechless for 8 times. He had to use the same level of magic 8 times in a row. This is not a small spell. This large-scale spell consumes a lot of money. Xing Lao waved his hand, "I won't try it anymore, just let it be like this." Both sides stopped at the same time. Lin Moyu put away the undead army, and the arena disappeared. "Tried this one, it's almost the same." Lin Moyu already has a clear understanding of his undead army. Under the leadership of the legion ruler, each undead legion, composed of Death Dragon Knights, has the strength to stand up to the peak god. If there were 2 legions composed of Death Dragon Knights, they would be enough to kill the peak god. As long as the space is blocked, the peak god lord cannot escape the pursuit of the Death Dragon Knight. He will eventually be killed. Unless he has some special means, the probability of survival is not high. 1,000 such legions are enough to deal with 500 peak gods. It may not seem like much, but there are not many races that can produce 500 peak gods at once. If there were no existence in the other side, just 1,000 Death Dragon Knight legions would be enough to conquer any race. Not to mention. The summons of the skeleton god general continued, and it seemed that he had no intention of stopping. Their number has exceeded 200 million, but does not seem to have peaked. If the Death Dragon Knight increases by 10 times, the skeleton god general will also most likely increase by 10 times. Then the number of skeleton generals is very likely to reach an astonishing 500 million. If a 500 million level 6 skeleton god general activates, strong soldiers, again, the damage will be increased by 10 times the original level. The combat power of the skeleton god general may be 887 comparable to that of a high-level god. 500 million high-level gods, this is no longer a push, it is simply a crushing. Xing Lao had turned from shock to indifference at this moment. When you advance to the other side, if these summons can also reach the other side, then. Needless to say, by then the human race will be the overlord of the entire world, and there is no chance of that. Even if all other races were added together, it would be useless. Lin Moyu can push them all by himself. Lin Moyu nodded silently and remained silent. He thought to himself, maybe we don't have to go to the other side. Based on past experience, when he reaches the 5th or 6th level of the God Lord, he can fight against the ordinary other side. If he waits until he reaches the peak of the Divine Lord, he may be able to confront the Holy Lord head-on. The summoning continued for nearly a whole day and finally stopped. The number of skeleton god generals is also full, which has really increased by 10 times to 500 million. Xing Lao warned, before you have the ability to fight against the other side realm, you cannot reveal all your strength. Why, otherwise, all the other shores and saints from all races will destroy you at all costs. The rules that prohibit the holy lords of all races from taking action are bullshit in the face of the possibility of annihilation. Lin Moyu asked, but the other side and Xingzuan have to pay a big price, Deb, for taking action. Xing Lao laughed disdainfully, it's just some cause and effect. If something really happens, you can see if they will hold back and not take action. Come to think of it, Lin Moyu has never seen the Holy Eye. There must be a price, but the price is not unbearable. Lin Moyu nodded, thank you, Mr. Xing, for your advice. This junior will remember it. This is for you. Mr. Xing suddenly threw the law star he had been sitting on over. The law stars became smaller all the way, and when they fell into Lin Moyu's hands, they were only as big as a fist. From a law star, it became a law ball. If there is a saint who wants to kill you, just crush it and hide it to save your life. But if it's just the other side, then I won't show up. You're just asking for it. Xing Lao said with a smile. Don't worry, the ordinary other side realm can't kill me. Lin Moyu put away the law ball smoothly, which is a good thing to save his life. Lin Moyu is very aware of his own strength. If he wants to kill himself in the other side realm, it will be really difficult. Even if you can't defeat yourself, self-protection is basically no problem. If the Holy Lord wants to kill him, he is still in danger. With Xing Lao's law ball, he would have confidence when facing the Holy Lord. Compared with the tokens given by several saints, the law ball is much stronger. After finally getting in touch with an existence at the level of Xing Lao, Lin Moyu seized the opportunity and said, Xing Lao, I have some questions to ask you. Say it, you're welcome. In the Divine City Star territory, Tian Sayu and Colorful Galaxy have long since disappeared. But the discussion about them has been continuing, and in the past few days, the popularity has not diminished at all. But no one can tell clearly what this is. Some families have a long history, and many people have looked through ancient books and information, but the results are not very satisfactory. There are very few records in this regard. Until the end, Renhuang Network issued an announcement explaining the colorful rain and colorful galaxy. However, the announcement did not tell the truth. It only said that a powerful being had comprehended a new technique and accidentally caused a strange phenomenon. There was no need to panic. In fact, there is no panic at all among the human race. Bathed in the colorful rain, many people have gained something. Some people have broken through the realm, and some people's injuries have been healed. Overall, this vision was a good thing, and I wish it could come again more often, so the wind direction in Renhuang Network changed again. Countless people express their opinions on the Human Emperor Network. Since it is such a good vision, let's come more often. I have broken through a realm this time. If I come a few more times, I can break through a few more times. You are really crazy. How can cultivation be so easy? That's right, I haven't made a breakthrough, so why can you make a breakthrough? How can it be possible to use this kind of magic that can affect the entire Divine City star field at will? I guess this technique is also an accident. It may need to be combined with some formations to achieve it. It is estimated that even the peak gods will not be able to use it. Didn't the announcement say that it is a powerful being, definitely stronger than the god? Anyway, it's always a good thing to have more colorful rains like this. The higher my realm is, the more powerful I will be in killing foreigners. That's it, go to the battlefield and kill all those guys. There are divergent opinions on the human emperor network and it is extremely lively. In the Divine City, several saints gathered together. Tian Xingzuan said with a smile, "This announcement seems to be believed." Saint Hao said, "Regarding the colorful rain, we also learned about it occasionally from ancient ruins. No matter whether it is the human emperor network or various aristocratic families, there is no information. So they have to believe it even if they don't believe it." The killing saint said in a deep voice, "I really don't know how strong Lin Xiaoyu will be after the breakthrough. I guess he will be ranked high among the gods." Saint Hao shook his head, "I'm afraid he is already invincible. Before the breakthrough, Lin Xiaoyu was able to compete head-on with the other side. After the breakthrough, he will only be stronger." Several saints deeply believed in his words. Lin Moyu's performance is so outstanding that it has completely exceeded ordinary people's imagination. Tian Xingzuan was in a very good mood at the moment. Through this colorful rain, all fellow Taoists should see the situation in the human emperor's network. Our human race still maintains its vitality. The most important thing is that they have never let go of their hatred for foreign races. These younger generations remember the blood feud 100,000 years ago very clearly. As long as our human race's vitality and memory are still there, it will only be a matter of time before the alien races are wiped out. Saint Killer sneered, "One day, they will taste the fear of being supported by the human race again." Holy Lord Hao shook his head, "No more domination." This sentence is an understatement, but it is chilling. No longer dominating, not forgetting the blood feud, but paying back all blood feuds and completely annihilating those races. All hatreds are remembered by the human race, and they never dare to forget them from generation to generation. Note: information about the magic of the divine realm and the undead army is placed in the work-related section. Lin Moyu was driven back to the Divine City by Xing Lao. Originally, he still had some questions that he wanted to ask Mr. Xing, but after asking a few questions, Mr. Xing became impatient. I remember that Xing Lao looked a little weird at that time, and his original words were, "You are awesome, you are awesome." With that said, he drove him back to the Divine City. Lin Moyu was a little puzzled as to why he suddenly changed his face. "I remember I was asking for advice about runes. I wanted to strengthen the golden armor runes, and we will expand the scale a little more and improve Xiaojing's capabilities. By the way, it's Xiaojing." Lin Moyu remembered that after he summoned Xiaojing, Xing Lao's expression changed. Then he kicked himself out the next moment, without even saying the reason. Lin Moyu was completely confused. He identified the direction and flew towards the central temple of the Divine City. Suddenly, a breath rose from the distance, and Lin Moyu's whole body trembled. 867th Sister. He sensed Lin Mohan's breath. Ever since I met Lin Mohan before the 4-star region competition, Lin Mohan was promoted to God, and I haven't seen him again since then. Unexpectedly, Lin Mohan came to the Divine City. Lin Moyu didn't even think about it and flew directly towards the area where Lin Mohan was. The Divine City is extremely huge, comparable to a galaxy. Lin Moyu is now a god, and can reach a speed of 200,000 kilometers per second without unfolding the wings of the undead. This speed is the same as other gods, and the light speed lich has lost its effect. If you unfold the wings of the undead, there is no upper limit to your speed. Lin Moyu quickly approached his sister. Lin Mohan's aura became clearer and clearer, and the sky became more and more starry. The realm of sister. At least, for a high-level god, my sister's cultivation speed is so fast. Lin Moyu was slightly shocked. He never expected that Lin Mohan's cultivation speed would be so fast. But it's normal to think about it. Lin Mohan's cultivation speed has always been faster than his own. Regardless of his combat power, there will always be a gap between him and Lin Mohan in terms of cultivation speed. There is no jealousy between the two siblings. The faster Lin Mohan can practice, the better. I hope Lin Mohan can become a saint. He knew very well that the reverse was also true. From a distance, Lin Moyu saw Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan was sitting in the center of a formation, and the formation continued to operate, protecting Lin Mohan. Above Lin Mohan's head, two sharp swords were flying like dragons and phoenixes, constantly making sword sounds. The sword is not an entity, but a law. On the two sharp swords, there are rivers of laws flowing on each side. These two laws seem a bit strange. The law galaxy of sharp swords on the left seems to contain countless sharp swords. Every drop of water splashed is turned into interest. Every huge wave set off is also a sharp sword. There are countless swords, big and small, all very sharp. Just looking at it makes your skin hurt. The sword flowing in the law seems to expound the principles of swordsmanship, which is very charming. Is this the law of Kendo? Lin Moyu finally understood that this law belongs to the law of swordsmanship. Among the hundreds of ancient runes derived from the runes of the Great World, one of them is the law of swordsmanship. It's just that he doesn't know the level of this law, whether it is the first echelon or the second echelon. However, judging from the situation shown by the law, it should belong to the first echelon. The Human Emperor Network has no record of the laws of swordsmanship, and no one understands them. If you hadn't seen the Great World runes yourself, you might not be able to discern this law. As for the sharp sword on the right, the law galaxy in it is equally strange. Every drop of water seemed to be extremely heavy. It looked like just water droplets, but when it fell, it was like a meteor hitting the ground. There are no huge waves here. The law galaxy here is too heavy to cause huge waves. Lin Moyu recalled the hundreds of rules derived from the runes of the big world, and once they corresponded to them, he finally found the corresponding rules. Law of power. This is a law of physics. There are not many physical laws, and the level is not very high. The law of power ranks in the second echelon, but in the law promotion system, the law of power is the ceiling of physical laws. How powerful it is depends mainly on the user. If a weak person uses the law of power, then naturally the power of the law of power will not be brought out. If a person with extremely strong physical strength, such as Lin Moyu, uses the law of power, he will get twice the result with half the effort and can exert the law of power to amazing effects. After Xing Lao's teachings, Lin Moyu understood the importance of the integration of laws. If the law of swordsmanship and the law of power are merged together, with the sharpness of the sword and the huge power of the law of power, its destructive power will be astonishing. Lin Moyu looked at Lin Mohan, who was in a state of cultivation. He didn't get close, but just watched from a distance. At this moment, his eyes flashed, and a middle-aged woman wearing smart clothes appeared in front of her. Her sharp eyebrows and starry eyes cannot be said to be very beautiful, but her whole body exudes a sharp aura. She felt like an unsheathed sword to Lin Moyu, a sword that could cut through the world. This is a saint. Lin Moyu was shocked and immediately knew the identity of the other party. Lin Moyu saluted slowly. Junior has seen the Sword Saint. Sword Saint, one of the 6 saints of the human race. War Saint, Wu Saint, Killer Saint, Tian Saint, Fu Saint, and Sword Saint. Lin Moyu has met all 6 saints. The Sword Saint is the only woman among the 6 saints. She is not very beautiful, but the peculiar temperament exuding from her body is unforgettable. The Sword Master looked Lin Moyu up and down. Your name is Lin Moyu, what is your relationship with Lin Mohan? Lin Moyu replied, we are siblings. The Sword Master hummed, without any expression. Her tone was like hers, without any emotion at all. Lin Mohan is still practicing, what can I do for you? Lin Moyu said, I haven't seen my sister for many years. I didn't expect her to be in the city of God, so I came here. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Sword Saint. Now that I have seen her, she is fine. I will protect her. Nothing will happen to her. You can leave. The corner of Lin Moyu's mouth twitched a few times. This Sword Master's emotional intelligence is a bit low, and he is so unreasonable. Completely different from other saints. Each saint has his own character. The higher the realm, the more obvious the character. It's just that the character of this Sword Master is too obvious. Lin Moyu really wanted to say, it's none of your business if I meet my sister. However, the Sword Master did not give him a chance to speak. you don't have to wait any longer, Lin Mohan still has to practice for a while. And since you are here, your breath will affect her. You are siblings, and there will be a connection between your bloods. 5.2 And after she finishes practicing, I will take her to another place, so you won't have time to get together. The Sword Saint's words were sharper than the sword, making Lin Moyu speechless. Everything he wanted to say was cut off and stuffed back. Lin Moyu suppressed his unhappiness and asked, "Where are you taking your sister?" The sword master said, "Go and practice. Lin Mohan is a rare swordsman genius, this talent cannot be wasted." Lin Moyu probably understood that he dared to love this sword master and wanted to accept Lin Mohan as his disciple. Lin Moyu asked, "Have you ever asked her if she is willing?" The sword saint was not polite at all. "No need to ask, I have the final say." What the hell? Lin Moyu felt that he was justified and couldn't explain clearly. The sword master whispered, "Please leave and don't disturb Lin Mohan here, otherwise I will have to drive you away." Lin Moyu's face was slightly cold at this moment, with fighting spirit rising in his eyes. The sword saint's eyes instantly became dangerous and sharp. Her sense of fighting spirit was extremely keen, and she felt Lin Moyu's hostility in an instant. "You want to fight me?" The sword saint's voice was deep, and there was a faint sound of swords coming from the sky and the earth. Lin Moyu said nothing, just looking at the sword saint. If he fights with the holy master, although he will lose, it will also give the sword master a headache. None of the 500 million skeleton god generals, the thousands of undead dragon knight legions, and the skeleton king are vegetarians. The sword saint's sword spirit was also rising. "No one has dared to attack me for a long time." Lin Moyu glanced at the sky and said, "Go outside the city and fight." The sword saint said with a hint of disdain, "You think you can hurt the city of God? The divine city may be very strong, but if there is a fight, part of it may be destroyed." Suddenly, several streaks of light shot out quickly, arriving in front of the two of them in the blink of an eye. Tian Xingzuan, Wu Xingzuan, and Sha Xingzuan appeared at the same time. The three of them stood side by side, like a wall, blocking Lin Moyu and Sword Master. Tian Xingzuan said in a low voice, "What's going on?" The sword saint put away his sword and said, "This little guy wants to fight me." Facing Tian Xingzuan, sword saint's tone softened slightly, but only a little. Tian Xingzuan looked at Lin Moyu with eyes 23, asking what happened. Lord Killer gave a thumbs up, "Well done. If you dare to challenge this bitch, you can count on me buying one level." The sword master raised his sword eyebrows and said, "Old Shah, are you itchy?" Saint Killer laughed and said, "So what if I'm itchy? You can't hit me anyway. I can't afford to offend you, but I can hide." The Sha Xingzuan was so thick-skinned that Lin Moyu sometimes really doubted whether this guy was the Holy Lord. How could any saint be so shameless? Saint Hao said, "I think there must be a misunderstanding." Lin Moyu said, "I just want to see my sister." The sword saint immediately said, "I told you that the blood between you will disturb her." Lin Moyu whispered, "I can leave, but after my sister finishes her practice, I need to come over and see her. If she is unwilling to go with you, you can't take her away." The sword saint sneered, "You are a little god, it is your turn to make the decision in this matter." Lin Moyu shows no signs of weakness, "You can try it." As soon as Tian Xingzuan heard this, he roughly knew what was going on. "That's enough." He looked at Lin Moyu, "I promise you this. If Lin Mohan doesn't want to go with her, I guarantee that she can't take Lin Mohan away." The sword saint's face instantly turned gloomy, and he stared at the heavenly saint with sword-like eyes. "Are you going to treat the kid?" Tian Xingzuan showed no sign of weakness. "She is Lin Moyu's sister, and you are not qualified to make decisions for others. 17. Although you are a holy lord must also follow the rules. In the past, most things were up to you, but not this time." Tian Xingzuan made his position clear directly, and he sided with Lin Moyu. Wu Xingzuan said in a low voice, "Tian Xingzuan is right, you really can't be so willful this time." The Saint Killer chuckled and said, "Have you heard what we mean?" The sword saint's eyes flickered. Although she had low emotional intelligence and spoke mercilessly, she was not an idiot. In fact, it is impossible for an idiot to cultivate to become a saint. She has already seen some clues about the current situation. This deity named Lin Moyu is not simple, otherwise the three saints would not be able to support him. And besides being arrogant and ignorant, there may be other reasons why he dared to challenge himself. The sword saint looked towards the sky. Follow me, we'll talk alone. Tian Xingzuan nodded, okay. With that said, the two of them took off into the sky together and disappeared. Saint Hao smiled and said, it's okay, let Saint Heaven persuade her. Lord Sha laughed and said, actually, that girl has already given in. She just couldn't lose face, so she wanted to have a private chat with Lord Tian. Actually, she just found a way to get off the stairs. Remember, don't ask what the Holy Lord Tian said to her. After all, she is the Holy Lord. Give her some face. Lin Moyu hummed, I understand. The killing saint looked Lin Moyu up and down, you have become a god, and your strength has become stronger. By the way, can you beat the saint? Lin Moyu shook his head and said very bachelorly, I can't beat him. Saint Killer was stunned and yelled, if you can't beat her, don't you dare to fight her? Lin Moyu looked indifferent, she doesn't dare to do anything to me. Ah? Saint Sha didn't believe it, this bitch started to take action, but her relatives won't recognize her. Once Sha goes crazy, even his own father would dare to kill him, do you believe it? Lin Moyu said, she wants to accept my sister as her disciple, so she doesn't dare to touch me. Saint Hao laughed and said, that's true. She really doesn't dare to touch you. Lin Mohan is practicing here these days, and Sword Saint has been here to protect the law. She really values Lin Mohan and wants Lin Mohan to become her successor. She even lowered her face and went to see Lord Gladiolus herself and got his consent. Lin Moyu said, I understand, but no matter what, it must be approved by my sister. If my sister doesn't agree, even if she is a saint, it won't work. Saint Hao can see Lin Moyu's determination from Lin Moyu's attitude. Although the two siblings spend less time together and more apart, their relationship is very deep. Although they are far apart, their feelings for each other have not weakened at all. Perhaps only by maintaining this kind of emotion can there be cause and effect between each other, and the blood resonance can be maintained. Bloodline resonance is a very magical phenomenon. If the relationship between two siblings weakens, the bloodline resonance will also disappear. After a while, Saint Yin and Saint Sword returned. The Sword Saint said nothing, glanced at Lin Moyu and turned away. Tian Xingzuan smiled and said, okay, I have made an agreement with her. When your sister finishes her training, I will respect her opinion and will not force her. Lin Moyu is still very relieved about Tian Xingzuan, thank you, senior. Tian Xingzuan continued, but Sword Saint Zun is right, your presence here will indeed affect Lin Mohan's practice, and there will be a feeling between you two siblings. So, it's better for you to leave. 733 Lin Mohan is now a high-level deity. It seems that she is about to go to the 8th level. It's best not to disturb her. Lin Moyu also understood this truth and glanced at Lin Mohan again. He found that when he looked at Lin Mohan's eyelids would beat weakly, as if he was sensing something. Lin Moyu withdrew his gaze and said, let's go. The relationship between the two siblings is very deep. Now they have their own affairs. They will spend a lot of time together in the future, so there is no rush. With some reluctance, Lin Moyu left without saying a word and followed Tian Xingzuan and others back to the central temple. Sit down. Several saints took their seats, and Lin Moyu also sat down where he had previously sat. Lin Moyu found that Fu Xingzuan was no longer here, so he asked, and Fu Xingzuan went to study the Fu array. It is very difficult for him to draw a talisman array that can distinguish the soul devourers, but it is not impossible. Lin Moyu first asked about the Soul Eater clan. In the few days since his breakthrough, the human race cannot sit idle and must take action. As he thought, the human race had indeed begun to investigate. The Human Emperor Network is an overall command, and the efficiency of the human race is extremely high. Tian Xingzuan pointed his finger, and a star map suddenly opened. The star map is the star map of the entire human star field, and also includes the 4 major battlefields. Lin Moyu saw a hazy dotted line surrounding the entire human star field. And the closer you get to the human divine city, the clearer the dotted line becomes. The dotted lines in the star map represent the scope covered by the human emperor's network. Lin Moyu immediately cheered up. He knew how valuable this star map was. The human emperor network can be said to be the most important core of the human race at present. It monitors every corner of the human race. It also shoulders the mission of training humans, which is extremely important. Everyone knows that the human emperor network covers the entire human star field, but they don't know the true coverage. It is not clear where it is strong, where it is weak, and whether there are loopholes. This star map completely shows the coverage of the human emperor network without missing a beat. Among the 4 battlefields outside the human star field, there is a very small area shrouded by dotted lines. The dotted line is very light, indicating that the power of the Renhuang network here is not strong. This is indeed the case. Lin Moyu has experienced the power of the human emperor network on the battlefield, and it is indeed not very powerful. Then came the 4 major star regions, and the power of the human emperor network gradually strengthened. The closer to the divine city, the stronger the human emperor network became. Tian Xingzhen said, "We have temporarily closed the exits of the human star field, including the battlefield, and everyone is only allowed to enter but not to leave. 21. Everyone who comes back must take the Great World Oath. This is not very safe, but it is the only way at the moment. The production of true test pills has not kept up yet. We are already deploying more manpower and the production is increasing exponentially. In a while, the production of truth testing pills will reach 1 million per day. According to the plan, after 1 year, the production of true testing pills should reach 100 million pills per day, and this is not the upper limit and can continue to increase. Once the behemoth of the human race starts to move and do something with all its strength, it is quite terrifying. Just looking at how many alchemists there are in the Divine City Star territory, regardless of whether they are excellent or ordinary, it is absolutely an astronomical number. We are going all out to refine the truth-testing elixir, but what we really have to worry about is whether the materials can keep up. Since Tian Xingzhen's words are conclusive, there will definitely not be a problem with the materials. The truth-testing pills currently in our possession have been distributed to some of the gods in the Divine City Star region. Lin Moyu heard the faint change in Tian Xingzhen's tone. How many have been found? Tian Xingzhen sighed. Currently, 8 have been discovered in the Divine City Star territory. 8, which is a lot, but judging from the population base of the human race, it doesn't seem to be that many. Tian Xingzhen continued, among the 8 people, 2 are actually high-level gods, and they are also the patriarchs of a certain family. 8 people come from 8 different families. Lin Moyu made an estimate and said, this ratio is quite normal. After all, the soul devourers have been dormant for 100,000 years. It would be abnormal if they failed to penetrate. As long as it's not there in the other side, it's not a problem, and as the investigation continues to deepen, there will definitely be more. I guess there won't be too many soul devourers in the Divine City. The 4 major star regions and battlefields are the hardest hit areas. Tian Xingzhen looked serious. Your guess is very similar to the analysis of Human Emperor Network. In the City of God, the Human Emperor Network is powerful enough. As soon as these people were discovered, they were controlled by the Human Emperor Network and did not cause any major harm. Furthermore, the Human Emperor Network has also conducted all-round surveillance on their family to prevent any trouble. But in the future, when it comes to the 4 major star regions and the 4 battlefields, it may be troublesome. The Human Emperor Network cannot fully control them. Once they are discovered, they may cause huge damage. You have to know that if a god goes crazy, he can destroy several galaxies. This is the problem we are currently facing. First of all, the production of truth-testing pills is increasing, and at the same time, more and more people will receive the truth-testing pills. Once the investigation of the Divine City Star territory is completed, it will spread to the 4 star territory. At that time, the control of the human emperor network will be reduced, and the heart eaters who are discovered will most likely go crazy and cause a lot of disasters. Not to mention the God King. Even if the God King goes crazy and self-destructs, he can blow up a planet. Everyone on the planet will be buried together. The solution is actually very simple, that is, to slow down the investigation speed and send the great star god to follow. However, this will create new problems. There are too many humans. Once the investigation speed is reduced, the time spent will increase significantly. Human Emperor Network has calculated that under ideal conditions, it would take the human race 10 to 15 years to complete the investigation. If the investigation is slowed down, it may take 50 years or even 100 years. The extended timeline has an impact on race in all aspects, and the cost is not small. Lin Moyu thought for a while. In the final analysis, we still lack people. If there are enough gods, we can completely solve this problem. Tian Xingzuan said, yes, in the final analysis, there is a shortage of manpower, especially the number of high-level gods is seriously insufficient. Lin Moyu asked, where are the gods of Guowan and War Temple? Can't they move? Tian Xingzuan shook his head, they have their own affairs. In fact, even if they are included, it may not be enough. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, can you look at this? With a thought in his heart, the Sun Death Dragon Knight appeared in front of the Palace Master. The Death Dragon Knight exudes the aura of a high-level god and looks ferocious and powerful. Both the Skeleton Dragon and the Death Knight above are scary enough. But the whole body exudes a holy white light, giving people a sense of sanctity. The combination of the two feelings is very strange. Wu Xingzuan looked at the Death Dragon Knight, do you mean to replace the god with him? Lin Moyu said, of course it is not a complete replacement. I believe that our human race has enough gods, but the strength is uneven, and some low-level gods are not enough to control the scene. The Death Dragon Knight has the combat power of a high-level god. I will temporarily give you command authority. If you need anything, let him take action. Don't worry, he is very obedient. If you ask him to point east, he will definitely not go west. Tian Xingzuan thought about this possibility, his eyes gradually glowed, it seems feasible. How many such Death Dragon Knights are there? They knew that Lin Moyu had many summons, but they didn't know how many. Lin Moyu stretched out a finger. The Killing Saint made a strange cry on the spot, 1 million? Saint Hao rolled his eyes at him, it's not like you haven't seen Xiao Yulin summon before. It should be 10 million. Tian Xingzuan's eyes were filled with joy, if it's 10 million, that's almost enough. After all, those deities who have been confirmed to be fine after investigation, Nord Zhao, can become our people. Even if we reach the God King stage, we don't need to slow down the investigation speed too much. Lin Moyu shook his head, it's not 10 million, it's 100 million. Pedal. Several saints stood up at the same time, their expressions of shock could not be concealed. 100 million, equivalent to the summons of a high-level god, there are actually 100 million. The human race is so large in number that they cannot produce 100 million high-level gods. Not to mention that even 100 million high-level gods cannot be produced. The corners of Saint Killer's mouth twitched, with so many high-level gods, if other races knew about them, they would probably be frightened out of their wits. Saint Hao's expression was also a little unnatural, several powerful clans together may not be able to produce so many gods. Tian Xingzuan's eyes boiled with murderous intent, it seems like we only lack top-notch combat experience. Saint Hao sighed, now it seems that we are holding ourselves back. Several people understood this and laughed bitterly, with the presence of Lin Moyu, the backbone is enough. As long as a few of their saints and the other shore realm can work harder, they can now overwhelm all races. But no, there aren't enough of them. There are 6 saints in the human race, nearly 100 other shores. Looks like a lot more than any one race. But if all the major races were added together, they would still exceed the human race by a lot. Unless the human race also seeks cooperation with other races, just like this time it wiped out the Buddha race. But there are differences between the two. This time, Together with the Starry Sky Fishman clan to destroy the Buddha clan, both parties have their own interests and can gain a lot from it. If there is a war with other races, it may not be beneficial. In all likelihood, the Starry Skyfish people will not agree. So what if we win? How many people will die for the entire race and how much will it cost? There is a gap in strength between them and the human race. What if the human race turns around and attacks them afterwards? In addition to cruelty, interethnic battles also have many factors and are very complicated. Moreover, the human race now also needs to prevent other races from joining together and taking action against themselves. After all, everyone is afraid that they will be the next Buddha. Coupled with the hatred of previous generations, it is not impossible to join forces. As a result, the human race will face the siege of a large number of races. However, the human race has an agreement with the Starry Skyfish human race. If other races join forces to attack the human race, they will help. Fortunately, the appearance of the Soul Devourers disrupted their rhythm, making it impossible for them to form a coalition for the time being. If the internal worries are not eliminated, how can we talk about the alliance? The various races do not have the human emperor's network, so the efficiency of investigating the spirit-eating tribe is bound to be inferior to that of the human race. It would be impossible to complete the investigation within a few decades. These few decades have been enough for the human race to do a lot of things. Several saints have clear minds. In addition to preparing as planned, they also have another possibility, which is to wait for Lin Moyu to grow up. As long as Lin Moyu can maintain his previous growth rate and his summons can also grow together, it will not be difficult for the human race to unify the world. And the growth of Lin Moyu can also promote the growth of Lin Mohan. The blood of the two resonates, killing two birds with one stone. After some deliberation, this matter was finally handed over to Renhuang Network for unified command. No one is more suitable to do this than Renhuang Network. Lin Moyu summoned all the Death Dragon Knights and gave them instructions, and all actions must be obeyed. The Death Dragon Knight has no intelligence and no initiative of his own. But they can understand human speech, and after Lin Moyu gives an order, they can act according to the order. Each Death Dragon Knight will be accompanied by a human cultivator to act together. The Human Emperor Network issues instructions to the human cultivators, who then issue instructions to the Death Dragon Knight. After some running in, I found that there was no problem with the cooperation between them. Just 2 days later, the entire action plan was officially launched. The City of God became busy. People kept coming to the city and then leaving with the Death Dragon Knight. Most of the people who came were deities, and they were all deities who had been checked and determined to have no problems. It was like a big net, starting from the Divine City as the center, and began to spread towards the entire human race. This operation seems slow at first, but will become faster and faster as time goes by. According to the calculations of Renhuang Network, 95% of the investigation can be completed in about 10 years. The remaining 5% are those humans who are still outside the territory. When they come back, they will check and make sure there is nothing wrong before they can return to the human race. From the beginning of the investigation, everyone has been prohibited from leaving the human star field. If anyone wants to leave now, they must not be from the spirit-devouring clan. They can be killed on the spot, leaving no room for Shang-Xing. This time, the saints gave an ironclad order, and no one could disobey it. Under the order of no entry or exit, the human race's power on the battlefield also began to shrink, cooperating with this large-scale investigation. Not just the human race, but all races were doing similar things, and the world became quiet for a while. Each race is extremely busy within itself. The Death Dragon Knights have all been requisitioned, and Lin Moyu has no plans to go to the secret realm for the time being. He also has something to do. He wants to upgrade the Golden Armor Talisman to make it have stronger defense. The Golden Armor Talisman is not the product of Lin Moyu's whim. Lin Moyu has a long-term plan for the Golden Armor Talisman. As your realm increases, the level of runes becomes stronger and stronger, and you can continuously upgrade the Golden Armor runes. Moreover, what I thought was that the method of automatically manufacturing runes in batches using runic arrays was also the most suitable method for me. When the realm was improved this time, I took advantage of the sublimation of the magic to observe the runes of the big world and gained a lot of insights. Enlightenment is just an understanding, and it needs to be practiced before it can be transformed into results. In addition to improving the runes, he also needs to understand new laws. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu planned to understand the laws of space and time together. Xinglao's method of fusion law inspired Lin Moyu. It seems that various laws can be integrated with each other to form a more powerful force zone. Moreover, I also have this little guy named Infinite Fusion, which gives me a unique advantage in terms of fusion rules. If you don't make good use of this advantage, it would be too wasteful. Lin Moyu asked for a practice room and sat there alone without being disturbed by anyone. Apart from Lin Moyu's own heartbeat and the sound of blood flowing, there was no other sound in the training room. Lin Moyu thought about his cultivation path, and it seemed that he was busy most of the time. This is true whether it is a small world or a big world, from the human star field to the battlefield to the divine city star field. I wanted to take a good rest several times, but I didn't rest for 2 days before something happened again. Lin Moyu's eyes showed a self-deprecating smile. It seems that I really work hard. In the self-mockery, his consciousness flew far away, entered the Human Emperor Network, and came to the Master Association. The Talisman Masters Association Pagoda stands in the Human Emperor's Network. It seems real and illusory, making it difficult to distinguish. Renhuang Network has built a strange world where it is difficult to distinguish between true and false. This power alone is enough to be amazing. Compared to the world of supreme rules, the virtual world built by the Human Emperor Network is many times stronger. Lin Moyu went directly to the 5th floor of the Talisman Master Association Pagoda, and suddenly realized, promoted to the 6th level Talisman Master. After testing, you meet the promotion requirements, and the certification will now be started for you. Lin Moyu immediately received a response from Renhuang Network, and then his eyes flashed and he entered an independent space. The familiar assessment room was filled with emptiness. The requirements for the 6th level Talisman Master certification are to draw 100 advanced runes within the specified time. The total time limit is 60,000 seconds, and the certification begins now. A huge countdown appeared in front of me, with a number displayed on it. 60,000, 59999, 59998. As the reminder tone falls, the countdown begins. Lin Moyu started drawing the runes calmly. His speed at drawing runes was astonishing, far exceeding the assessment requirements. Lin Moyu's fingers transformed into countless afterimages. Using his fingers as pen and his soul as ink, a rune was quickly generated. In just 5 seconds, a high-level rune flew out from his fingertips. The assessment requirement is 600 seconds for one rune, and Lin Moyu only took 5 seconds. The gap between them is really huge. If a 6th level Talisman Master were to observe this, he would definitely be ashamed of himself. High-level runes flew out from the fingertips one by one, staying and shining in the void. Lin Moyu didn't wait for the Human Emperor Network to verify the runes. He had full confidence in his own rune-drawing techniques. It's just high-level runes, so there's no possibility of making mistakes. The countdown continues, and there are more and more runes in the void. Different runes flash with different colors, illuminating the entire void beautifully. Finally, after the 100th rune flew out, Lin Moyu stopped. When the Renhuang Network verification was completed, the countdown was fixed at 59,500. 100 high-level runes take 500 seconds, no more than 1 second, no less than 1 second. The Human Emperor Network quickly transmitted the information. Certification is over. I'm glad you passed the certification successfully. Congratulations, you have become a 6th level Talisman Master. After testing, your speed has exceeded the highest record of level 6 Talisman Master certification in history, and you will receive additional rewards. Would you like to challenge a higher record? If successful, the additional reward will be doubled. There seems to have been similar information during the 5th level Talisman Master certification. If I remember correctly, I was rewarded with 1,000 points of Divine City merit, as well as access to the 6th level Talisman Master's information. If the challenge is successful this time, it is estimated that the rewards for the Divine City's merits will be more, and there may also be permission to view the information of the ranked Talisman Master. The attraction of the Divine City's meritorious service to Lin Moyu is far less attractive than the 7th level Talisman Master's information. The 7th level Talisman Master information is also the purpose of Lin Moyu's trip. In this case, there is no reason for him not to challenge. Challenge. With a sudden thought, I decided to challenge. The countdown in the void turned into a countdown, and at the same time, Lin Moyu prepared to challenge the scene recorded by the 6th level Talisman Master, and began to broadcast live to all Talisman Masters. No matter where the Talisman Master is, as long as he is in the area covered by the Human Emperor Network, he can directly watch this challenge. In an instant, countless Talisman Masters rushed in. It's Lin Moyu again. I remember that he was the one who challenged me last time. He was promoted to the 6th level Talisman Master. His speed was too fast. It's nothing. With his attainments in runes, he has already reached the level of a 6th level rune master. It's just that he didn't have enough merit in the city at that time, so he couldn't upgrade. There is no doubt about Master Lin's ability. His ability is not as good as that of a 6th level Talisman Master, even those high-level Talisman Masters. Indeed, a high-level rune in 3 seconds. How many high-level Sign Masters can do it? This is Master Lin. Last time he entered the state of enlightenment, I gained a lot from it. Countless people came in to watch Lin Moyu's challenge. Not only the middle and low-level Talisman Masters, but also many high-level Talisman Masters were attracted by this news. High-level Talisman Masters connected to the Human Emperor Network and came in to watch Lin Moyu's challenge. Fu Xingzuan, as the president of the Fu Master Association, naturally received the news. If someone else challenged him, he might take a look. When he learned that it was Lin Moyu's challenge, he immediately put down his research and came to watch. He knew very well that his promotion to the Holy Lord was partly due to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's talent in runes is breathtaking. Watching his challenge, maybe you will gain something again. Lin Moyu doesn't know how many people are watching his challenge, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After the challenge was issued, after waiting for a full 5 minutes, new changes appeared in the Void group. All the previously drawn runes disappeared, and the Void regained its depth. The countdown also changed accordingly and became 6,000 seconds. In other words, the time for each challenge is 10 minutes. Immediately afterwards, Lin Moyu received a reminder from Renhuang Network. Level 6 Talisman Master, Rune Drawing Challenge. The rules are as follows: within 6,000 seconds, draw as many high-level runes as possible, and the runes are allowed to be repeated. The final result will be determined by the Rune Pope. The higher the score, the richer the additional rewards. Now, the challenge begins. The countdown suddenly started to beat, from 6000 to 5999. Lin Moyu reacted very quickly. As soon as the countdown started beating, he started drawing the runes. The fingers danced in the void like phantoms, the speed was too fast, leaving a lot of afterimages. The soul power flows out from the fingertips, turns into ink, and is drawn into high-level writing. Each high-level rune contains its unique ability, which is very complex. But in the hands of Lin Moyu, the drawing was completed in just 3 seconds, which was 2 seconds faster than when he was serious. Then, several more runes flew out, again in 3 seconds. Lin Moyu's performance fell into the eyes of viewers, and there were different reactions. Some people were excited and cheered for Lin Moyu. But some people feel that Lin Moyu has reached the end of his life, and even show a trace of disdain. After all, in the previous challenge, Lin Moyu's speed was 1 every 3 seconds, which did not get faster. In other words, Lin Moyu has not improved during this period, which is disappointing. It's a pity that there has been no progress for so long. It seems that he has reached his limit. Isn't 1 in 3 seconds fast enough? These are advanced runes. I can't draw one in 10 minutes. Everyone has different requirements. For a genius like Lin Moyu, 3 seconds is not considered fast. He is not fast at all. At least he is invincible among the 6th-level talisman masters. Those who are faster than him are the high-level talisman masters, but the speed is limited, at most it is only a few tenths of a second. I remember that the current record is 1 and 2 seconds. Yes, that is the record set by my ancestor. It turns out he is a descendant of the Su family. I am disrespectful and disrespectful. May I ask what level of talisman master the ancestor of the Su family was when he set the record? The ancestor was at the peak of the divine realm and a 9th-level talisman master at that time. No wonder. The Su family member suddenly realized that he had made a mistake. He actually talked about his ancestor's achievements when he was at the peak of the gods and a 9th-level talisman master. In this way, it will naturally not be accepted by others. What level is Lin Moyu in? He is only a 6th-level talisman master. It is unprecedented for anyone to be able to achieve this level. Lin Moyu draws the runes wholeheartedly and tirelessly. His speed became faster and faster, gradually exceeding 3 seconds and reaching 2.9 seconds. Then it accelerated a bit, reaching 2.8 seconds. The speed is still a bit slow, there was no improvement last time. Without improvement in realm, 2.8 seconds is already the limit and cannot be improved any further. If you want to continue to improve, you can only try this method. Lin Moyu also knew that he had entered a bottleneck. Compared with the improvement of realm, the improvement of rune drawing speed is much slower. But Lin Moyu also thought of a way to deal with it. After drawing a rune, his right hand suddenly stopped. Then he slowly raised his left hand. The changes in Lin Moyu's movements attracted everyone's attention. Why did he stop suddenly? Are you no longer planning to challenge? Are you giving up? Don't give up, he has already succeeded in the challenge, it's just a matter of good or bad results. I guess Renhuang Network must have told him that the better the results, the greater the rewards. That's normal. I'm asking why he stopped suddenly. He didn't stop, but he was thinking of other ways. You can see that his left hand has also been raised. Lin Moyu's eyes became sharp in an instant, and his hands started to dance together. Both hands draw runes at the same time, and they draw different runes. Everyone was stunned. Someone exclaimed, "It's like doing 2 things at once," which is embarrassing. Many people stared at Lin Moyu in shock. It's really a 2-hand draw. It's amazing that Master Lin can actually use this legendary method of drawing talismans. It's indeed amazing, but the speed doesn't seem to have improved, and it seems that he is not very skilled. Don't worry, I believe Master Lin will get faster and faster. Lin Moyu multitasked, drawing runes with both hands at the same time, and the runes he drew were completely different. However, the drawing speed has also dropped, much slower than when drawing with one hand. Lin Moyu used amazing control to draw the runes with both hands without making any mistakes. 2 completely different runes flew out almost at the same time. Then Lin Moyu continued to draw, with his hands flying like dragons and phoenixes. His movements became faster and faster, and he became more and more skillful. Lin Moyu quickly got used to multitasking, and runes flew out one by one, faster than before. A pair of 5 seconds is not much faster, 283. Lin Moyu concentrates on drawing runes, and at the same time, he still has enough energy to think about other things. With double use, his drawing speed increased to 5 seconds for a pair of runes, which averaged 2.5 seconds for one rune. Compared with the previous 2.8 seconds, it is indeed faster, but the improvement is not particularly large and does not meet expectations. Lin Moyu's eyes were thoughtful. We can try further. The soul power moved vigorously, and an illusory big hand appeared beside him. This hand is completely composed of soul power and exudes a powerful aura. After the big hand appeared, he also joined the ranks of drawing runes, and the 3 people Tong Jing. The people watching all exclaimed, "Heaven, use your soul power to condense a hand, and draw the 3 hands together." It's terrifying that he still has some energy left after using it attentively. Just to draw a rune, I have to concentrate on it and don't dare to be distracted at all. Master Lin is actually doing 3 things at once. Is this the difference between geniuses and ordinary people like us? It's really shocking. If I had known about it, I wouldn't have watched it. Acknowledge the gap and work hard, and the team will have a chance to catch up. That's right, only when you see the top of the mountain and know where the real summit is can you have a chance to climb up. Lin Moyu's behavior inspired a group of people to refuse to admit defeat. He was like a benchmark, standing on the top of the mountain and becoming the target for others to catch up. Anyone who can become a talisman master is a genius and has arrogance. When they are hit, the first reaction of most people is not to be discouraged, but to catch up. They will feel that if you can do it, I can do it too. We are all human and nothing is impossible. Lin Moyu is doing 3 things, drawing runes. The speed of drawing runes slowed down again at the beginning, and then steadily increased as proficiency increased. Finally, it stabilized at 1 group every 7 seconds, and the average drawing speed of each rune was less than 2.4 seconds. It is an improvement compared to multitasking. This is on the premise of ensuring that every rune is perfect, otherwise the speed will be faster. Keeping the runes perfect is the most basic pursuit of every rune master, and Lin Moyu will not sacrifice the basics. It seems I still have some energy left, so why don't I try to do all 4 things at once? Let's see if we can squeeze it down to 1 and 2 seconds. Lin Moyu feels that he still has some energy left and can continue to draw runes. He was able to do this because his soul was strong enough and he had used the Requiem method again and again, so he was used to multitasking. Lin Moyu thought, and a second soul hand appeared next to him. With the left and right hands, plus the 2 soul hands, the 4 hands began to draw runes together. Do 4 things at once. Everyone was stunned. Doing 2 things at once was already an unattainable dream for ordinary people. The previous multitasking was already a legend. Unexpectedly, now he is still doing all 4 things. Lin Moyu has shattered other people's perceptions and imagination time and time again. At this moment, even Xingzu and Fu couldn't help but want to curse. Even he can only do 2 things at the same time. After holding it in for a long time, he choked out 1 or 4 words, "What a pervert." After using it all at once, the speed dropped again. After becoming proficient, it steadily improved again. Eventually, the speed of drawing runes reached 8 seconds per group. On average, each rune lasts exactly 2 seconds. Lin Moyu knows that this is his true limit. Unless he has a better understanding of the way of runes, he will not be able to be promoted for the time being. 1 rune in 2 seconds. This speed should not be slower than those of high-level runes. Lin Moyu was talking to himself there. His soliloquy also fell into the ears of the audience present, making countless high-level mentors blush. Not to mention anything else, they feel inferior in terms of drawing speed alone. The 600-second countdown ended, and Lin Moyu completed drawing 256 runes. An average of 2.34 seconds per rune. Lin Moyu thought to himself, it should be no problem. He didn't know the speed of other 6th-level talisman masters and couldn't compare them. If the challenge were to be repeated again, just focus on 4 things from the beginning. 500 seconds would be enough to draw 300 runes. Lin Moyu plans to see the situation and try again if this challenge fails. After waiting for half a minute, Renhuang Network brought the results. Congratulations on the successful challenge, additional reward of 10,000 Divine City Merit Points, and qualifications for checking the information of Tier Talisman Master. Lin Moyu looked at the reward and found it was pretty good. After thinking for a moment, he gave up the challenge again. The most critical reward has been obtained, so there is no need to continue struggling. After his challenge was successful, the live broadcast was also shut down. The scene in front of him changed, and Lin Moyu returned to the Talisman Masters Association pagoda. He is standing on the 6th floor, which belongs to the 6th level area. Many people around looked at him with admiration. Junior brother Lin, congratulations on becoming a 6th level Talisman Master. You can do 4 things with one mind, I admire you. Junior brother Lin's talent in runes is really enviable. More than that, Junior brother Lin's ability to clear the secret realm is no weaker than Rune 1. Junior brother Lin has just become a 6th level talisman master. If you don't understand anything, just ask. We can still help junior brother with some common sense. Everyone expressed their goodwill and everyone looked friendly. Talisman master is often a scholar. Their tempers are usually good, and people with bad tempers generally cannot become talisman masters. Lin Moyu also greeted with a smile. After a while of greetings, everyone began their own study and research. The area on the 6th floor became quiet again. Lin Moyu chose an uninhabited corner, sat cross-legged and began to check the information of the 7th level talisman master. Like the God Lord, starting from the 7th level, the master is also called a high-level master. The difference between high-level talisman masters and ordinary talisman masters is no longer limited to drawing runes, but begins to master deeper applications. At this time, the 7th level talisman master is faced with a variety of choices, which can be roughly divided into 2 directions. The first direction is to fuse runes, fusing multiple runes together, and finally using one rune to realize the creation of multiple runes. The second direction is to combine runes, using multiple runes to combine with each other to exert various functions, which is what others call a rune array. Generally, talisman masters will choose one of the 2 to practice. Of course, some people practice both at the same time, but the improvement speed will be relatively slow. This choice must begin after becoming a 6th level rune master and mastering all advanced runes. Lin Moyu didn't think about it at all. After reading the basic information, he decided to practice together. Using the fused runes to create a rune array is the most perfect way. Lin Moyu has seen ancient talismans and extremely complex talisman formations. He knew very well that no matter which path he chose, the result would be wrong. A rune path is said to be the fastest way to the runes in the big world. But similarly, it is not easy to walk. Everyone knows that different paths lead to the same destination, but in fact, this is not the case with runes. If you want to go all the way to the end of the runes, you must walk the 2 paths together and integrate them to finally form the ancient runes. Lin Moyu has seen a lot of ancient talismans, and without exception, a large number of characters are integrated into the good. These runes include basic runes and advanced runes. They are integrated with each other and combined into runes. Later, a large number of runes were combined and intertwined to form more complex runes. In the end, these runes and the fused runes were nested inside each other, forming an extremely complex and extremely powerful rune. Such runes are called ancient runes. The sages of ancient times have actually discovered the way forward. Lin Moyu has seen that kind of road, so he knows exactly how to go. At least until he reaches the end, he doesn't need to think too much, he just needs to keep moving forward along the path traveled by the ancients. There is a lot of information on 7th level talisman masters, and it is vast. Lin Moyu fell into it and couldn't extricate himself. In fact, this is how a talisman master practices. He spends half of his time reading information and half of his time drawing runes. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Moyu had stayed in the Talisman Society pagoda for 100 days. For 100 days, he remained motionless, constantly checking various rune information. These materials explain how runes are fused, which runes can be fused with each other, and the key points of fusion techniques are all explained. Many of them are previous experiences, which are very helpful to Lin Moyu. In 100 days, Lin Moyu read all the information on basic promotion of Talisman Master. In his mind, a list was also drawn. We have a general idea of which runes can be fused with each other, why they can be fused, and how they can be fused. Once you have the idea, the next step is to confirm it. On the 101st day, Lin Moyu threw away all the information and started to do it. Validation is the step of converting what you have learned into reality. On the 6th floor of the Talisman Masters Association pagoda, Lin Moyu sat there, waving his fingers casually, and drew a high-level text. Cyan high-level runes appeared in front of Lin Moyu, and a breeze blew in the pagoda. Most people are focused on their own research and don't feel much about the slight wind. But some people felt the breeze, but didn't care. They knew that someone was testing runes. This kind of thing happened all the time. As long as it wasn't too much, no one would care. Sometimes when you realize something, it is normal to test it casually. This rune drawn by Lin Moyu is the general outline of the wind system. It can be further split into various wind runes. There can be strong winds, making the wind as sharp as a knife. It can also be a gentle wind, making the wind as lenient as a lover. Almost everything about the wind is in this general rune, but it doesn't have much power in itself. Lin Moyu does not want to split it, but to integrate it. The first step is to go to the flame hill. Lin Moyu thought in his mind and drew another rune. This time the rune is a flame rune, but it is not an advanced rune, but a basic rune. The basic flame rune has no power, at most it can only make a fire. When the red flame rune appears, it only increases the temperature in the vicinity, and has no other effects. Lin Moyu's soul moved and wrapped around the two runes, using his soul as a bridge to fuse them. The fusion of advanced runes and basic runes has actually surpassed most array masters. When most rune masters first come into contact with rune fusion, they choose two basic runes to fuse, and then slowly improve. There are very few people like Lin Moyu who use high-level runes as soon as they come. Lin Moyu has already gained his own experience in 100 days of study. He knew that the key to rune fusion was the soul. His soul power is strong enough to promote rune fusion to a certain extent. What's more, even if you fail, you won't lose anything. It doesn't hurt to try. With this mentality, Lin Moyu decisively chose to start with advanced runes and basic runes to start his rune fusion career. The two runes are close to each other, using soul power as a bridge to connect them together. Gradually, the wind became stronger and the temperature began to rise. Wind borrows the power of fire, and fire borrows the power of wind. The two runes interacted with each other, and each began to strengthen. Lin Moyu felt resistance at the same time. The two runes of different properties and levels were similar but not harmonious. They are all repelling each other, and they are refusing each other to approach. But while refusing, he also used the other party's rune attributes to strengthen himself. Mutual growth and mutual restraint are a hurdle that must be overcome in the fusion of circle runes. Using souls as bridges is the first step, and the second step is to use souls to suppress them and let them merge honestly. Lin Moyu instantly increased his soul power and firmly suppressed the two runes. Use a tough method to force them to pick up each other. No matter how reluctant the two runes are, no matter their objections, at this moment, Lin Moyu has the final say. Lin Moyu felt as if he had become the emperor in some small world. As long as he granted the marriage, he would not allow others to object. The wind is getting stronger and the temperature is rising. There seem to be flames appearing in the space, being carried by the strong wind and flying everywhere. Finally, the talisman master was awakened and looked over with some displeasure. But when they saw it was Lin Moyu, all of them lost their temper. Lin Moyu is a real genius. It's better not to offend him or not. When they saw what Lin Moyu was doing, their eyes widened again. Oh my god, he actually started to fuse the talisman. Didn't he just become a 6th level talisman master? Why did he start fusing runes so quickly? Genius cannot be overcome by common sense. I think he has already mastered all advanced and basic runes, and the certification of a 6th level rune master is just a process. I think so too. I thought it was strange when I saw him drawing runes before. How can a 6th level rune master be so proficient? He actually chose to use advanced runes to fuse basic runes. This is a difficult start. It's indeed a difficult start, but it shouldn't be a problem for him. Two major directions. I didn't expect him to choose the direction of rune fusion. His soul power is very strong, and there is nothing wrong in choosing this direction. Each and every 6th level talisman master expressed his own opinions. Lin Moyu didn't care what they said. Now he is carefully feeling the information fed back from the soul power. His soul power is strong enough to force the runes to fuse. But this is just knowing what is happening. Lin Moyu wants to know why. The two runes have different reactions when they are close, and can convey a lot of information. Gradually, he gained some insights. I see. The root of fusion should be frequency. As long as the frequencies are the same, fusion can occur. Complete this fusion first, and then study further next time. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat, his soul power surged, and he squeezed the two runes together. The strong wind stopped at the moment when the runes completed their fusion. Everything returned to normal, the temperature began to drop rapidly, and everything returned to normal. On Lin Moyu's palm, there was a green and red rune floating. The fused runes looked a bit dazzling under the wrap of soul power. This is no longer a simple high-level rune, but a fusion rune. It no longer belongs to the category of advanced runes, but its level is unclear. The runes after fusion may be much more powerful than before fusion, or they may become weaker. When two advanced runes are fused together, they may not be as good as basic runes. It is also possible that when two basic runes are fused together, they can surpass advanced runes. Fusion runes are just like that, they seem to have unlimited possibilities. This is just two runes merging with each other, and then there are 3 runes, or even 4 runes merging with each other. According to the information, the best that human race masters can currently do is to fuse 6 runes together. The creator of this record was the last ancestor of the Su family, who created it 160,000 years ago. The current ancestor of the Su family has become the Fu Xingzuan, but he still failed to beat the record of 6 runes fused. Lin Moyu looked carefully at the first rune he fused with his own hands, feeling the information conveyed from the runes. Many 6th-level rune masters nearby witnessed Lin Moyu fusion runes, and it was a difficult start, and he succeeded immediately the first time. They were all a little shocked, but because of Lin Moyu's outstanding behavior in the Talisman Master Challenge, they were mentally prepared and recovered quickly. Sure enough, it worked. Junior brother Lin is really powerful. Junior brother Lin's talent in runes is not much weaker than his ability to clear the secret realm. I wonder if he can break the rune fusion record if he continues to practice. I feel like it's very possible. This kind of talent is unheard of. Lin Moyu was blind to what was going on outside the window at the moment, and only focused on winning the lottery. The soul power tightly wraps the fused runes, feeling every bit of it. This fusion was forcibly completed with my soul power, but it was actually not perfect. On the surface, it looks like the 2 runes are fused together, but there are actually big problems internally. The degree of fusion is no more than 50% at most. If this kind of rune is placed in a formation, it will directly reduce the effectiveness of the formation significantly. Thousands of miles of progress collapse in an ant nest. Don't do this. Lin Moyu suddenly thought of a sentence he had heard in his previous life. A small flaw may not seem like much at first glance, but a flaw is a flaw, and its existence is a factor of instability. At the same time, Lin Moyu also thought about the magic planet. The magic planet also has the concept of fusion. At that time, the magic planet was elevated to the magic star, and then from the trapped star to the white star. The whole process is also accompanied by an increase in integration. There are also many similarities between the two. Lin Moyu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and he understood something. True integration shouldn't be like this, but... The palm of his hand shook slightly, scattering the runes on his palm. Then he waved his fingers at will and drew a cyan rune again. It is still the same as before, the general outline of wind runes. Then he drew the fire rune. The 2 runes were exactly the same as before. Lin Moyu had to start the second fusion according to his own understanding. His actions once again attracted the attention of others. Haven't these 2 runes been successfully fused? Why do we have to do it again? I don't know. Could it be that there was something wrong with the fusion just now? The fusion has been successful. The rune fusion is either a success or a failure. What can be the problem? Just because you think it's okay, doesn't mean it's really okay. A genius's idea is not something mortals like you and I can understand. That's it, just watch it. Just treat it as observation and learning. It's a rare opportunity. Someone has already spent points to let Renhuang Network record Lin Moyu's behavior. In case you don't understand it once, you can watch it again and again. Not only one person has done this, Lin Moyu has now become a benchmark among talisman masters, and whatever he does will attract a lot of attention. When he was enlightened, many people were influenced by him and inspired. Many people call Lin Moyu Master Lin. Although there is no relationship between master and disciple, he is actually a master and disciple. Any action of Lin Moyu is naturally eye-catching. Soul power flows into two runes at the same time. Rune fusion still relies on soul power as a bridge, but this time Lin Moyu gave very little soul power, more than twice as much as the previous time. With this level of soul power, it is impossible to forcibly fuse two runes. He has proven that brute force is wrong and what is needed now is skill. The sensitivity of soul power played an extremely important role at this moment. Lin Moyu discovered that after his soul power entered the runes, small changes immediately occurred. This small change occurs in the frequency of the soul force. The soul force is not static. It is always vibrating at a certain frequency. When the soul power is strong, the vibration frequency is very high and very fast. When the soul power is weak, the vibration frequency will weaken and gradually slow down. The two soul powers output by Lin Moyu are exactly the same in intensity and vibration frequency. But after entering the rune, the vibration frequency of the two changed slightly. Most people cannot feel the vibration frequency of the soul. Only people with extremely sensitive souls like Lin Moyu can feel it. The change in vibration frequency also caused subtle changes in the strength of the soul. This subtle change may be less than 1%, but it is this subtle change that prevents the two runes from completing the fusion. Those experienced rune masters will continue to try to adjust, accumulate experience, and finally complete the rune fusion based on experience. And Lin Moyu can clearly feel the vibration frequency of the soul, so there is no need for such trouble. He changes the output intensity of the soul little by little, making the frequencies of the two consistent. This is a very delicate process and requires a little tweaking. Especially for the first time, Lin Moyu did it carefully. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Moyu sat there motionless and stopped doing anything after outputting two streams of soul power. What are you doing? Why aren't you moving? I don't know, he seems to be observing these two runes. I have completely mastered the runes, what else is there to see? How can I still see the flowers? I don't understand. Maybe only Master Lin himself knows. Although everyone was puzzled, no one raised any questions. What talisman masters lack most is patience. After waiting like this for half an hour, Lin Moyu finally made some movement. After some meticulous adjustments, the soul power injected into the two runes finally reached the exact same vibration frequency. Lin Moyu maintained this state and began to move the two runes closer to each other. The wind didn't get stronger and the temperature didn't rise. The two runes merged together naturally. Everything was so natural, without any obstruction, as if the two runes were originally one. This is truly using soul power as a bridge. Lin Moyu's mouth curved into a charming arc, his eyes sparkling. On the palm of his hand, a fused rune slowly rotated, green with red, beautiful. It seems that after the fusion, the runes have a texture and are no longer illusory, just like beautiful jade. No, it's not like a beautiful jade, but it actually begins to turn into a jade talisman in the blink of an eye. The entire scene suddenly became extremely silent, and everyone stared blankly at the compressed runes. No one spoke, but the shock in their eyes could not be hidden at all. Until there was an exclamation that woke everyone up. Perfect blend, this is a sacred word. At least in the minds of talisman masters, this word represents various meanings such as power, talent, and incredibleness. In history, very few talisman masters can achieve perfect fusion. If you do it accidentally, it is just an accident and cannot be copied. If it is 99% fusion and perfect fusion, the difference is only 1%. For the rune as a whole, the difference is very small. But perfect fusion is perfect fusion, which is the existence without any flaws. It doesn't matter how powerful it is. It doesn't matter how powerful it is. What matters is the perfect fusion of 4 words. All talisman masters who can achieve perfect fusion will be recorded in the annals of history. Even if they only do it once, they will be remembered in history. There were hundreds of 6th-level rune masters present, many of whom would choose the way to fuse runes in the future. Perfect integration is their dream. As long as they can complete it once, they will have no regrets in life. However, Lin Moyu achieved perfect fusion when he fused the runes for the 2nd time, realizing a dream that was elusive for them in their lifetime. This can no longer be described as a miracle. It all turns pale at this moment. Everyone looked at Lin Moyu as if they had seen a ghost. Everyone has the same thought in their mind: how did he do it? How did he do it? This question was repeated over and over again, but no answer was obtained. At this time, Lin Moyu had an idea and said loudly, "Apply for certification as a 7th-level talisman master." Not long after I had just completed the 6th-level talisman master certification, I had to apply for the 7th-level talisman master certification. Everyone thought it was normal and Lin Yu was fully qualified. If even Lin Moyu doesn't have this qualification, then what are the existing 7th-level talisman masters? After Lin Moyu applied, she quickly received a response from Renhuang Network. After inspection, you meet the certification requirements, and we will conduct an array master certification assessment for you. Lin Moyu disappeared and was sent to the assessment room dedicated to talisman master certification. The requirements for a 7th-level talisman master are 20,000 Divine City merits, intermediate authority of the Divine City, Divine Realm, and a 6th-level talisman master. Lin Moyu has satisfied every item, so there will be no problem. It was still a familiar room, with a void in front of him, and a huge countdown in the void. The 6,000-second countdown is hanging there and has not officially started yet. The rules for certified 7th-level talisman master are as follows: 1. Fusion of a rune within the specified time. There are no specific requirements. 2nd. There are no specific requirements for setting up a talisman array within the specified time. 2 options, choose one for certification. The rules give 2 options, which are the 2 paths of the special division. Lin Moyu knows very well that if you want to reach the end, you must walk both ways together. But now he is only certified as a talisman master. As long as he can become a 7th-level talisman master, as for how to proceed in the future, it has nothing to do with certification. Lin Moyu said loudly, "Choose the first option and integrate in when." Choose confirmation and the assessment begins. Along with the voice of Renhuang Network, the 6,000-second countdown began to beat, decreasing by the second. The assessment only requires the successful fusion of 1 rune, and there are no specific requirements for the rune's level or fusion degree. As long as the runes can be successfully integrated, the certification can be passed. The simplest method is to directly draw 2 basic runes. Then forcefully use soul power to fuse them together. Regardless of the degree of fusion, you can pass the assessment, but Lin Moyu doesn't intend to do this. Since you have the ability to achieve perfect integration, why waste your talents? Multitasking, drawing with both hands at the same time. In the blink of an eye, 2 runes, one large and one small, appeared in front of him. It is still the general runes of the wind system and the fire runes. 2 streams of soul power flowed into it and adjustments were made quickly. With the previous experience, Lin Moyu adjusted very quickly this time. In less than 2 minutes, he had adjusted his soul power to the same intensity and frequency. The 2 runes on the soul power bridge, one big and one small, one wind, one fire, one green and one red, are close to each other and naturally merge together. There is no conflict, no leakage of power, not even the slightest energy fluctuation. A brand new fusion rune has been produced. The fused runes gave off a beautiful luster, and the outer layer quickly formed a layer of jade-like material. Fu and jade perfectly integrated Peugeot. Lin Moyu was very satisfied with his masterpiece and pushed the runes into the void for verification by the Human Emperor Network. Renhuang Network acted quickly and completed the verification in only 2 seconds. The countdown is also fixed at 5,865 seconds. It took Lin Moyu a total of 135 seconds from drawing the runes to fusing them. This speed is already considered top-notch. Verification successful. Congratulations on becoming a 7th level sign master. At the same time, Fu Xingzuan also received information from the Human Emperor Network. The Talisman Master Association will add a 7th level Talisman Master. Name, Lin Moyu. Rune Talent Evaluation, Legend. Fu Xingzuan was stunned for a moment. Didn't he just become a 6th level mentor? Why did he become a 7th level Formation Master again? Should I choose the way of rune fusion or the way of rune formation? Fu Xingzuan's heart moved, he tapped his finger, and a picture of Lin Moyu in the assessment room suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. The next second, his eyes suddenly shrank, and he could not suppress an exclamation, perfect fusion. The aura of the Holy Lord fluctuated violently, causing an uproar. In the area where he was, the situation suddenly changed and the laws roared. Countless law lines are bent or even broken by the movement of the Holy Lord's breath. The wind was violent, the rain was violent, the lightning was thundering, and the sky and the earth were changed. Fu Xingzuan realized something was wrong and immediately restrained his breath, which lasted only 3 seconds. Fortunately, he was in the Divine City. The Divine City was extremely strong and did not cause any major impact. If it were in ordinary stars, these 3 seconds of aura fluctuations would be enough to shatter a star and shake the galaxy violently. For ordinary people, a slight fluctuation in the Holy Lord's aura is an unspeakable catastrophe. This is also the reason why Xingzuan and Bian stay away from ordinary stars. Ordinary galaxies cannot withstand their torment. 3 figures appeared at the same time where Fu Xingzuan was retreating. Saint Hao, Saint Jean and Saint Killer all arrived at the same time. Fu Xingzuan sensed them and opened the door to welcome them in. What happened? Kill the Holy Lord with the most urgent and direct temper. Tian Xingzuan looked around and found nothing unusual. Saint Hao's eyes stayed on the picture projected by the Human Emperor Network, and he let out a low cry of disbelief. This is impossible. Xingzuan Fu gave a bitter smile. Nothing is impossible, the facts are right in front of you. Saint Killer also saw the projected picture at this time, but he was not sure, is this a perfect fusion? Zhan Xingzuan said in a low voice, he should be taking the certification test, has Tianjie signed it? Fu Xingzuan nodded. Zhan Xingzuan looked thoughtful, perfect fusion involves luck. You, Fu Xingzuan, have had perfect fusion several times, so once in a while doesn't mean anything. Fu Xingzuan said, that's the case. It's no problem for others, but for Lin Xiaoyu, I'm not sure. What happened to Lin Moyu cannot be treated with common sense. Zhan Xingzuan said, in that case, we can test it. I remember that when Xiaoyu Lin was promoted to the 5th level Talisman Master, you set up special challenges and corresponding rewards. Fu Xing said, the tasks were set up at that time, corresponding to the corresponding challenges and rewards for 5th level and 6th level Talisman Masters, and those for levels and above have not been touched yet. Then I have a new task now. Lin Moyu waited in the assessment room for several minutes. Normally, since he had been promoted to a 7th level Talisman Master, he should have been teleported away. But he is still here, which means there may be a hidden mission. The response of Renhuang Network seems to have slowed down. Is it because there are too many things to deal with recently? Is it because of the investigation of the Soul Eater tribe? Although Lin Moyu did not personally participate in the investigation of the Soul Devourers, his Death Dragon Knights were requisitioned in large numbers. Through sensing the Death Dragon Knight, Lin Moyu can roughly understand the current investigation situation. Almost half of the high-end areas of the Divine City have been investigated and are spreading outwards. Of the 100 million Death Dragon Knights, more than 5 million have been requisitioned. As the investigation continues, the pressure on Renhuang Network will also increase, and it is normal for it to get stuck occasionally. Lin Moyu is also very patient and waits quietly. While waiting, he was also admiring his fused runes. The outer shell of the rune has turned into jade, which looks crystal clear and very beautiful. Recalling the previous integration process, Lin Moyu carefully analyzed where he had not done well enough and could further improve. My method of adjusting soul power is still too rough. It can be more delicate. This should speed things up further. And I shouldn't adjust two soul powers at the same time. I only need to adjust the soul power of one of them. The big world rune should actually be a super huge fusion rune. In fact, every law rune is also. Maybe we can learn from them. The fusion of runes is not just about combining them together, but also considering the location of the fusion to prepare for the fusion of multiple runes. Combining the insights he gained from the runes in the big world, Lin Moyu suddenly had many ideas. He feels that there is still room for improvement in his fusion method, and the fusion speed can be further improved. After thinking about it, Renhuang Network finally made some noise. After testing, the runes you fused have reached the level of perfect fusion. You can try to challenge and set a new record. If successful, you will receive additional rewards. If you fail, there will be no penalty. Whether to accept? Lin Moyu saw the reminder from Renhuang Network, and it turned out that the secret channel was indeed the case. The previous 5 and 6 levels all had corresponding additional challenges. There's no reason why the 7th level Talisman Master doesn't have an extra challenge, it's just here. There is no penalty for failure, of course you choose to accept it. The void in front of him changed, and the original fusion runes automatically dissipated. Then a large number of runes appeared in the void, including 50 advanced runes and 500 basic runes. Please choose 2 of the given runes for fusion. The runes need to be drawn by yourself, the runes given are just for reference. Completing perfect fusion 3 times in a row will be regarded as a successful challenge, otherwise it will be regarded as a failed challenge. The challenge has no time limit and can be started at any time. Looking at the challenge rules, Lin Moyu smiled slightly. It doesn't seem difficult. The runes in the void are all relatively common runes. Basically, it's about the laws of earth, water, wind, stars, light, etc. He just needs to randomly pick a few, draw them by himself, and then fuse them. And there is no time limit, which means there is no need to rush at all. The difficulty of this challenge is to complete the perfect fusion 3 times in a row. In the eyes of others, this is an impossible task. But in Lin Moyu's eyes, it's not difficult either. He quickly picked out 3 pairs of runes, all of which were combinations of advanced runes and basic runes. Blazing Talisman and Lust Talisman, Black Ice Talisman and Gold Cutting Talisman, Yang Lei Talisman and Sinking Water Talisman. Among them, the Blazing Talisman, the Black Ice Talisman, and the Yang Lei Talisman are all high-level runes. The Lust Talisman, the Black Ice Talisman and the Sinking Water Talisman are basic texts. Lin Moyu was multitasking, firing his bow left and right, and drawing the Blazing Talisman and the Lust Talisman at the same time. The flames of the Blazing Talisman are soaring, and they are like a ball of flames, and the earthy yellow light flashing from the Lust Talisman is not heavenly. Then the soul power was divided into 2 and injected into it. Lin Moyu felt the vibration of the soul power and adjusted the vibration frequency at the same time. Several saints looked at what Lin Moyu was doing. When Lin Moyu was concentrating on drawing the runes, Wu Xingzuan praised him repeatedly. Lin Xiao's talent in running runes is not much weaker than his talent in clearing the secret realm. Fu Xingzuan said, he just does 2 things at once, it's nothing. Saint Hao raised his eyebrows. It's already very difficult to do 2 things at once, and ordinary practitioners simply can't do it. Fu Xingzuan chuckled and turned on a projection again. There is a scene of Lin Moyu doing 4 things with one mind and drawing runes with 4 hands in the previous challenge. Even Wu Xingzuan, who had seen the world, was dumbfounded. He thought he couldn't do it all at once. This is different from killing enemies in a fight. Fighting is a big fight. Drawing runes is an extremely delicate job, and there is no room for mistakes. The multitasking of drawing runes is much more difficult than the multitasking of fighting. Zhang Xingzuan sighed. It is true that little friend Lin cannot be judged by common sense. For some reason, I feel that perfect integration is not difficult for little friend Lin. Fu Xingzuan squinted his eyes. I feel the same way. I think Lin Xiaoyu must have found a way to perfectly integrate runes. They all know that there must be a way to perfectly integrate runes. Otherwise, those ancient talismans and the ancient talisman formations would not exist. If they could know the method of perfect fusion of runes, it would be a good thing for saints like them, especially the research of Saints Fu would be very likely to go further. Under the expectant gazes of several saints, the runes in Lin Moyu's heart finally moved. Lin Moyu finally adjusted the soul vibration to be consistent. This time it took 2 minutes. Although there is no progress in time, because it is an unfamiliar rune, it has actually improved a bit. Lin Moyu knows that if he fuses the same runes next time, the speed will be much faster. The Lust Talisman, with a faint yellow light, approached the flaming talisman. The soul power turned into a bridge and connected the Lust Talisman. The Lust Talisman entered the inside of the flaming talisman naturally, and then stayed there safely. The whole process seemed so harmonious and natural, and it was a matter of course. After the fusion, the runes quickly appeared jade, which meant that this time it was a perfect fusion. The eyes of several saints were shining and they looked at each other with faint excitement. Tian Xingzun said, "Don't worry, continue reading." At this time, Lin Moyu had already started to draw the second pair of runes. He was still multitasking and quickly drew the runes. This time it's the Black Ice Talisman and the Gold Slaying Talisman. It took 5 seconds to draw the runes, and then soul power flowed into them and adjustments began. In less than 2 minutes, the soul adjustment was completed and the 2 runes began to merge. The picture is still very beautiful. The fused runes quickly turned jade, and the verification is successful. The third group is the Yonglei Talisman and the Sinking Water Talisman. After the Yin Thunder Talisman appeared, it appeared extremely violent, with thunder light beating inside and outside the rune. Lin Moyu realized that this rune was not easy to take care of. It was not as quiet as other runes. It was also the most difficult type of integration that he faced. But it doesn't matter if it's difficult, it doesn't mean that it can't be integrated. Fu Xingzuan looked at the Yonglei Talisman. I didn't expect him to choose the Thunder Talisman. Special has always been the most difficult to integrate. Tian Xingzuan said solemnly, "That's not just right. If even the Thunder Talisman can be perfectly fused, it can completely prove that Lin Xiaoyu has really mastered the method of fusion of runes." Fu Xingzuan looked solemn and kept his eyes fixed. Wait and wait to beg. After the soul power entered the Yonglei Talisman, it immediately began to vibrate violently. The vibration amplitude and frequency were stronger than any before. Especially compared with the Sinking Water Talisman, the difference is even more obvious. If the Sunken Water Talisman is as calm as a windless lake, then the Yonglei Te is like an ocean in a storm. In this case, it is much more difficult to stabilize the soul power. It's because of the Thunder Talisman, which contains the law of thunder, so it is relatively violent. It's not just because of the Thunder Talisman. The Yonglei Talisman is also the most powerful among many high-level runes. In this way, the more violent and powerful the laws contained in the runes are, the more difficult they are to integrate. It can also be inferred from this that when more and more runes are fused and the power becomes stronger, the difficulty of fusion will be greatly increased. Maybe it's because there are only 6 matches and 1 right now. While Lin Moyu was thinking, he did not stop controlling his soul power. 753. The soul power is always adjusting, all the time. Multitasking has long been a habit for him. Lin Moyu has extremely strong control over the soul, and is extremely sensitive, and can sense even the smallest changes. Now that he encountered some problems, he couldn't help but frown. The Yonglei Talisman was too violent, and the thunder laws inside could not calm down for a moment, causing his soul power to vibrate and unable to complete synchronization at all. Unless he uses his powerful soul to forcefully suppress Yonglei Fu, but that would defeat the original intention. Fusing runes will naturally not be smooth sailing. If you take your time, you can always find a solution. Lin Moyu comforted himself, continued to adjust his soul, and looked for the correct method. Anyway, the challenge has no time limit, so he is not in a hurry. If you can't find it in an hour, then it's a day. If you can't find it in a day, then it's 10 days, or 100 days. In the Divine City, several saints looked at the projection and knew that Lin Moyu had encountered a problem. Wu Xingzuan's consciousness returned from the Human Emperor Network. I just checked the Human Emperor Network, and no one in history has ever completed the perfect fusion of thunder runes. In the history of the human race, almost every occurrence of perfect fusion of runes has been recorded. Who fused it, what level of talisman master it was, what the situation was, what talismans it was, and what the effect would be after fusion. The human race's rune masters have been trying to find the rules for the perfect fusion of runes, but unfortunately, there has been no result. In a large number of records of perfect fusion, there has never been a perfect fusion of thunder runes. All I can say is that the pictures and text are so sad. Now even Lin Moyu is encountering difficulties, let alone others. Fu Xingzuan said, if others can't do it, it doesn't mean they can't do it. I have confidence in him. The Holy Lord Tian laughed. Where does the Holy Lord's confidence come from? Fu Xing said, we are all talisman masters. I can see the results in his eyes. He will definitely find a way. Lin Moyu's eyes are firm and confident. Just as Fu Xingzuan said, Lin Moyu also believes that he can find a way. Lin Moyu works tirelessly to understand and feels carefully every minute. Time passed little by little, and Lin Moyu gradually understood. One day later, Lin Moyu's eyes suddenly shone. I understand. Why do I have to stabilize the vibration? I can make other runes vibrate along with it. Since you can't beat us, join us. With light shining in Lin Moyu's eyes, he acted as soon as he thought of it and began to control his soul 5. The Yonglei talisman kept vibrating the soul power and could not stabilize at all. In this case, let the sinking water talisman also vibrate. As long as the vibration frequency of the two is the same, it will be upward. In one day, Lin Moyu felt the vibration of the Yonglei talisman countless times and had caught the pattern. Now he controls the soul power in the water-sinking talisman, causing the originally quiet water-sinking talisman to start to vibrate. Lin Moyu's control over the soul was so strong that he quickly made the two runes reach the same vibration frequency. After confirming that the frequencies were completely consistent, the sinking water talisman began to approach the Yonglei talisman. Throughout the process, Lin Moyu remained cautious and did not relax at all. Finally, the two runes were connected. Soul Transformation Bridge, the two runes merged together like water and milk through the soul bridge. Soon, Fuwenhua jade, a layer of crystal clear jade was formed, and there was faint lightning flashing inside. Success! Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief and pushed the rune into the void. In the Divine City, Fu Xingzuan's eyes glowed. Success! Saint Killer murmured, dear boy, how did he do it? I'll go find him and ask him. Come back. Wu Xingzuan pulled Saint Killer back. Why are you in a hurry? I'll ask you again when little friend Lin comes back. Tianxingzhen smiled and said, that's right, you don't study runes, why are you worried about it? If you want to be anxious, it is also Fu Xingzhen who is worried. Xingzuan Fu shook his head, the most important thing we Fu masters lack is patience. Xiao Yu Lin will ask again when he comes back. I also need to arrange the challenge tasks for the 8th level and 9th level talisman masters. It's really a headache. I don't know what else he can challenge. Wu Xingzuan said in a low voice, Lin Xiaoyu has just broken through to the 7th level talisman master. He probably won't be able to break through to the 8th level talisman master for the time being. Fu Xingzuan shook his head, God knows, Lin Xiaoyu is different from others. Congratulations on completing the challenge, you will be rewarded with 10,000 Divine City merits, access to 8th level talisman master data, and access to fusion rune data. Lin Moyu received reward information from Renhuang Network. The first two are the same as before, nothing new. Finally, there is an additional permission to access the fusion rune data. The fusion rune data is very precious. It is the data summarized by countless human ancestors in experiments, one after another. The information records which two runes are fused, what kind of runes will be produced, what their uses are, how powerful they are, etc. There are too many runes, and there are countless ways to combine them. Without information, Lin Moyu doesn't know how many libraries he would have to research. With this information, you can save a lot of time. The scene before his eyes changed, and Lin Moyu left the assessment room. Lin Moyu found himself on the 7th floor, where all the 7th level formation masters were present. Each of them has a calm aura, and they are all high-level gods. The minimum requirement for a 7th level talisman master is the divine realm, but those who can reach the 7th level talisman master are basically high-level divine lords. Lin Moyu is an absolute outlier. Lin Moyu's sudden appearance also attracted the attention of some high-level talisman masters. They all know Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu's performance in previous challenges was so amazing that it's hard not to recognize him. When they saw Lin Moyu, they all said in surprise, "Hey, it's you? Junior brother Lin has become a 7th level talisman master, congratulations. Junior brother Lin's promotion speed is too fast. Compared with junior brother Lin, I really live to be like a dog. Isn't that right? It took me more than 400 years to advance from the 6th level to the 7th level. Compared with junior brother Lin, he is really worse than a dog." More than 100 days ago, Lin Moyu had just been promoted to the 6th level talisman master, but now he has become the 7th level talisman master. In just over 100 days, he had completed a journey that would have taken others hundreds or even thousands of years. This kind of speed makes people dare not feel jealous. When the gap reaches a certain level, there is nothing but despair. Now these high-level talisman masters only have envy and joy that such a genius can be born in the human race. There is basically no high-level god who does not love the human race. They congratulated Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu came back one by one. According to a talisman master, the 7th floor area has not been so lively for a long time. After a while of pleasantries, they finally dispersed. Every talisman master is very busy, and they have endless knowledge of literature. Some high-level runes are trying to fuse runes. Lin Moyu looked at it for a while and found that these high-level rune masters were indeed very experienced in fusing runes and could succeed in most cases. But the runes they fused basically had flaws. Moreover, the fusion degree of most runes is only between 60% and 70%. Such runes are fine if used alone, but if used to form a rune array, the effect will be much worse. Experience is important, but the correct method is the core. Lin Moyu thought to himself that he had not revealed his correct method. After all, my method is difficult and has inherently high requirements for soul acuity. Even if I have to say, now is not a good time. Perhaps when he becomes a 9th level talisman master, or becomes the other side, he will be truly convincing. He can't go and tell a high-level talisman master that you are not doing this right, and you need to exercise the sensitivity of your soul first. Although talisman masters are eager to learn, they are also arrogant and cannot be dismissed easily. Lin Moyu continued to find a deserted location and began to check the information on fusion runes. The fusion of the wind talisman and the thunder and lightning talisman can form a wind and thunder talisman, and its power can be increased by about 3 times. The fusion of the sea of fire talisman and the earth talisman can form the fire prison talisman. The fireball talisman and the ice talisman are fused in half, and after being sealed, they can form the ice and fire explosion talisman. There is a lot of information on fusion runes. Lin Moyu looked at each one carefully. All kinds of combinations, all kinds of strange things. Runes have a special characteristic. The stronger the drawer is, and the deeper his understanding of the runes, the stronger the drawn runes will be. The same most common fireball talisman, drawn in the hands of a high-level talisman master, is completely different from the one drawn in the hands of a first-level talisman master. The former can destroy stars, while the latter may only be able to kill an ordinary beast. Moreover, the effect of fusion runes is also related to the degree of fusion. The higher the degree of fusion, the stronger the effect. Therefore, a lot of information in the materials can only be used as a reference and cannot be copied completely. Lin Moyu looked carefully, remembering the various fusion runes in his mind, and at the same time looking for the ones he needed. In addition to the information on the fusion of 2 runes, there is also information on the fusion of 3 runes and 4 runes. However, compared to the information on double talisman fusion, 3 talisman fusion, and 4 talisman fusion, the quantity is much smaller. As for the information on the fusion of 5 talismans and 6 talismans, there is no information at all. Lin Moyu also knew that the fusion information of the 5 and 6 talismans should be very precious and would not be easily revealed to others. For now, the fusion of 2 talismans is enough, and there is no need to use the fusion of 3 formations. He wanted to upgrade the golden armor talisman, and he already had a certain idea in his mind. All he was doing now was to turn what he thought into reality. The ocean of knowledge is boundless and vast, and Lin Moyu can sit there for 30 days. In 30 days, he wrote down all the information about the fusion runes and found the story he needed. However, whether it is feasible or not requires further verification. Then came the second step. Lin Moyu began to check the information of the 8th level talisman master. The information for 8th level talisman masters is much less than that for 7th level talisman masters. It contains more tips and tricks rather than detailed information about runes. After all, at the level of high-level talisman master, all the knowledge that should be mastered has been mastered. What is lacking is experience and skills. The experience left by the predecessors has become valuable at this moment. After reading it, Lin Moyu also felt that it was quite rewarding. It's time to test your ideas. 150 days have passed since Lin Moyu withdrew from the Sea of Books and entered the Human Emperor Network this time. For cultivators who are moving forward on the road of cultivation, a mere 150 days is just a snap of the fingers. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moyu has gained a lot. His understanding of runes is deeper, and he also feels the history of the human race. The information on the 8th level rune masters and the massive information on fusion runes contain the countless efforts of the sages of the human race. Passed down from generation to generation, with the efforts of each generation, he can feel the greatness of the human race. The words contain the immortal will of the sages of the human race. After leaving Renhuang Network, Lin Moyu sat motionless for half an hour. He was quieting his thoughts, extracting himself from the inexplicable shock, and truly felt calm. This is also the state required for the next step of drawing runes, fusing runes, and drawing. Half an hour later, Lin Moyu left the quiet room and went to where Lin Mohan was. From a distance, I saw Lin Mohan still practicing there. Her aura was stronger than before, and she seemed to have reached the 8th level of deity. Lin Mohan's aura was very stable, without any fuss caused by rapid practice. Sister's talent is really enviable. Lin Moyu sighed softly and turned back. He didn't get close, as long as he saw Lin Mohan was useless. Returning to the quiet room, he saw Fu Xingzuan waiting for him in front of the quiet room. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment, stepped forward and saluted. "Senior, why are you here?" He remembered that Fu Xingzuan was studying how to check the soul-devouring clan's talisman array, so how could he find time to find him? Fu Xingzuan said, "I want to ask you some questions." "Let's go in and talk." Lin Moyu was a little flattered by his words. Lin Moyu felt extremely weird that a saint who had entered Taoism through runes actually said that he wanted to seek advice from him. The two entered the quiet room. The door was closed, and the formation in the quiet room began to operate, bringing light. The quiet room is very large, with a diameter of more than a kilometer. If necessary, the space can be further expanded using formations. Lin Moyu and Fu Xingzuan sat opposite each other. Fu Xingzuan asked directly, "How do you achieve the perfect fusion of runes?" Turns out that was the problem. Although Lin Moyu was a little surprised, it was not surprising. The Holy Lord's authority in the Human Emperor Network is very large. If necessary, they can monitor every corner of the human race through the Human Emperor Network. What happens in the Human Emperor Network cannot be hidden from their eyes. Lin Moyu doesn't intend to hide it. In fact, the method is very simple. Just control the vibration frequency of Soul 510. Fu Xingzuan was a little confused. What is the vibration frequency of the soul? This was the first time he heard this word, and he couldn't understand it for a while. Lin Moyu stretched out his right hand, palm upward, and 2 balls of soul power flew out, floating above his heart. Do you think there is any difference between these 2 groups of soul power? Fu Xingzuan was not careless, but looked at it carefully. 2 groups of souls that looked exactly the same were floating in Lin Moyu's palm. Fu Xingzunzai looked at it carefully for a long time, but could not see any difference. With doubts, he said, there seems to be no difference. Lin Moyu shook his head. Actually there is a difference, but the difference is very weak. Fu Xingzuan was even more confused. He was still looking, but still didn't see it. Lin Moyu said, I'll magnify their differences a bit and you can take a look. As he spoke, he increased the vibration frequency of the soul group on the right. While the soul power remains unchanged, the vibration frequency becomes approximately twice as fast. This time, Xingzuan Fu finally felt something, but this feeling was still not obvious. Lin Moyu said, I'll speed it up a little bit. You use your soul to sense, and sometimes your eyes don't work well. As he spoke, Lin Moyu once again doubled the vibration frequency of the soul group on the right, twice as fast as the one on the left. Fu Xingzuan nodded and followed the instructions, and the soul power of the Xingzuan realm came out and enveloped Lin Moyu's 2 souls. This time the feeling finally became clear, and a look of surprise appeared in Fu Xingzuan's eyes. As a holy lord, the sensitivity of his soul is not low. Under Lin Moyu's deliberate manipulation, Fu Xingzuan felt the difference between the 2 souls. Fu Xingzuan murmured, 1 ball is like running water, and 1 ball is like burning fire. This is the feeling given to him by 2 groups of souls. Although the running water is also moving, it is so smooth and steady that even people with weak souls cannot feel its fluctuations. The soul on the right is completely different. It is like a flame, beating constantly and very active. Lin Moyu said, this is the vibration of soul power. I will lower the vibration frequency now and you will continue to feel it. As he spoke, Lin Moyu weakened the vibration of the soul on the right side. Fu Xingzuan concentrated on it and carefully felt the changes in the soul. He could clearly feel that the flame of the flaming soul on the right was gradually extinguishing. Its vibrations are getting weaker and gentler. Lin Moyu's weakening of the soul is not very fast, and it decreases little by little at a speed of 10%. But for Xingzuan, this change is still obvious, and Xingzuan Fu can fully grasp this change. When the soul power is completely restored to its original stage, the 2 groups of souls on the left and right look exactly the same again. Fu Xingzuan frowned, they have become the same. Lin Moyu said, I am continuing to strengthen my soul, but this time the increase is very slow. You will see again. He began to increase the soul on the right again, but this time the increase was very slow, only increasing by 1% each time. At the same time, Lin Moyu also paid attention to Fu Xingzuan's expression. His soul changed little by little, but Fu Xingzuan's expression did not change accordingly. Until the soul power on the right increased by more than 20%, Fu Xingzuan's expression also changed accordingly. Lin Moyu knew that he sensed the change in soul power, and the increase in soul power also stopped at this moment. Lin Moyu said, I will lower the vibration of the soul power on the right side now, and you can tell me how it feels between the 2. As he spoke, he reduced the soul power on the right side by 1%. Fu Xingzuan frowned again, both are the same. The reason for frowning is not that the 2 groups of souls have the same power, but that he knows that the 2 groups of souls have different powers, but he just can't feel it. Lin Moyu withdrew the 2 groups of souls. In fact, they were different from the beginning, but the difference was very small at the beginning. The difference was only about 1%. You feel the difference when they differ by 20%. Fu Xingzuan said, this should be related to the sensitivity of the soul. Your soul is extremely sensitive and can sense all kinds of subtle differences, but I can't. Lin Moyu nodded, actually, the principle of perfect fusion of runes is very simple. We use souls to transform the bridge. As long as the 2 souls keep the vibrations completely consistent, the runes can be perfectly integrated. No matter what the runes are, no matter how many runes they are all one. Xingzu and Fu could never have imagined that the answer to the question that has troubled the human race for tens of thousands of years would be so simple. Fu Xingzuan still couldn't believe it. Is it that simple? Lin Moyu said, the principle is indeed that simple, but it is not easy to do it in practice. Our soul is divided into two. After entering the rune, the vibration frequency of the soul will be affected by the rune and undergo subtle changes. This change may be less than 1%, maybe only 1,000th, or even lower. Just such a small gap can cause the runes to not be perfectly integrated. Moreover, the stronger the power of the rune, the more violent the laws involved, and the greater the impact on the soul. This is also the reason why it is difficult to perfectly integrate the Thunder rune. Saint Fu completely understood. He entered the saint with the way of runes, studied the runes very deeply, and quickly found the real key to the problem. Fu Xingzuan frowned. The most critical issue is still the sensitivity to changes in the soul. Lin Moyu had long expected that Fu Xingzuan could grasp the key. Yes, as long as the soul is sharp enough to feel this change, and then control it, perfect fusion is not difficult. Fu Xingzuan sighed lightly, but everyone's soul sensitivity is different. Not to mention others, even I can't do it. Lin Moyu smiled. Actually, I have also thought about this issue. The sensitivity of the soul can be improved through training. However, everyone will still have differences, and the specific amount of improvement will also vary from person to person. As he spoke, Lin Moyu waved his hand, and 20 light groups, composed of soul power, flew out and stayed in the mid-air. The 20 soul light groups are like 20 stars, shining in the mid-air. In the eyes of normal people, these 20 soul light groups are exactly the same. Fu Xingzuan knows very well that in fact they are different. Lin Moyu said, you can feel the difference between them carefully and try several times. Fu Xingzuan hummed, and he began to use his soul power to feel the 20 soul light groups and feel the differences between them. Lin Moyu looked at the engrossed Fu Xingzuan, smiled slightly, and then walked aside. He also had his own things to do. His fingers moved across the air and began to draw runes. He had already conceived the necessary runes in his mind. A golden armor talisman was quickly drawn. The golden armor talisman was originally a fusion of a high-level rune and 10 basic runes, but that fusion was not a true fusion, it could only be regarded as a combination. Now Lin Moyu wants to transform and upgrade the golden armor talisman. Following Lin Moyu's will, the drawn golden armor talisman automatically dispersed and turned into 1 high-level rune and 10 basic runes again. With thinking in his eyes, it was impossible for him to fuse all the runes together. Although he knew very well that fusing all 11 runes together would definitely have the best effect, but that was not realistic. Not to mention the difficulty is too high, and mass production is impossible. After the upgrade, the golden armor talisman is not for one person to use, but to supply the undead army. Therefore, it must be considered whether the runes can be mass-produced. Otherwise, if he draws the runes by himself and paints them forever, he may not be able to cover every member of the undead army. So after considering various circumstances, Lin Moyu chose a compromise. The next step is the experiment. Just start with the simplest. With his will moving again, the newly dispersed golden armor talismans were reassembled again and transformed back into the golden armor special appearance. Lin Moyu then drew an earthy yellow basic rune, the most basic yellow stone rune among the Earth series of runes. Yellow stone runes can enhance defense and can also be integrated with other runes. It has the advantages of thickness and stability of the Earth series runes, and is the first choice for many formation masters to fuse runes. Lin Moyu chose it as the first fusion rune for these reasons. The soul power slowly flowed out, split into 2, and merged into 2 runes respectively. Lin Moyu frowned. The armor rune was not a whole, but composed of multiple runes. As soon as the soul power entered it, it dispersed and lost contact. Cannot be like this. Lin Moyu moved his will, and the golden armor talisman exploded again. Then, regardless of other runes, the soul enters the main high-level runes first, fusing the main runes with the yellow stone line. Slightly adjusting the vibration frequency of the soul, Lin Moyu skillfully merged the two runes together. The whole process went without any issues. After being integrated into the yellow stone talisman, the main rune immediately became much stronger, and the outer shell also became compressed. Then 10 basic runes were combined with it and turned into a golden armor rune again. Lin Moyu can feel that after incorporating the yellow stone talisman, the golden armor talisman has indeed become stronger. Boom! There was a soft sound, and cracks suddenly appeared in the golden armor talisman, and then it fell into pieces and turned into countless fragments. Failed. Looking at the collapsed runes, Lin Moyu showed no disappointment in his eyes. Failure is normal, but success is abnormal. The golden armor talisman was created by him. There was no precedent to follow. How could it be so easy to succeed? When I created the golden armor talisman before, I failed for a while, before finally succeeding. Continue. Lin Moyu once again produced a golden armor talisman and started the second experiment. The fusion object was still the yellow stone talisman. The golden armor talisman spread out, and the yellow stone talisman merged with the main rune. It was still a perfect fusion, and the whole process went smoothly. Then the golden armor talisman was reorganized, and the process was still smooth. The golden armor talisman exuded a more powerful aura than before, and its effect increased significantly. But it only lasted 3 seconds before the golden armor talisman collapsed. Then the third experiment, the results were exactly the same. Lin Moyu did not make any changes and continued to experiment as usual. Judging from his expression, he was not worried about failure at all. The golden armor talisman collapsed again and again, 10 times in a row, and Lin Moyu just stopped. It should be caused by insufficient balance. The main rune is too weak, and the basic runes are not strong enough. Try replacing all 10 basic runes with fusion runes. After 10 experiments, Lin Moyu found the reason. Next, he fused the 11 runes that made up the golden armor talisman with the yellow stone talisman, and finally reassembled them into the Jinshin talisman. At the moment when the new golden armor talisman was formed, the entire training room was resplendent, and the golden armor talisman was like a star rising into the sky. The new golden armor talisman is completely jade-like, like a delicate piece of golden jade, extremely beautiful. Lin Moyu felt quietly with his soul and waited patiently. The soul sensed the vibration of the golden armor talisman, and it stayed like this for half an hour. Half an hour later, the vibration frequency of the golden armor talisman had not changed at all and was very stable. Lin Moyu finally confirmed success. Let's see how it goes. With a thought in his heart, 2 skeleton generals appeared next to him. The golden armor talisman flew towards one of the skeleton generals and merged into its soul flame, replacing the old golden armor talisman. Then the new golden armor talisman was activated, and the body of the jade-white skeleton god was immediately dyed with golden light. A substantial piece of golden armor appeared on the skeleton god general. In sharp contrast to the old golden armor talisman, which was illusory and hazy, the new golden armor talisman is more like a golden armor. The skeleton god general wearing golden armor is majestic and unrivaled. It's like a golden armored war god coming from hell, which is terrifying. It looks good, but I don't know how powerful it is. With a thought in his heart, another skeleton god general immediately swung his bone sword and launched an attack. The pure white sword energy, wrapped in the gray power of death, suddenly landed on the golden armor. The golden battle armor remained motionless in the sword energy. The golden light was bright and easily blocked the sword energy. The skeleton god general's full blow reached the 6th level of the god. Being blocked so easily was enough to prove the power of the golden armor talisman. Lin Moyu's heart moved and he tapped his finger. The skeleton king appeared in the training room. Lin Moyu also reduced the formations in the training room and expanded the space. Otherwise, the training room would not be able to accommodate the skeleton king. The skeleton king swung his huge bone sword and landed on the skeleton god general. Bright golden light burst out, but the skeleton god general remained motionless, blocking the skeleton king's bone sword. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. Although Skeleton King's sword did not use any magic, it still reached the 9th level of attack power of a god. The effect of the golden armor talisman was beyond expectation. Yu Zhanshan. With a flash of consciousness, the Skeleton King swung his sword again and used the new god's sword. The bright sword light erupted on the skeleton god general, and the golden light became more and more brilliant. With a roar, the golden armor talisman finally collapsed, but the god-slaying sword failed to cause harm to the skeleton god general. The two fought to a draw and annihilated each other. The power of the Skeleton King's god-killing sword has reached the peak of a god. In other words, the defensive power of the golden armor talisman can block a strike from the peak of the god. Very good, very good. Lin Moyu was very satisfied. The golden armor talisman can achieve this effect and has met his expectations. Although he can make the golden armor talisman stronger, there are still production issues to consider. After careful consideration, Lin Moyu finally, decided to keep the current status. The new golden armor talisman has been completed, and the next step is to change the production line of the golden armor talisman. This is the troublesome problem. No one can give Lin Moyu guidance in this regard. Lin Moyu needs to explore everything by himself. Lin Moyu summoned Xiaojin and all the talisman arrays he had created before. 10 horizontally and 10 vertically, a total of 100 talisman formations were floating neatly in midair. In the center of the formation is Xiaojin, the spirit of the formation. When he came to the outside world and met Lin Moyu, Xiaojin seemed very excited. Hello, master, hello, master. Lin Moyu also smiled and greeted Xiaojin, you will be busy soon. Xiaojin patted his chest and assured, Xiaojin is very capable. If master needs anything, just ask. Okay. Lin Moyu began to transform the game. The previous formation was divided into 2 steps. The first step was to jointly create the main rune and 10 basic runes. The second step was to combine the 11 runes to finally form the Jinshin rune. There is no need to change the steps, and there is no need to move the second step. What needs to be changed is the manufacturing part. What needs to be created now are fusion runes, and each rune needs to be integrated into the Yellowstone talisman. There are 2 methods in front of Lin Moyu. One is to set up an array for drawing Yellowstone talismans for each Jinjia talisman array, which will provide Yellowstone talismans for the Jinshin talisman array. The second method is to provide separate Yellowstone talismans for each rune. In this way, each golden armor talisman will need to set up 11 separate formations to generate Yellowstone talismans, which will increase the workload by more than 10 times. Both methods have their own advantages and disadvantages. Lin Moyu couldn't decide which one was better for a while, so he could only try them one by one. The workload is so huge that even Lin Moyu needs a lot of time to complete this experiment. 50 days later, Fu Xingzuan finally recovered his mind. After these days of continuous sensing of 20 soul light groups, his soul acuity finally increased. He can sense the differences between the soul light group with the weakest vibration and the soul light group with the strongest vibration. He finally sensed the 20% difference in vibration frequency between the two. But Xingzuan Fu doesn't know that this is just the first step, and there is a long way to go. When he can sense even the smallest changes, he will be able to perfectly integrate runes every time like Lin Moyu. The perfectly integrated runes are a huge temptation for every talisman master. There were violent fluctuations not far away, and piercing golden light cut through the darkness. Fu Xingzuan turned around and saw Lin Moyu experimenting with new runes. This is... Fu Xingzuan looked a little puzzled. Lin Moyu was following the rune fusion path. When did he start to get involved with the array again? This talisman formation is a little special. I've never seen it before. The technique of arranging the talisman array is very skillful. It seems that he is no stranger to talisman arrays. This talisman array is not an attack talisman array, nor a defensive talisman array, but... Gradually, Fu Xingzuan's eyes widened, revealing an incredible look again. Fu Xingzuan was a little embarrassed. He actually used a talisman to make a talisman. How could he dare to think so boldly? What Lin Moyu did was so unexpected, using a talisman array to create runes, which is something that many talisman masters would never dare to think of. Even Fu Xingzun didn't even think about it. In his shock, Xingzun Fu even forgot about training his soul acuity and stared at Lin Moyu intently. Unexpectedly, this was just the beginning of the shock. What Lin Moyu did next was even bolder. Not only did he use the talisman array to create runes, he also used the array to fuse AI. In the understanding of countless runes masters, fusing runes requires continuous attempts, accumulating experience through countless failures, and finally completing the fusion. But Lin Moyu wants to directly use formations to fuse runes, which is simply more than whimsical. But that's what Lin Moyu did, both in terms of courage and imagination. Fu Xingzun moved in his heart and colluded with the Human Emperor Network to record all aspects of what Lin Moyu was doing. Lin Moyu didn't know that Fu Xingzun was paying attention to him, but it didn't matter even if he knew. It's not like what he did was not something people could see. He has failed countless times, and he is also accumulating experience, failing again and again, and accumulating again and again. After countless attempts, I finally got some experience. Lin Moyu has determined his direction. He will arrange a separate formation for producing Yellowstone talisman for each basic rune. This is the most troublesome and the most work-intensive method. To this end, he needed to make major changes to the basic structure of the entire formation, and even needed to adapt it to Shaojin. The size of the formation has at least doubled. Whether Shaojin can control it smoothly is a question. Lin Moyu communicated with Shaojin, and Shaojin said there was no problem. Over the years, Shaojin has improved both in intelligence and control. After completely determining the direction, Lin Moyu began to transform the formation. He set up a formation that specialized in producing Yellowstone talismans, and then connected the formation with one of the formations in the Golden Armor Talisman formation that specialized in producing basic runes. In this way, the produced Yellowstone talisman will be automatically sent over and merged with the produced basic rune. But this is only the first step, and then Lin Moyu injects soul power into the two formations. The vibration frequencies of the two formations are adjusted. Fusion runes need to use soul power as a bridge, and they must also have the same vibration frequency. In the past, it was necessary to adjust a single rune, but now it is necessary to adjust the entire formation, and the difficulty is not at the same level at all. Lin Moyu adjusted it for several days and finally adjusted the frequencies of the two to be completely consistent. After the second step is completed, the formation cannot be used immediately. His soul power cannot always exist, and his soul cannot adjust the formation all the time. After that, he will leave the ongoing work to others. Little Gene Array Spirit, the chief supervisor of the array, and a single individual, is unable to control the soul power in a precise manner. Lin Moyu has already thought about who to leave this matter to. World Tree. Apart from it, there is no better candidate. With a thought in his heart, a branch flew out from beside him. The World Tree broke through the boundary between reality and came to the real world. The branches of the world gently rested on the formation, and began to control the formation in place of Lin Moyu. It has always provided soul power to Lin Moyu, and it can be said that it is very familiar with Lin Moyu's soul power. The formation began to operate, and a Yellowstone talisman was drawn out by the formation, and then followed the connecting channel and entered the formation of the basic rune. At this time, the basic runes were also being created, and the two runes quickly met and then merged. Using Lin Moyu's soul power as a bridge, the two runes were adjusted to the same vibration frequency. Even the vibration frequencies of the created runes were exactly the same. Not surprisingly, the two blended together very well. The newly born fusion runes quickly became jade, indicating that the runes were perfectly fused. Lin Moyu's eyes glowed with joy, and he clenched his fist fiercely, successful. Not far away, Xingzun Fu could not help but tremble. He had a creepy feeling, not only was it successful, but it was also perfectly integrated. Then he smiled bitterly and said, it's nothing more than killing people and killing people's hearts. If other talisman masters find out, I'm afraid a large number of people will have their hearts broken. Fortunately, I have a strong Taoist heart, okay? It is very difficult for others to fuse runes, but Lin Moyu directly uses rune arrays to mass-produce and fuse them in batches. In the eyes of other talisman masters, he is worse than a talisman array. How could Taoist heart not collapse? Lin Moyu's eyes flickered and he continued to activate the formation. Successful fusion is only the first step, and then the runes will continue to be created and fused. As the number of fusions continues to increase, the vibration frequency of the bursts will also change slightly. At this time, the world tree came into play. It replaced Lin Moyu to adjust the talisman array to keep the talisman consistent. At the same time, it also replenishes the soul power of the formation and keeps the soul power abundant. After creating thousands of runes in succession and successfully integrating them all, Lin Moyu was sure that his idea was successful. With this experience, the next step was easy. He began to draw the Yellowstone talisman formations one by one, and connected them all to the Golden Armor talisman formation. The size of the Golden Armor talisman array has expanded nearly 3 times, and the original 2-layer structure has become a 3-layer structure. The talisman array has also expanded from the original 12 to 23. The outermost layer is 11 formations for manufacturing Yellowstone talismans. The middle layer is a formation of 11 runes needed to make the Golden Armor talisman, and the Yellowstone talisman will be fused here to form a new rune. The last layer is a formation that combines all the runes into new Golden Armor runes. This formation is the simplest, but it would be impossible without it. Lin Moyu went from unfamiliarity to proficiency. It took him 10 days to finally adjust the entire formation. The formation was running, lighting up layer by layer, and 11 Yellowstone talismans were produced and flew out at the same time. Then they merged with the runes created on the second level to form a brand new rune. Then the 11 runes flew to the last layer of formation, and were combined in a predetermined order to form a new Golden Armor rune. Under the control of Xiao Jin, the new Golden Armor talisman flew out of the formation and shone in midair. Lin Moyu felt the new Golden Armor talisman, which was basically no different from the one he made himself. Until this moment, Lin Moyu finally breathed a long sigh of relief. It was completed, and overall, it went smoothly. Looking at his results, he murmured to himself with a hint of complacency, although the process is slightly tortuous, the results are still gratifying. These words fell in Fu Xingzuan's ears, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He already cursed in his heart, what does it mean that the process is slightly tortuous? He has watched the whole process, there are no twists and turns, please don't make it too smooth. Other talisman masters who fuse runes are not measured in years, but can easily take several years or more. You have only had a few days, and a rune that fully automatically produces fusion runes has been completed. What kind of twists and turns is this? It shouldn't be too smooth, okay? When Fu Xingzuan thought about his previous experience, he was really sad and burst into tears. It was so painful that it was simply unbearable to look back. Fu Xingzuan hesitated for a moment, and finally walked over. As soon as Fu Xingzuan took 2 steps, he suddenly stopped again. Because he saw Xiao Jin. Before, his attention was focused on Lin Moyu and the talisman formation, and he did not notice Xiao Jin. Moreover, Xiao Jin is also integrated with the formation behind the talisman formation, making it difficult to be discovered. Until now, he finally saw Xiao Jin. Fu Xingzuan looked a little excited, this is the formation spirit. When a formation has a formation spirit, the nature of the formation is different. The formation spirit can independently control the formation, or it can assist its master in manipulating the formation together. Possessing a powerful formation spirit is also the dream of many formation mages and talisman masters. It is very difficult to produce an array spirit, and the formation must be extremely perfect before it is possible to produce an array spirit. And it also depends on luck. Luck accounts for at least half of it. Fu Xingzuan couldn't help but sigh, his talisman array actually produced array spirits. This luck is better than most of the 190 people. At this moment, Lin Moyu was asking Xiao Jin to send new golden armor talismans into the body of the skeleton god general. Although the formation has been successful, it still needs to be verified for stability. Lin Moyu has calculated in his mind that as long as there are no problems with 1,000 runes, there is a high probability that there will be no problems in the future. Fu Xingzuan came to Lin Moyu and stood side by side with Lin Moyu. Did you come up with this talisman array yourself? Lin Moyu nodded. Thank you for giving me rules. I studied the runes in it and combined it with the information I saw in the Talisman Masters Association to build this talisman array. As he said this, Lin Moyu took out Rule and prepared to return it to Xingzuan Fu. Rules is no longer useful to him, and he has already mastered all the texts in it. Xingzuan Fu declined. You don't have to pay it back to me. If you find a suitable candidate, just pass it on. Lin Moyu was not polite and put it away directly. He knew that Fu Xingzuan would definitely have a copy of Fu Yu, and the Su family also had no shortage of inheritance. Moreover, the Human Emperor Network has also recorded all the contents of Rule, so the human race will not cut off the inheritance. Fu Xingzuan admired the talisman array arranged by Lin Moyu. The three-layer structure has a clear division of labor. It is really a work of art. Lin Moyu said with a hint of helplessness, I have no choice. Who gave me so many people? If I can't make it fully automatically, I won't be able to finish the painting even if I die. Fu Xingzuan said, how effective is this rune of yours? With a move of Lin Moyu's will, a new golden armor talisman that had just been baked flew over. Fu Xingzuan immediately checked it. With his eyes, he could certainly see the essence of this rune. The golden armor talisman is not a profound talisman, it is far worse than the ancient talisman. However, Xingzuan Fu still watched it with gusto. What he really valued was not the golden armor talisman itself, but Lin Moyu's ingenious technique. Fu Xingzuan said in a low voice, if I read it correctly, the defensive power of this rune has reached the peak of the god. Lin Moyu hummed, you are right, you have indeed reached the peak of divine status. Fu Xingzuan's eyes flashed slightly. If the human army can deploy this talisman in batches. If the human army fully uses the new golden armor talisman, the attack power may not change, but the defense power will definitely make the enemy completely despair. Facing a team that can completely abandon defense and attack with all its strength, no matter who you are, you will be scared. This kind of army is crazy and extremely terrifying. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, actually, it is not impossible to equip large quantities of equipment. After all, the human race has a large number of talisman masters. Just let them work together to draw these runes and make special cards from the talisman. Fu Xingzuan shook his head, that's not what I meant. I meant full automatic mass production like you. Lin Moyu immediately stopped thinking about Fu Xingzuan, it can't be done. Fu Xingzuan's eyes showed confusion, as if he was asking why he couldn't do it. Lin Moyu gave the answer, if you want to achieve fully automatic fusion of runes and ensure successful fusion, you need to fine-tune the vibration frequency of the runes array to keep it consistent. This kind of adjustment is much more difficult than when you felt the soul vibration before, probably hundreds of times. And after the talisman arrays have been running for a period of time, their vibrations will also change and need to be adjusted again. As long as one rune is not adjusted in place, there is a discrepancy, and the fusion fails, it is a trivial matter, and the entire rune array may be blown up. And the most important point is that the runes made with it are also disposable items after they are made into runes. Unlike my summons, the runes are integrated into the soul and can exist permanently. Fu Xingzuan thought about Lin Moyu. In fact, Lin Moyu was right. Lin Moyu's summons are different. The runes are directly integrated into the soul and can be nourished by the soul fire and exist forever. It is impossible for humans to absorb runes into their souls. They are all disposable items, so the effect is not as great as imagined. What's more, these talisman arrays are so difficult to make, even the talisman saint is not sure of making them. Lin Moyu said, I will hand over all the methods of making talisman arrays and training soul acuity to the Human Emperor Network, hoping that more talisman masters can see it. Fu Xingzuan thought for a moment, can you give me some advice? Lin Moyu snorted, I'm preaching? Don't joke with me. I'm only a first-level god, so how can I preach? Talisman Saint Zun said, if you are not preaching to others, you are preaching to us talisman masters. Let's talk about how to train soul acuity, and you'd better refine some magic weapons and props needed to train soul acuity. I will ask the best weapon refiners in the human race to cooperate with you. As long as you can refine it, they can copy it. I will also let the Emperor Network pay attention to those with keen souls and let them practice runes. Just preach and leave the rest to us. Xingzu and Fu talked a lot, most of which were for the sake of the human race and the inheritance of the human race. Lin Moyu had no reason to refuse. Well, let's start preaching after I arrange the array. After Fu Xingzuan finished speaking, he left the training room without even doing any soul acuity training. Soul improvement cannot be achieved in a day, and he is not in a hurry. Later, there will be plenty of time for training and improvement. After Xingzu and Fu left, Lin Moyu also began to arrange the talisman array. The first symbol array was tested on 5.9 and there were no problems. Xiao Jin is also very good at controlling the talisman array, and World Tree can also continuously enter the talisman array for fine-tuning. Therefore, Lin Moyu transferred the talisman array and Xiao Jin back to the Soul World and officially arranged the talisman array in the Soul World. In his imagination, the number of special operations will increase significantly this time. Before, there were 10 horizontal and 10 vertical talismans, totaling 100 talisman arrays. But the total number of undead legions at that time was only a little over 100 million. Unlike now, when the total number exceeds 600 million, if you continue to use only 100 talisman arrays, the time spent will need to increase 5 times. Lin Moyu arranged it in 20 horizontal and 20 vertical formations, totaling 400 talisman arrays. The number has increased 4 times compared to before. The only question is whether Xiao Jin, as a formation spirit, can manage it. The little guy promised that there would be no problem, but everything was unknown. In the central temple of the Divine City, Tian Xingzun, Wu Xingzun and War Saint Zun are discussing matters. The War Saint said, except for those who are away from home, the rest of the other shores and gods in my war temple have been inspected, and no problems have been found. Upon hearing the news, Xingzu and Wu and Xingzu and Tian breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Tian Xingzun said, this is the best news I have received recently. Wu Xingzuan also echoed, the Temple of War is not affected, which is indeed good news. Zhan Xingzuan raised his eyebrows, is the situation in the Divine City not good? Tian Xingzuan nodded, the high-level area is okay, but the situation in the intermediate area is not optimistic. The specific data is still being compiled by the Human Emperor Network. Zhan Xingzuan gritted his teeth and whispered, the penetration of the soul-devouring clan is so strong? Tian Xingzuan hummed, having been dormant for 100,000 years, these guys have obviously learned the lessons from the past, turned from light to darkness, and are ready to do something big. A bunch of shady guys. Zhan Xingzuan couldn't help but curse. Holy Lord, how seemed much more relaxed than them. Think about it, even our human race has been so deeply infiltrated, the situation of other races may be even worse. It would be fun if a saint was infiltrated by the soul devourers. Just like the future Buddha in the 28 Buddha clan, it can be said that more than half of the entire Buddha flag is already in the hands of the Spirit Eater clan. It is conceivable that if the Buddha is in charge in the future, how many spirit-eating clan members there will be in the Buddha clan. Although everyone knows that it is difficult to control the Holy Lord, it is not impossible. The soul-devouring clan did not seize the body after becoming a saint. They may have taken the body of a certain genius early and then cultivated it. This kind of thing is impossible to guard against. Even the human race with the Human Emperor Network can't guard against it, let alone other races. The central temple door opened, and Fu Xingzuan flew in. There was a flash of light in Tian Xingzun's eyes. Has he gained something? Saint Fu came to him and said, I have indeed gained something. Lin Xiaoyu's talent in runes is unprecedented. Fu Xingzuan raised Lin Moyu to an unprecedented height with just one sentence. This sentence also admits from the side that he, a saint who entered the Tao through talismans, is not as talented as Lin Moyu in the way of literature. Fu Xingzuan didn't feel embarrassed at all. He pointed his finger and projected a picture. In the screen, 20 soul light groups appeared. Fu Xingzuan counted the points with his fingers, and the human emperor network interfered with reality. The projection instantly expanded, and 20 soul light groups appeared in front of several people as if they were real. Fu Xingzuan said, This is the soul light group I copied using the human emperor network. You can see the difference. The 20 soul light groups look exactly the same at first glance, with no difference at all. Several saints frowned and didn't see any difference. The war saint and the heavenly saint shook their heads at the same time. There is no difference. Wu Xingzuan seemed to have seen some clues. These groups of souls seem to be more active. Fu Xingzuan pointed to the soul light group on the far left. Based on this, the activation frequency of each soul light group will be increased by 1% compared to the previous one. The soul light group itself is not strong, it can even be said to be very weak. With a 1% increase on a week basis, it is indeed difficult to feel the difference. Saint Hao can feel it a little, which is enough to prove that his soul is also quite sensitive. Fu Xingzuan immediately explained the method of perfect fusion of runes, and several saints were dumbfounded. Tian Xingzuan sighed, after searching for more than 100,000 years, the problem that the whole family cannot solve has been discovered by Lin Xiaoyu. Wu Xingzuan couldn't help but sigh. Lin Xiaoyu is indeed a genius, incomparable to ordinary people. War Saint's eyes flickered. According to what Lin Xiaoyu said, soul acuity can be improved through acquired training. Does it mean that other people can also achieve perfect fusion of runes? Xingzuan Fu said, There is indeed a chance, but we cannot say that it is 100% certain that it can be achieved. After all, everyone's improvement has limits. The War Saint said, It doesn't matter, we have many talisman masters, and there will always be some with outstanding qualifications. Fu Xingzuan didn't refute, but he didn't agree either. He has personally tried training, and the results are there, but it also depends on talent. According to his estimation, people who can reach Lin Moyu's level probably don't know how to shield. Not to mention reaching it, even getting close is already very impressive. However, what Zhang Xingzuan said is right. The human race has a large number of talisman masters, and it will be a miracle if they don't do it right. Fu Xingzuan clicked his finger again, and the projected image immediately changed. A talisman array appeared on the screen. Fu Xing said, Besides the fusion of runes, there are actually more important things. Lin Xiaoyu created a magical talisman array. Fu Xingzuan told Lin Moyu how to use formations to form talisman and how to use formations to merge talisman, and also performed a simultaneous demonstration of the projection of the human emperor network. Seeing the perfect integration of the runes under the control of the formation, several saints all widened their eyes and marveled. They couldn't hide their shock, and all of them praised him again and again. Even Fu Xingzuan, who had personal experience, was still shocked when he watched it again. Wu Xingzuan let out a long sigh. I had known that Lin Xiaoyu had achieved using formations to create talismans, but I didn't expect that he could still use formations to merge talisman. It's truly a miracle. Tian Xingzuan praised, Lin Xiaoyu once again created a precedent in history, something unprecedented. The War Saint has a different idea. I don't know if this method can be spread to other people. This method will be a big fish for me in the War Temple. Tian Xingzuan said, It is not only useful for the War Temple, but also for the entire human race. They looked at Fu Xingzuan together, and Fu Xingzuan said, I have asked Xiaoyu Lin to give a sermon, and let all our talisman masters attend the lecture. Whether it's runes or talisman arrays, they all need to be understood. You can't teach them if you want to teach them, or learn them if you want to learn them. Everyone naturally understands this truth. Several saints were very happy that Lin Moyu agreed to preach. Tian Xingzuan thought for a while, let's leave this matter to Fu Xingzuan. Fu Xingzuan hummed, I have thought that the location of the sermon is at Fu Master Square in the Divine City. At that time, let all the high-level talisman masters in the clan come to the Divine City to listen to the lecture. As for the middle and low-level talisman masters, let them watch it on the Human Emperor Network. All the high-level talisman masters in the clan mentioned by Fu Xingzuan include members of the Talisman Masters Association, high-level talisman masters in the War Temple, and high-level talisman masters in the military. These numbers are already quite large. If middle and low-level talisman masters are added, the number will be astonishing. Several people discussed the matter for a while, quickly finalized the details, and then Xingzu and Fu went down to make arrangements. Soon, all the talisman masters in the human race received news of the lecture. Attending this lecture is not voluntary, but all talisman masters must participate. No matter where you are, wherever the Emperor is present, you must listen. All high-level talisman masters are required to return to the Divine City Star Territory. A special passage has been opened in the Divine City Star Territory to bring back high-level talisman masters. The human race was busy again. Apart from investigating the soul-devouring clan, the talisman masters had another big thing to worry about. In the practice room, Lin Moyu sat cross-legged on the ground, his whole body aura was peaceful, as if he was sleeping. In his soul world, he is working hard to transform the golden armor talisman array. Compared with the first transformation, now his movements have become extremely skilled and the transformation speed is getting faster and faster. Each talisman array was transformed and handed over to Xiao Jin for control. It took Lin Moyu a full 50 days to complete the transformation of hundreds of talisman arrays. After confirming that Xiao Jin still had some energy left, the rotor began to create new formations. Time passes day by day, and the number of golden armor talismans in the soul world is also increasing day by day. The number of talisman arrays is increasing at a rate of 2 per day, and the scale of the talisman arrays is rapidly increasing. The world tree hangs down a large number of branches and completes the connection with the talisman array, providing infinite soul power for the talisman array and controlling the vibration frequency of the soul. Lin Moyu's soul is very sharp and can control every subtle change. As Lin Moyu's talent, the world tree has an equally powerful ability to control soul power. Under its control, the formation operates very smoothly without any difficulty. As the number of formations increased, Lin Moyu worried that things that Xiao Jin could not control did not happen. And as the number of formations increases, Xiao Jin's strength and spirituality are increasing. When the number of formations reached 200, Xiao Jin's whole body shone with golden light. He seemed to have grown up, and his aura became more powerful. Xiao Jin shouted excitedly, Master, my Emperor Li has become stronger. Needless to say, Lin Moyu also felt its changes. Getting stronger is a good thing. The stronger the force, the more formations you can control. As Xiao Jin became stronger, Lin Moyu's last worries were wiped away. Lin Moyu's movements became more calm, and brand new runes flew out one by one, forming talisman arrays in the soul world. In the process of arranging the talisman position, Lin Moyu is also learning and comprehending. The fusion of runes and runes is called the 2 avenues of runes. Most people choose one or the other, and few people can go both ways. Even Fu Xingzuan, although he has traveled a long way on both roads, is still divided into strong and weak. But Lin Moyu has seen the end of the road, so he knows very well that if you want to reach the end, both roads must go hand in hand. Only when both paths come to an end and merge into one can we truly reach the end of the rune path and touch the final avenue. This is the particularity of the rune path, which is different from the law path. As long as you choose one of the laws and practice to the limit, you will have a chance to touch the final avenue. It is also known as different paths lead to the same destination. However, Lin Moyu took the path of laws and the path of runes together, practicing multiple paths at the same time, hoping to reach the end together. It's very difficult, but if you can get there, the road will become wider in the future. They set up formations again and again, constantly drawing runes, and constantly integrating runes. The insights I gained when I observed the runes of the big world were all realized and became the techniques and methods I have mastered. If I use the fused runes to lay out the rune array, will the resulting runes be more powerful? I can give it a try when I have the opportunity in the future. But we need to try out the fusion runes suitable for the formation first. When Lin Moyu set up the formation, he still had time to think about the problem. His whim was not unfounded. Ancient runes are composed of a large number of fusion runes, and these fusion runes are extremely complex and incorporate a large number of runes. The entire ancient talisman can be regarded as a talisman array composed of a large number of fused runes. So when it is broken up, the individual runes can still function and exist independently. The ancient talisman gave Lin Moyu good guidance, which was equivalent to pointing out the direction for Lin Moyu and letting Lin Moyu know what he should do. In the Divine City Star territory, a large number of high-level talisman masters were ready, waiting for the sermon to begin. During the recent period, all high-level talisman masters traveling outside the world have returned. The specific time of the sermon has not been set, but the notice from Renhuang Network has been issued, so they can only wait. Because the person who issued the notice is Fu Xingzuan, he is the current president of the Talisman Master Association and the leader of all talisman masters. No one dares to disobey their orders. Some talisman masters were discussing privately what they would talk about in this sermon. I think it's the president who has a new understanding and wants to tell us. The president has not been out of the mountain for many years. It has been 1,000 years since the last time the president gave a sermon. 1,266 years ago, the last time the president gave a sermon, I only wanted a 5th-level talisman master, and now I am already an 8th-level talisman master. Your cultivation speed is really fast. You have cultivated from a 5th-level talisman master to an 8th-level talisman master so quickly. Who am I? You have never seen Master Lin's cultivation speed. Master Lin? Is that Lin Moyu? I heard that he has become very famous in recent years. You must have been in seclusion in recent years. The talisman master has indeed been in seclusion for the past few days and has not heard anything outside the window, so he is not clear about Lin Moyu's deeds. When someone told him about Lin Moyu's deeds, everyone was stunned for a moment. While they were discussing, they suddenly received a message from the Human Emperor Network. The sermon will be held in 10 days. Everyone please be prepared. The high-level talisman master recently went to the Divine City Talisman Master Square, and the special teleportation array has been opened. Intermediate and low-level talisman masters, on the lecture day, enter the Human Emperor Network to listen to the lecture. All talisman masters, please make a great world oath. The oath is as follows. The notice from the Human Emperor Network surprised everyone. My dear, this sermon is actually being held in the Talisman Square of the Divine City. That is a holy land for talisman masters. Ordinary talisman masters are not qualified to go there. Only high-level talisman masters are qualified to go there, and the standards of this lecture are so high. The president's sermon was truly extraordinary. Listen carefully and you will definitely gain a lot. But why do you still have to speak to everyone in the world? How strange. There's nothing surprising. Anyway, we will do whatever the president says. There will definitely be nothing wrong. One after another, the talisman masters made oaths to the great world. Not only the great world oath, but also a dedicated person will deliver the face elixir. The content of Lin Moyu's sermon must not be leaked. Under the control of the Human Emperor Network, the human race has minimized risks. The door to the training room slowly opened, and Lin Moyu walked out, feeling the light and heat brought by the 4 stars. After nearly 300 days, he finally completed the arrangement of the new golden armor talisman array. The array of golden armor talismans, 20 horizontally and vertically, is shining brightly in the soul world. Array Spirit Xiaojin was as if he had obtained a beloved toy, happily manipulating these formations. Under Xiaojin's control and the cooperation of World Tree, the entire array ran very smoothly. Every 10 seconds, a batch of new golden armor, new Ali's, talismans will be produced and then integrated into the soul of the skeleton god. The quantity of each batch of golden armor talismans is 400, and at a rate of 2,400 pieces per minute, 3,456,000 pieces can be produced in one day. It only takes 145 days to cover all the skeleton generals. By then, the skeleton god general's defense will be able to block the full blow of the peak god. A significant increase in defense power means a significant increase in combat power. However, Lin Moyu spent so much effort, increasing the combat power of the undead army is only one of the purposes. The real purpose is still for the Way of Runes. He wants to turn what he has learned into reality and verify it, so that he can fully master it. Only in this way can we go further and further. The current golden armor talisman is not the final result. In the future, as his runes become stronger and stronger, the golden armor talisman will continue to become stronger. It is not a dream to finally be able to enter the other side realm or attack in the Holy Realm. At that time, the undead army will be truly invincible, making all races fearful. After Lin Moyu left the practice room, he sent a message to Fu Xingzuan, and the two confirmed the time for the sermon. When he preaches 10 days later, Lin Moyu also needs to make some preparations. He took Lin Moyu to the weapon refining area of the City of God. As Fu Xingzuan said before, he found the best weapon refining master in the entire human race. Lin Moyu saw an energetic old man from a distance. He was wearing a red tights, and his exposed skin was also red, and his whole person looked like a ball of flames. Just by getting closer, Lin Moyu could clearly feel that the temperature was rising, as if he was approaching a ball of flames. The old man's aura was thick, and Lin Moyu recognized him at a glance. He was a strong man from the other side realm. Fu Xingzuan introduced, "This is Mr. Yan, the strongest weapon refining master in the clan at present." Lin Moyu immediately saluted Mr. Shou Yan, "This junior has seen Yan and I." Yan Lao's voice was the same as the others, very thick, like thunder. "Young friend Lin, there is no need to be polite. Although you have never met me, I have met you many times. Little friend Lin's talent is really enviable to me." Lin Moyu said humbly, "Lao Yan has done a great job. The younger generation still has a lot to learn. Mr. Yan's character is straightforward. Let's get started, Xingzuan Fu. If you need me to do anything, just ask me." Xingzuan Fu nodded. "Go to the weapon refining room. Xiaoyu Lin will tell you the specific requirements." The three of them entered the refining room together. Flames rose in the refining room, and there was a complete set of refining tools. With Yan Lao's state, he actually no longer needs these tools for assistance. He himself is the best weapon refining tool. Mr. Yan said generously, "If you have any requests, little friend Lin, just ask." Lin Moyu said, "I want to refine a magic weapon that can contain both soul power and runes. The runes in the magic weapon need to be related to the soul." Yan Lao listened to Lin Moyu's request and thought deeply for a few seconds. How much soul power should be accommodated? Lin Moyu thought for a while, opened his palms, and a ball of soul power emerged. "This is enough. The soul power in the palm is very weak, at most the level of a true god." Yan Lao took a look and said, "This is not difficult. Are there any other requirements?" Lin Moyu thought for a while. The soul power contained in it needs to be clearly felt by people without any hindrance or influence. Yan Lao fell into deep thought again and muttered to himself, "There cannot be any hindrance or influence. This is the hardest part. It is not difficult to accommodate the soul power, but once any magic weapon accommodates the soul power, it will restrain the soul power, which will affect it to some extent." Before, Mr. Yan thought that Lin Moyu's request did not require him to do it himself. Now it seems that it is indeed not something that ordinary weapon refiners can do. Ordinary means will definitely not work. He thought a lot and finally came up with a solution. "Do I need to move?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "It doesn't need to be moved, it just needs to be fixed in one place." Yan Lao said, "Then I can use formations to restrain the soul power, which will not affect the soul power. But if you do this, I don't know if it will affect when." Lin Moyu said, "We can give it a try. It doesn't matter if we fail a few times." Mr. Yan nodded, then let's try it first. I will refine the weapon first. As he spoke, he took out a piece of white jade, and then a ball of flames spurted out from Shuashin. The flames quickly turned from red fire to deep blue, the temperature increased sharply, and the white jade began to melt. But what is strange is that Lin Moyu and Fu Xingzuan did not feel the temperature increase. All the firepower was controlled within a very small range, which also revealed Yan Lao's strong control over the flames. The white jade melted into liquid, and Mr. Yan asked, "What kind of appearance does Xiaoyu Lin like?" Lin Moyu said, "It doesn't matter, just let Mr. Yan do what he wants." "Haha, I just like people like you. Whatever looks good, practicality is the most important." Old Yan laughed loudly, and with a move of will, the liquid immediately began to change according to his thoughts. The white jade liquid quickly turned into a disc shape, which looked somewhat similar to the array disc. The flame temperature gradually decreased, and the white jade liquid began to solidify again. Before it was completely solidified, Sui Lao began to carve out the formation. There are many kinds of formations. They can be formations composed of runes, formations arranged by formation masters using various materials, or formations directly carved into magic weapons by weapon refiners. The formation method is broad, profound, and complex. Lin Moyu only knows about formations. Meng Anwen in the small world mainly walks in the talisman formation. However, he also understands ordinary formations, but not as well as talisman formations. Lin Moyu once felt that if Meng Anwen could come to the big world, he would also be an extremely good lottery master. Moreover, in terms of talisman formation, Meng Anwen's qualifications surpassed most of the talisman masters in the world. Thoughts in his heart were chaotic, but his eyes were watching Yan Lao carving the formation without blinking. The formations are interconnected, and Lin Moyu can probably see the usefulness of this formation. The formation is very simple, its only function is to restrain it. But the restraint force is not strong and it is easily damaged. The formation is simple and weak, but the benefits are obvious. The aura of the formation is very weak and can hardly be sensed. This can also achieve what Lin Moyu said, not being affected. After the formation was carved, the flames further weakened until the white jade liquid completely solidified and turned into a pure white jade plate. There are faintly beautiful lines on the jade plate. "It's done," Yan Lao said softly, and then handed the white jade plate to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu felt the breath of the white jade plate, and his soul penetrated it, and found that it was just a magic weapon in the true God realm. The breath of the magic weapon is very weak, and the soul power it can contain can only be at the true God level. A master of refining weapons in the other side realm, using the best materials, only refined the magic weapon of the true God realm. Naturally, Yan Lao did not gain fame in vain. This further proves that Lao Yan is a true master of weapon refining. Yan Lao said, "When it comes to refining weapons, it's not that the higher the grade of the magic weapon you refine, the better, but it has to be just right. Those who can use God realm materials to refine true God realm magic weapons are considered awesome." Lin Moyu feels the same way, and in fact it is true. Even if you refine the materials of the Divine Lord realm, you can make the magic weapon of the Divine King realm. It would be difficult to refine it into the realm of true gods. You can refine weapons as you like, and you can get whatever grade you want. This is true strength. Lin Moyu waved out a ball of soul. The soul was not strong, but it was also in the realm of true gods, consistent with the jade plate. Then he drew 2 runes quickly with his fingers. The soul made slight adjustments, and the 2 runes immediately merged together to form a new rune. Rune Jade. Lin Moyu easily achieves perfect integration. These 2 runes are basic runes, and their function is stability and maintenance. With the blessing of these 2 runes, the soul power can remain stable for a long time and will not collapse. The runes were integrated into the jade plate, and did not conflict with the formations in the jade plate, and blended in smoothly. Then Lin Moyu fine-tuned the soul, from smooth to vibrating, allowing the soul power to continuously change. Throughout the entire process, the pressure plate maintains excellent stability. Yan Lao asked, how? Is this feasible? Although he didn't understand what Lin Moyu wanted such a magic weapon to do, he knew it would be useful, otherwise Xingzu and Fu would not accompany him in person. Lin Moyu nodded, it's perfect. Then please trouble Queen Yan to refine 99 identical ones. Yan Lao was stunned, wondering if he had heard wrongly. You want 100 pieces of this thing? And they have to be exactly the same. Doubts arose in his eyes, and then Fu Xingzuan said, it's troublesome for Yan Tuesday. When the holy talisman spoke, it was naturally impossible for Mr. Yan to refuse. He immediately took out the materials, raised the flame, and started refining. Yan Lao's refining speed was very fast, and pieces of jade plates were quickly formed. Lin Moyu also moved very quickly. He prepared the fused runes early and put them into the jade plate one by one. At the same time, his soul power was also placed on the jade plate. Fu Xingzuan felt the vibration of the soul in the jade plate. In his perception, the souls in the jade plate were all the same, without any difference. He couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. His soul sensitivity was still not enough. It wasn't until the 20th jade plate appeared that he felt the difference between this jade plate and the first jade plate. Apparently Lin Moyu has a 1% increase in vibration for the soul in each jade plate. If the vibration frequency of the first jade plate is 1, then the vibration frequency of the last jade plate is 2, which is exactly double. The vibration of the soul doubled, and the difference was already quite large. If you can't even sense this, it only means that your talent is too weak and not suitable for rune fusion. Although soul acuity can be improved the day after tomorrow, there are certain limits to improvement, and it is impossible to improve without limit. In just half a day, 100 jade plates have been refined. Yan Lao stopped his hand and looked at these jade plates. Xiao Yu Lin, what are you doing? Lin Moyu said, use it when preaching. Mr. Yan was shocked. Recently, all the talisman masters are spreading the news that Fu Xingzuan is going to give a sermon. Could it be that the one who is going to give the sermon is not Fu Xingzuan? Fu Xingzuan laughed and said, it's all lies. When did I say I was going to preach? It was Lin Xiaoyu who preached, and I was just one of the listeners. Mr. Yan was even more shocked. The divine master preached and the holy master listened to the sermon. This matter is a bit. Fu Xingzuan waved his hand and interrupted old Yan's words, a master is a teacher, and the way of runes is broad and profound. In some aspects, Lin Xiaoyu is already far better than me. Yan Lao was puzzled. Xingzuan Fu was a saint achieved through the way of runes, but he actually said that Lin Moyu had surpassed him in some aspects. This was a bit unbelievable. He was not sure whether it was because Xingzuan Fu was too humble or because it was the truth. Xingzuan Fu did not explain any more. Old Yan's eyes fell on the hundreds of jade plates he had refined. The souls in these jade plates seem to be a little different, but I can't tell what is different. At this time, Lin Moyu has already numbered the jade plates, from number 1 to number 100, arranged in order. After hearing this, Lin Moyu immediately said, Old Yan takes the no. 1 jade plate as the benchmark. From which piece do you feel the soul has changed? Yan Lao felt it for a while and looked at the jade plate number 15, it has become different since the 15th. It's strange, but there is no difference at all. He could feel the difference, but he couldn't tell what was different. This feeling was very strange. Fu Xingzuan laughed out loud, Yan Lao's soul acuity is very good. Do you want to consider practicing the way of runes? Mr. Yan glared at him, is this kind of joke possible? My Taoist heart is indestructible. Fu Xingzuan laughed loudly, okay, if Mr. Yan is interested in attending the lecture, I'm always welcome. Mr. Yan nodded, that's pretty much it. Is there anything else that needs to be refined? Lin Moyu thought for a while, I got a battleship by chance, but it has been damaged. I wonder if Mr. Yan can help repair it. As he spoke, Lin Moyu took out the battleship. The battleship was floating in the palm of his hand. Before it was unfolded, it was very small. Yan Lao exclaimed when he saw the battleship, this is the battleship of the 9 emperor gods. Unexpectedly, he recognized him at a glance, and Lin Moyu was also a little surprised. Yen Lao took the battleship and looked at it carefully. It is indeed the battleship of the 9 Emperor Gods, and it was built by me myself. But he has disappeared for many years. How could the battleship fall into the hands of Lin Xiaoyu? Lin Moyu talked about his experience of obtaining a battleship in the dark void. Yen Lao sensed it for a while and said, "The core is broken, and the aura of the 9 Emperor Gods has disappeared. It seems that the 9 Emperor Gods have encountered something unexpected." Forget it before, God of Heaven and God, the God of 9 Emperors is destined to suffer a calamity, and it seems that he cannot escape. Fu Xingzuan said, "There are not a few gods who die in the dark void every year. In fact, there is nothing surprising. It's not that he is cold-blooded, it's just that in his 10,000 years of life, he has seen too many separations between life and death, and he has taken life and death very lightly." Lin Moyu asked, "Can the old man cultivate?" Yen Lao nodded, "No problem, I built it. It's not difficult to repair it, but it will take some time." Lin Moyu thanked him immediately. Now that he no longer has the Golden Eagle tribe god as his mount, it would be a good idea to get a god-level warship to travel around. Yen Lao began to repair the battleship, and in Xingzuan, he took Lin Moyu to the Divine City to seize the division meeting. On the way, Fu Xingzuan and Lin Moyu talked about the recent situation. The investigation speed of the spirit devourers is gradually accelerating. In 1 year, the investigation of the high-level areas of the Divine City has been basically completed. Now the focus of the investigation has shifted to the intermediate areas. In the high-level area, a total of 108 people were detected, 28 of whom were gods and 80 were god kings. There are so many soul eaters lurking in the high-level area alone, and the number is not small. Moreover, there are more intermediate areas, so it can be seen that the situation in primary areas and peripheral areas may be even worse. Not to mention there are 4 star regions and 4 battlefields. Lin Moyu said, "It seems that the soul-devouring clan has a big plan." Xingzu and Fu nodded, "They have been dormant for 100,000 years, so they must have a big plan. But this time we made a mistake and disrupted their plan. When they react, I'm afraid there will be trouble among all the tribes." Lin Moyu said, "As long as our human race is not in chaos, as for the alien races, the more chaos, the better." The more chaotic the better. This is a cold statement, but it is the fact. The big world is cruel. It's best if you are miserable, and I will add insult to injury. Now the Human Emperor Network has carried out all-round surveillance on the entire human race. The soul devourers cannot even ventilate secretly. As long as there is any abnormality, they will be discovered by the Human Emperor Network. The entire human race has laid a big net, and no one in the net can escape. As for other races, they are full of loopholes, and this network has been completely broken. Chaos is inevitable. The two came to the Talisman Master Square, which is the real headquarters of the human Talisman Master. A 10-story Talisman Master Tower stands tall, exactly like the Talisman Master Tower in the Human Emperor Network. Renhuang Network is a virtual world, and many things in it are actually projections of the real world. Including the Talisman Masters Pagoda of the Talisman Masters Association, this one in the real world is the prototype. In the Fu Master Tower, Lin Moyu felt several powerful auras. Xingzu and Fu introduced, the Talisman Master Square in the Divine City is the headquarters of the Talisman Master Association, and only high-ranking people are qualified to come here, and not all high-level Talisman Masters are qualified to come. Lin Moyu nodded. He could feel that the high-level Talisman Masters in the tower were all high-level gods, and they were not only at the 7th level of gods. There are even a few who are already peak gods and are very likely to reach the other side. The square is very wide, circular, and has a diameter of tens of thousands of meters. There are a row of statues erected around the square. Each statue is thousands of meters high and very magnificent. According to Fu Xingzuan, these statues are high-level formation masters of the human race. Without exception, they all made great contributions to the clan. But at this moment, they are all deceased. Lin Moyu, a salute, a sage of the human race, worthy of a great gift. Warships came from afar one after another, entered the divine city, and arrived at the Talisman Master Square. Inside are high-level Talisman Masters, who are basically high-level gods. Their combat power may not be strong, not as good as those high-level gods who lead the battle, but the role they can play is worse than most high-level gods. Each talisman array and each powerful rune can be used in various places such as magic weapons and battleships. The existence of the Talisman Master greatly enhanced the combat power of the human race. Talisman Masters, weapon refiners, and alchemists, also known as auxiliary masters, are indispensable. 10 days later, almost all high-level fortune tellers from the human race arrived. The total number of high-level Talisman Masters exceeds 10,000, and they sit in the square one by one according to their level. Sitting at the front is the 9th level Talisman Master, followed by the 8th level and 7th level Talisman Masters. The levels are clear and insurmountable. They faced the Talisman Master Pagoda, and their eyes finally landed on the 10th floor, with a hint of longing in their eyes. Entering the 10th floor of the Talisman Master Pagoda is every Talisman Master's dream. Only those who have surpassed the 9th level Talisman Master and truly reached the peak are eligible to enter. It is not easy to become a Talisman Master. Hard work and talent are both indispensable. And being able to become a high-level Talisman Master is one of the best. Among the high-level Talisman Masters, there are only a handful who can truly surpass the 9th level and reach the peak. There are only a few people in the human race today. 10,000 high-level Talisman Masters may seem like a lot, but compared to the number of humans, they are actually very few. There are more low-level Talisman Masters, who are concentrated in the Human Emperor network, waiting to listen in the virtual world. Everything in the real world is faithfully projected onto the Renhuang network. The Talisman Masters were very patient, the whole place was silent, and the needle dropped silently. Half a day later, the Talisman Master Pagoda, which had remained silent, suddenly lit up. Bright light bursts out from the bottom layer and spreads upward layer by layer. Countless runes flew out of the tower and danced in the air, like billions of beautiful butterflies, intertwining into a colorful auspicious cloud in the sky, which was extremely spectacular and beautiful. These runes are constantly intertwined and changing in the air, forming a variety of beautiful scenery, ever-changing and breathtaking. When the 10th floor of Talisman Master's Pagoda also lit up, 3 people flew out. It's the president. There are 2 more elders. The only people in this world who can enter the 10th floor of the pagoda are the 3 districts. In addition to the president Fu Xingzuan, there are 2 elders. Their attainments in runes have reached the realm of transformation, far exceeding ordinary people. Just when everyone thought that Fu Xingzuan was going to preach to them, the 3 of them flew to the front of all the Fu masters in front of the pagoda and turned to face the pagoda. The 3 people's eyes fell on the top of the tower. Everyone also looked along and saw that there was another person on the top of the tower. Lin Moyu sat in the air, eyes slightly closed, looking deep in thought. In front of the Talisman Master Pagoda, thousands of high-level Talisman Masters looked at each other with strange eyes, but they still remained quiet and did not comment. But in the Human Emperor network, things have already exploded. Who is this? Why is it at the top of the tower? This is Master Lin. Master Lin is at the top of the tower. Could it be that the person preaching this time is Master Lin? Oh my God, do even the president and elders have to listen to Master Lin's sermons? Master Lin is so strong that even the president wants to listen to him. I'm really looking forward to what Master Lin will say. When Lin Moyu attained enlightenment before, many middle and low-level talisman masters had received Lin Moyu's favor. Although they did not have the name of master and disciple, they were actually masters and disciples. They regarded Lin Moyu as their master, and they shouted at each other with great joy. As if Lin Moyu can preach, they are also honored. Silence. A loud voice rang out from the Renhuang network. It was the voice of Fu Xingzuan, and the Renhuang network suddenly became silent. Then Fu Xingzuan continued, "This sermon will be hosted by Lin Moyu. Please listen carefully and speak out." As his words fell, there was no noise whatsoever in reality or on the Human Emperor network. Lin Moyu also opened his eyes at this moment, with runes faintly beating in his eyes, and his aura rose sharply. The souls of the other shore realm exploded in full force at this moment, and powerful soul pressure swept over them. Renhuang Network also delivered this change in real time. Both the real world and the Human Emperor Network are shrouded in soul pressure. What a strong pressure! This kid has such a strong soul. I am afraid that this son's soul has already turned purple and reached the peak of the 4th level. It is certain that he will reach the other side in the future. Such talent cannot be underestimated. In reality, the high-level talisman masters trembled in their hearts. They are all high-level gods, and at this moment they have the illusion of facing the other side. At this moment they finally truly recognized Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and hundreds of jade plates flew out, arranged in a row from left to right according to their numbers. Hundreds of jade plates also appeared in the Human Emperor Network. The capabilities of the Human Emperor Network are almost exactly the same as reality. The vibration changes of the souls in the hundreds of jade plates are difficult for even Xingzu and Fu to detect, but the personnel network can perfectly copy them. At that time, Lin Moyu was wondering why the Human Emperor Network could perfectly replicate the vibration frequency of the soul, but could not deduce a method for perfectly integrating runes. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. But that's the fact, and Lin Moyu doesn't know why. Lin Moyu's voice was neither heavy nor slow. This sermon will focus on 2 points. One is the way to fuse runes. The second is the method of using formations to create talismans. As he spoke, Lin Moyu moved his fingers slightly and quickly drew several runes. He picked 2 at random, and his soul moved and turned into a bridge, and the 2 runes immediately merged with each other. The runes blended in seamlessly, blending very smoothly without any twists and turns. So fast. When did fusion of runes become so easy? Everyone was stunned, even the high-level formation masters were stunned on the spot. They have never seen the fusion of runes so fast. In less than 2 seconds, the runes had completed their fusion. Then an even more magical scene happened. The runes turned into jade, and the illusory runes turned into a piece of beautiful jade, which meant that the runes were perfectly integrated. Everyone present held their breath and stared at such a magical scene. Not only is it fast, but it blends perfectly. Then Lin Moyu quickly integrated other runes. Fast every time, perfect blend every time. Everyone's eyes were getting bigger and bigger, almost popping their eyes out. Their mouths were wide open, but they couldn't speak. These high-level talisman masters have become rude. Not only them, but even the 2 elders next to Fu Xingzuan were extremely shocked at this moment. There is only one question in everyone's mind: how is this done? When did it become so easy to perfectly integrate runes? At the same time, they also began to get excited. What Lin Moyu was going to talk about was the way to fuse runes. Does that mean that they also have the opportunity to achieve this? After Lin Moyu perfectly integrated 10 runes in a row, he officially started speaking. Souls are all different, with subtle differences. He used the most straightforward language and told the greatest truth. Everyone present can understand it. If you can't understand it, you are not qualified to be an array master. It makes people understand what soul vibration is, how to control soul vibration, and how to improve sensitivity. 100 jade plates is the best example. Lin Moyu told everyone that the soul groups in the 100 jade plates are all different, and they need to be constantly sensed and felt to be different. When you can sense the difference, it means that your soul acuity has reached the passing stage. Lin Moyu also set standards for this, which are pass, good, excellent, and perfect. The 4-level standards formulated by Lin Moyu have very different requirements. 100 white jade plates, number 1 and number 100, the soul vibration frequency differs by 1 times. If you can feel the difference between the 2, you are qualified. If you can feel the difference between number 1 and number 50, it is good. If you can feel the difference between number 1 and number 20, you are excellent. If you can feel the difference between number 1 and number 5, it would be perfect. In Lin Moyu's setting, if a person is born with a qualified soul, He is proven to have good special talent. After training, his soul acuity can be further improved, enough for him to become a high-level talisman master. In terms of fusion runes, you can also achieve good results. If it is good, there is a chance to become an 8th level or even 9th level formation master. For those who are excellent, it will not be a problem to become a 9th level talisman master, and there is even a chance to surpass the 9th level. The perfect person will definitely be able to surpass the 9th level and be qualified to achieve perfect fusion of runes like Lin Moyu time and time again. Xingzu and Fu and the two elders, they fall under the standard of excellence, but are still far from perfect. Lin Moyu didn't know if there were anyone who met the standard of excellence among the people attending the lecture. But this is not his business, he only cares about preaching, other things are what Xingzu and Fu should worry about. After talking about the way of fusion of runes, Lin Moyu then talked about the way of making runes with formations. Many 28 people think that using formations to create talisman requires the assistance of formation masters. After Lin Moyu explained it, they understood that what Lin Moyu said about using arrays to make talismans was actually using talisman arrays to mass-produce runes. This idea is almost whimsical, and I have never thought that I could do this. But Lin Moyu completely shattered their worldview. Lin Moyu personally demonstrated how to complete the entire process of making talismans with formations. He expressed all his ideas. As for how much he can understand and how much he can understand, it depends on the individual. Lin Moyu guarantees teaching, but not skills. During the entire sermon, no one made any sound. No matter how shocked and incredible they were, they didn't make a sound. The entire sermon lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Moyu gave a thorough explanation of the method of fusion of runes and the method of making talisman with formation without reservation. After the sermon, Lin Moyu left, leaving behind hundreds of jade plates and a talisman array. The talisman array is still running, constantly producing runes, and constantly telling everyone that it is feasible to use the array to create talismans. After Lin Moyu left, the entire talisman square was silent, and no one made a sound for a long time. However, their soul power has long been revealed, and each of them is sensing the white jade plate to verify their soul. Everyone wants to know where they belong. Lin Moyu's sermons covered 2 aspects, in AI fusion and formation. No matter which path you choose, you will benefit a lot. Fu Xingzuan slowly flew up, pointing his finger a little outside the square. On the spot that was originally empty, a 1,000-meter-long statue rose from the ground. The statue clearly looks like Lin Moyu. The voice of Fu Xingzuan rumbled, Master Lin has cracked the secret of rune fusion and pioneered the use of formations to form talismans. He should be qualified to erect a statue. His voice resounded throughout the city of God. The statue of Lin Moyu not only appears in the real world, but also appears next to the Talisman Master Tower on Renhuang Network. From this moment on, Lin Moyu ranks alongside many sages of the human race. The Talisman Masters saluted Lin Moyu's statue one after another and called Master. After a sermon, Lin Moyu became the teacher of all Talisman Masters in the human race. Huge waves of faith surged toward Lin Moyu. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moyu gained more power of faith than he usually could in hundreds of days. After this period of accumulation, Lin Moyu already has a lot of beliefs. At this moment, it has nearly doubled again, and Lin Moyu has more than 400,000 copies of the power of faith. Coupled with the faith card in his hand, he now has 1 million copies of the faith power he can call upon. Lin Moyu headed towards the practice room. After the sermon ended, he continued to practice. I thought of what Xingzu and Fu had said. Preaching is not only for passing on your understanding of methods, but also for yourself. Preaching will be rewarding, and this harvest will continue to flow. At this moment, Lin Moyu already understood the meaning of Fu Xingzuan's words. The power of faith of Talisman Masters is not a wave, but a continuous supply. Even though it will gradually level off, it can still add nearly 200 points of faith power to him every day. Together with the previous gains, you can increase the power of faith by 600 points every day. This speed is not slow among all gods. Just after returning to the training room, Lin Moyu suddenly received a reminder from the Human Emperor Network. For cracking the secret of rune fusion, I will be rewarded with 10,000 Divine City merit and 2 contribution points. For creating the formation of talismans, I will be rewarded with 10,000 meritorious services from the Divine City and a contribution of 2 points. Because of his preaching, he is respected by all talisman masters, commemorated with a vertical statue. His name will remain in history, and he will be rewarded with 10,000 points for the meritorious service of the Holy City. Contribute points. Lin Moyu was stunned. He gained so much from one sermon. It is said that it is difficult to earn meritorious service in the Divine City. Why does it feel like it is not difficult at all? I have just been promoted to the intermediate level, and I originally planned to conquer some secret realms and strive to advance to the advanced level within more than 10 years. How come now, all of a sudden, there are more than 60,000 God City meritorious deeds? It seems that there is not much difference between the 100,000 and the promotion to senior staff. It seems that the real way to earn merit in the Divine City is not to conquer the secret realm. The real method should be to contribute to the human race. The greater the contribution, the higher the reward will be. Although you are making a contribution by conquering the secret realm, your contribution cannot benefit most people, so the rewards are relatively small. Lin Moyu has realized something, but the secret realm still needs to be conquered. Not only the human race will benefit from conquering the secret realm, but also themselves. The understanding and gains from the ancient talismans are not much worse than the achievements of the Divine City. If it weren't for the affairs of the Soul Eater clan, he might also go find a secret place to play. The door of the training room closed with a soft sound, and Lin Moyu's mind calmed down. He came to the center and sat cross-legged. He is now a god and can practice the second or even the first law. Some gods follow the path of a single law. They do not practice multiple laws, but only practice one from beginning to end. It's like Zhu Qiwu only practices the broken star law. But there are also many gods who practice various laws. In Lin Moyu's opinion, there is no difference between the two methods. No matter which method you use, you will end up with the same goal. This is different from the way of runes, and has a higher degree of freedom. Lin Moyu has made up his mind that he will practice the law of space and the law of time at the same time. Coupled with the law of immortality, there are 3 laws to practice together. Although this will be slower, once successful, the future will only be easier and the combat power will be greatly improved. Come on first. With a thought in his heart, he lightly tapped his finger, and a flash of red light suddenly illuminated the training room. White Star Spell, Curse of Time. There is no target, and the curse has no effect. Lin Moyu thought for a while and threw out a true divine minister. He didn't know where this thing came from. He still had a lot of this kind of garbage in his hands. The finger clicked again, and the time curse broke out for the second time, falling on the magic weapon. A flash of red light appeared on the magic weapon, and a red sword appeared on it, which was the mark of the curse. The characteristics of time curse, whether it is a living creature or a magic weapon, can be cursed. Then with a thought, the time of the curse suddenly accelerated, instantly accelerating to 1,000 times, reaching the limit of the spell. A strange aura spread out, which was the aura of the law of time. Lin Moyu was overjoyed and was about to take a closer look. The true God Realm magic weapon made a crisp sound and then collapsed. It failed to withstand the power of the curse and was completely destroyed. The magic weapon collapsed and the curse disappeared. The true God Realm is too weak. Or maybe time is accelerating too fast. With thoughts in Lin Moyu's eyes, he threw out a true divine treasure again. White Star Spell, Curse of Time. This time, he increased the speed of the curse to 10 times, so that the true God Realm magic weapon could withstand it for a longer time. But at the same time, the breath of the law of time has also become extremely weak. Lin Moyu tried hard to sense, but with his soul sensitivity, it was difficult to sense anything. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to sense anything at all. At most, you can recognize that there are elements of the law of time in it, and nothing else. Trying to understand the law of time from it is useless. This is like practicing in the time room. The time stone can speed up time, but you can't understand the law of time from the time stone. After trying it several times, Lin Moyu said to himself, if the curse accelerates less than 100 times, it is basically useless. The best way is to maintain the curse at 1000 times, and it needs to be maintained for a period of time. We need something that can withstand the power of the curse for a long time. Lin Moyu tried several magic weapons repeatedly. Even if it is a magic weapon in the divine realm, it can only withstand the curse of time for at most 1 hour. 1 hour is a drop in the bucket for understanding the law. Understanding the law often takes years. An hour is nothing at all. It is over before it begins. After Lin Moyu knew what he was missing, he temporarily stopped understanding the law of time. The wings of the undead unfolded, and a large amount of soul power was injected into the wings of the undead. The wings of the undead suddenly began to vibrate violently, and the vibrating speed was so fast that even the afterimage could no longer be seen. Looking from a distance, the wings of the dead seemed not to be moving. Gradually, cracks appeared in the space around the wings of the undead. Familiar space laws began to spread out from the wings of the undead. Just like comprehending the laws of time, comprehending the laws of space also requires a price. The price is Lin Moyu's soul power, which shakes the wings of the undead and reveals the laws of space, which requires a huge amount of soul power. Lin Moyu stimulates the soul power at any cost, and the world tree continuously replenishes the soul power. To activate the wings of the undead to activate the laws of space requires the consumption of soul power, and to comprehend the laws of space also requires the consumption of soul power. Working together, Lin Moyu's soul power poured out like a waterfall. If it weren't for World Tree's continuous replenishment, it wouldn't be able to last long. Lin Moyu is multitasking, controlling the wings of the undead to continuously stimulate the laws of space and comprehending them at the same time. Compared with the law of time, Lin Moyu feels that the law of space is simpler, at least it does not require additional things. He constantly adjusts to maintain a balance between supplementary writing and consumption. As time passed, Lin Moyu fell into the ocean of laws and wandered freely. In front of the Talisman Master Square, a group of high-level Talisman Masters never left. They constantly sense their jade plates and train the difficulty of their souls according to the method Lin Moyu said. The same is true in the Human Emperor Network, and a group of middle and low-level Talisman Masters are also doing the same. They all use number 1 jade plate as a benchmark to compare with other jade plates. Haha, I sense jade plate number 88. I sense jade plate number 86, and I improved by 1. You have only improved by level 1, and I have already improved by level 3. I directly sensed that there was a difference in jade plate number 67. I thought it was the same before. Master Lin is so awesome. How did he discover this? If he didn't tell me, I wouldn't have discovered it at all. It turns out there are so many tricks to fusion runes. On the other side, a store kept running. Basic runes fly out from the rune array one by one. The structure of this rune array is very simple, but in the eyes of some rune masters who follow the rune array method, this is a sacred object. They studied the talisman array like a pilgrim. Some people have already tried to arrange similar talisman formations themselves, but they have all ended in failure. Knowing is one thing, whether you can do it is another. In this way, they feel that Lin Moyu is even more powerful. Fu Xingzuan also went to retreat, and he once again began to study the runes to identify the soul devourers. At the same time, he also needs to train his soul. It is not difficult for him to do 2 things at once. The scope of the investigation of the soul-devouring clan is rapidly expanding, and now it has covered the intermediate area of the Divine City. The scope is larger than the high-level area, and more people are investigated every day. Many cultivators in the high-level area who had passed the inspection and found no problems also turned into investigators and began to join the action. Lin Moyu's Death Dragon Knight became their best assistant. The purpose of the human race is very simple: kill them when found, without any mercy. The soul-devouring clan once caused great damage to the human race. It was also a blood feud for generations, and the two sides only divided life and death. However, the situation coming back from the intermediate area is not optimistic. Tianxingzuan and Wuxingzuan have been gloomy recently. The data they get from the Human Emperor network every day makes them unable to be happy. The soul devourers were dormant so deeply that 100,000 years gave them enough time to infiltrate. The city of God is like this, the 4-star regions, and the battlefields in all directions are even more unimaginable. Fortunately, in the War Temple and the army, the infiltration of the spirit devourers is not serious, and the human race has not been threatened at all. Nearly 2 years after the investigation of the soul devourers began, they finally got a piece of intelligence from the alien race. Tianxingzhen looked at the information, his eyes revealed joy. Among the demon clan, there are 2 otherworldly demons who are identified as the soul-devouring clan. One is from the hell system, and the other is from the abyss. It is said that they fought in the ancestral land, and a third of the ancestral land was destroyed, with countless casualties. Wu Xingzuan chuckled and said, the 3 Silver clan is not much better. They also have 2 people from the other side who are confirmed to be the soul-devouring clan. Moreover, the spirit-devouring clan and the 3 Silver clan rioted collectively. This number is really amazing. A civil war broke out among the 3 Silver tribes. The soul-devouring tribe was very numerous and existed in the other side realm. They directly faced off against the real 3 Silver tribes. All races, big or small, have some troubles. For the human race, this is good news. The starry sky fishmen are the most peaceful in this disaster of the soul eaters. According to the information received so far, there is no spirit-devouring clan found in their clan. After all, it has been hidden for too long, and it will be difficult for the spirit devourers to infiltrate. Half a year later, the door to Lin Moyu's secret practice room opened again. Lin Moyu flew out and headed directly towards the weapon refining area. He sent a message to Yan Lao, asking for his help in refining something. Yan Lao agreed on the spot and asked Lin Moyu to go to the deputy refining area to find him. In the weapon refining area, the temperature was blazing hot, and Yan Lao was forging iron. However, his blacksmithing is very strange. He does not move himself, but directly uses his soul to blacksmith. With every strike, a trace of soul power is injected into it. Moreover, what Yan Lao forged was a big hammer. Lin Moyu could see that Yan Lao was not really forging it, but was trying to integrate the soul power into it in this way to increase the fusion between the soul and the hammer. Old man Yan didn't reply, he concentrated on controlling his soul. Wait a little longer, it will be fine soon. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry, he admired Yan Lao's hammer. This forcible infusion of soul power into the magic weapon in the form of forging can greatly enhance the adaptability between the magic weapon and oneself, thus exerting stronger combat power. This method is more effective than simply nourishing the soul. However, there is also a problem. If the strength of the soul forging is not controlled well or is not balanced enough, it will also cause damage to the magic weapon itself. There is no doubt about Yan Lao's skill, and this skill requires years of practice and cannot be learned just by wanting to learn it. After Yan Lao forged thousands of times rhythmically, he put away his soul power and magic weapon, and then looked at Lin Moyu. Little friend Lin, do you have anything to do with me? Lin Moyu directly expressed his intention, I want to trouble Mr. Yan and help me build something. Lin Moyu stated his request. What he wanted was not a magic weapon, even just materials. The key is that Yan Lao needs to reinforce it so that it can withstand the power of the curse. After listening to Lin Moyu's request, Mr. Yan took out a piece of high-level divine realm material and said, Can you try this? This piece of material looks like a mirror and seems to reflect all light. Yan Lao explained, this is called the mirror stone. It can reflect most attacks. It is a relatively strong type of god-level material. Lin Moyu cast a curse on the mirror stone, and then directly accelerated the curse by 1,021,300 times. Just 1 minute later, a tiny crack appeared on the mirror stone. Yan Lao's pupils narrowed and he looked at Lin Moyu. Why do I feel that your technique has the flavor of the law of time? Lin Moyu said, I can cause the damage of the curse to burst out in a short period of time, which can indeed activate a trace of the law of time. Yan Lao said, do you want to use this characteristic to understand the law of time? Lin Moyu admitted openly, yes. Yan Lao thought for a few seconds and sighed, this is difficult. There are many things that can inspire the law of time, but it is almost impossible to understand the law of time from them. At least in the history of the human race, no one has done it. Lin Moyu said, I want to try it. Yan Lao did not object, it doesn't matter if you try it, someone has to try it. If you can really understand the law of time, then you will create a precedent in the history of the human race. As he spoke, he took back the mirror stone. The mirror stone only lasted for one round of the curse before cracks appeared, which was obviously not good. Lin Moyu's curse spell is very powerful. The mirror stone can resist most attacks, but it cannot reflect the force area of the curse. The characteristics of the mirror stone cannot be brought out, so it seems a bit fragile. Yan Lao took out another piece of material. This time the material was more advanced and exuded the aura of the other side realm. Judging from Yan Lao's cautious appearance, it is obvious that this material is very precious to him. This piece of material was about the size of 2 fists. Dark blue flames rose from Mr. Lin's palm and began to burn the material. The material gradually weakened in the flames, and then Mr. Lin turned his palm into a sword and directly chopped off a small piece from it. This small piece of material is only 3/10 of the entire material. Lin Moyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to say, why are you so stingy? Mr. Yen seemed to hear Lin Moyu's heart, this material is called ancient gold. It is very precious and was obtained from ancient ruins. I have treasured it for many years. If you hadn't asked, I would have been reluctant to give it to you. It turned out to be a material obtained from ancient ruins, which was indeed very precious. Yan Lao maintained the flame and continued to heat the material. At the same time, he explained, the toughness of ancient gold is very strong and can withstand a lot of damage. The most important thing is that it has the property of self-healing. I will engrave it with a self-healing formation and a defensive formation to withstand your spells. It should be enough. Lin Moyu immediately expressed his gratitude, thank you, Mr. Yan. Yan Lao waved his hand, no need to be so polite, I also hope you can understand the law of time. The ancient gold becomes softer and softer, expressing the beginning of the hammer's forging. After all, it is a material from the other side realm. It is not as easy to refine as the white jade plate before. Even Yan Lao used tools. The hammer smashed in, and the ancient gold was smashed into a square gold nugget. Gu Jin is very small, only as big as a baby's fist. But after Yan Lao's manipulation, the ancient gold became a hollow cube, but it expanded in size. Then Yan Lao began to carve out the formation. There was not just one formation, but 6 entire formations, located on the 6 sides of the cube. There are 6 formations, 3 of which provide it with the ability to repair itself, and 3 of which provide powerful defense. The 6 formations work together, and coupled with the self-recovery characteristics of ancient gold, the defense is already very powerful. Yan Lao handed the refined ancient gold cube to Lin Moyu. I hope you can really understand the law of time from it. Lin Moyu seemed to hear some other meanings. Mr. Yan seemed to attach great importance to the law of time. Lin Moyu took Gu Jin and said, I will try my best. He tried his time curse in front of Yan Lao. After 10 consecutive curses, there was no change in the solid gold. It should be said that it suffered some damage, but it recovered automatically quickly and was difficult to see with the naked eye. Gu Jin's continuous ability has been verified. Lin Moyu is very satisfied with this material and is very grateful to Yan Lao. After bidding farewell to Yan Lao, Lin Moyu returned to the training room and officially began to practice the law of time. After practicing the law of space for half a year, I have gained a little bit of experience. Although I haven't really understood it yet, I have at least found the way. Lin Moyu stopped decisively and turned to practice the law of time. He wants the two laws to go hand in hand and not be far apart from each other. One cannot be a beginner and the other has no clue. At Xing Lao's place, he saw the power of the fusion of laws. I finally figured out that outside my own little world, those gods died under the combined action of the two laws of time and space. It is the law of time that has blinded the gods' induction, causing their perceptions to become confused. The laws of space subsequently shredded their bodies, leaving them unable to understand why they died until they died. Lin Moyu guessed that the two laws of time and space merged with each other to form an extremely terrifying force zone. At that moment, he made up his mind to merge the two laws together. The time curse is cast again and again, and it continues to accelerate again and again. Lin Moyu works tirelessly to sense the law of time. 7 years have passed since Lin Moyu retreated. The human race finally completed the investigation of the entire Divine City Star territory. As expected by several saints, the number of spirit devourers in the intermediate areas, primary areas, and peripheral areas of the Divine City has doubled. Saint Hao looked at the data compiled by the Human Emperor Network with extremely complicated eyes. In the Divine City Star territory, there are 3,548 gods, 162,328 god kings, 3.46 million true gods, and 16.78 million supergods. The total number is more than 20 million. The soul-devouring clan is really good. He said this through gritted teeth. After 7 years of investigation, a total of more than 20 million people were identified who had their bodies taken away from them. 20 million people were killed, which can be said to be the most serious loss for the human race in so many years. What's ridiculous is that he didn't die on the battlefield. Tian Xingzuan said in a deep voice, after 100,000 years of dormancy, the spirit-devouring tribe's lurking has indeed penetrated deeply. If they hadn't been accidentally discovered this time, in another 100,000 years, the entire human race would have been in chaos. The City of God is okay, the control of Renhuang Network is strong enough. The 4 major star regions and the 4 battlefields are the troublesome ones, where the Human Emperor's network is not strong enough. At this time, someone flew in from outside the temple. Seeing the visitor, Saint Tian and Saint Hao looked happy at the same time. Fu Xingzuan finally came out of seclusion after nearly 7 years. His appearance has nothing more than 2 consequences. One is the failure to study the runes. Second, it was successful and a corresponding talisman array was developed. Looking at Xingzuan Fu's face, they knew that they must have succeeded. Before Xingzuan Tian and Xingzuan Wu could ask questions, Xingzuan Fu had already spoken first. 2 things. One is that the talisman formation has been researched, but it requires the cooperation of Mr. Yin to refine the formation disc together. I will go find him later. The second thing is, I just got the news that the Sanning tribe is in chaos. The Holy Lord Xiao Tian from the Silver Dog clan is a member of the Spirit-Devouring clan. Under the control of Holy Lord Xiao Tian, most of the people in the Silver Dog clan have become the Spirit-Eating clan. The Silver Heron and Silver Snake tribes also have other realms, and some gods belong to the Spirit-Devouring tribe. They joined forces with the Silver Dog tribe to initiate civil strife. It is conceivable that after the civil strife of the Sanning tribe, they will at least lose sleep. Xingzuan Fu finished quickly. He didn't need to take care of the first thing, Xingzuan Hao and Lord Tian. He could solve it by himself by asking Mr. Yin. The key is the second thing. 7 years after the Spirit-Devouring clan incident, the 3 Silver clan finally became chaotic. Although it was much slower than expected, the result was the same. The Su family, where Fu Xingzuan lives, is the largest source of intelligence for the human race, and his information will not be wrong. After Fu Xingzuan finished speaking, he left and went directly to find Hua Lao to refine the formation plate. Now the problem falls on Tian Shengzhen and Heya Shengzhen. As the Lord of the Divine City, Tian Shengzhen can be said to be the current helmsman of the human race. Wu Xingzuan, on the other hand, was there like a military advisor, and they basically made decisions on major issues in the human race through discussion. Tian Xingzuan said, according to the plan, should we add insult to injury? Wu Xingzuan thought for a moment, and considered the gains and losses. 100,000 years ago, the Sanning tribe was actually 3 small tribes. Back then, they joined forces and took away a lot of our resources and many cultivation methods, and finally grew into a powerful tribe. This hatred must be avenged. Their civil strife this time is a good opportunity. Tian Xingzun said, "What I am considering is whether to find the Starry Sky Fishman clan again and ask them to borrow some manpower so that we can wipe out the 3 Silver clan in one fell swoop." Holy Lord Hao shook his head, "I don't think it's necessary. The Sanning clan is different from the Buddha clan. They still have many tribesmen in the outside world, so it's impossible to really catch them all in one fell swoop. There is not much difference between letting go 100,000 and letting go 1 million. Furthermore, the Starry Skyfish people will also have requirements. The last time we cooperated, there was a reason why we had to cooperate, because each family got what they needed. They are still renovating the 100,000 warships we have left there. Last year, we received news that only 10,000 warships had been renovated. It was still very early, and now all the tribes are busy with the Soul Eater clan. As long as we act fast enough, by the time they react, it will be a foregone conclusion. We just need to pay attention to one thing. We used to kill people, not occupy territory. We don't want to occupy the star territory of the 3 silver tribes, but only those who like it." Saint Hao calculated the gains and losses, made comparisons, and decided not to join forces with the Starry Sky Fishmen this time. With the strength of the human race, even the Sanning clan in its heyday could be wiped out by the human race. The only thing I need to worry about is whether there will be other races coming to interfere. If the human race's actions were too big and caused various races to join forces, that would not be a good thing. Even if the human race is not afraid, it will still have to pay a heavy price. It is indeed a good opportunity to take advantage of the chaos of the soul-devouring clan. Tian Xingzuan agreed with Hao Xingzuan, "You are right. Let's discuss the specific details." Saint Hao chuckled, "I've thought about it, this time we have to be quick and precise. We don't need to use too many people, and the movements must be small." The 2 saints began to carefully plan and discuss, and the results of their discussions also determined the life and death of a race. Half a year later, the human race's investigation of the spirit devourers finally spread from the Divine City to the 4-star regions. From this moment on, the Sifang Star territory is completely closed, with no entry or exit allowed. A formation called the Truth Verification Formation began to be deployed in the Sifang Star region. Emperor, everyone needs to pass the test of the Truth Verification Formation, and at the same time, they also need to make a Great World Oath under the supervision of the Human Emperor Network. At the same time, in the Divine City Star territory, a large number of personnel were dispatched into the Sifang Star territory to conduct investigations. Along with him, there is also the ferocious Death Dragon Knight. The truth-testing elixir, the truth-testing formation, and the Great World Oath are all 3-pronged approaches, and no fish slips through the net. It is also because the addition of the truth verification position has replaced part of the role of the truth verification pill, greatly speeding up the efficiency. All the soul eaters who were found out would be killed on the spot regardless of the reason. The threat from the soul devourers was too great, leaving no room for bargaining. Under the management and surveillance of the Human Emperor Network, the spirit devourers lurking within the human race have basically no hope of escaping. At the same time that the Sifang Star territory began to investigate, the door to the training room where Lin Moyu was located suddenly opened. Lin Moyu, who had been in seclusion for more than 7 years, left the practice room and reappeared. In 7 years, his cultivation has not increased at all, but his temperament has undergone considerable changes. There was an extraordinary aura about him. Lin Moyu restrained his breath, and after a few seconds, he returned to his original appearance. They looked just like ordinary people. After looking in the direction of the temple in the center of the city, he raised his steps. The space in front of him was distorted, and the whole person disappeared in an instant. In the next second, he had crossed hundreds of thousands of miles and appeared at the entrance of the central temple. He didn't fly over, but traveled along the space. After 7 years of understanding, Lin Moyu finally stepped into the door of space law. Although it is still impossible to open the door to space like Yu Qingru and travel hundreds of millions of miles away in an instant. But teleporting millions of miles is no longer a problem. Today's space is completely different in Lin Moyu's eyes. Space is like ocean waves, constantly undulating in a unique way. It's just that this kind of ups and downs is not expressive and has no impact on the surface space. Under the surface, there are countless undercurrents in space. As long as he follows the undercurrent, he can achieve short-distance instantaneous movement. Lin Moyu walked into the central temple because Xingzuan and Hao Xingzuan had been waiting for a long time. This time, he also received transmissions from the two saints and ended his practice early. Otherwise, he would like to further understand the two laws of space and time, and even preliminary fuse the two laws. "Senior, what are you calling me for?" Lin Moyu got straight to the point. Since he was interrupting his practice, there must be something important. Tian Xingzuan told the story of the Three Silver Clan as quickly as possible. Lin Moyu knows very well that this is indeed a good opportunity and a rare one. If you miss it, it will be difficult to deal with them next time when the Sannin tribe recovers from the civil strife, and we also have to consider whether other races will intervene. Wu Xingzuan said, "It has been half a year since they had civil strife. Within half a year, their conflicts have intensified, and a large number of gods have died in the battle. Many people in the other side realm have also been injured, and we feel that the time has come to intervene. I discussed it with Tian Xingzuan and decided to take action. Now I want to hear your opinion." I don't know when Lin Moyu's opinion became important. Even the Holy Lord is willing to listen. Lin Moyu didn't think for long. According to the intelligence, we can indeed take action. But the scale of our action should not be too large, and we must do it quickly and accurately. Don't be like the Buddhists, who don't keep chickens and dogs. It's better to kill half and keep half. We don't want their star field. We will return to Guang after Xingwan. Under the gaze of the two saints, Lin Moyu explained his thoughts in detail. The purpose of the human race is not to completely destroy the three silvers. It is too difficult to completely destroy them and requires a lot of arrangements. Like the Buddha clan, it would be difficult to completely wipe out the Buddha clan if they wanted to escape, without all the arrangements in advance. But now, the opportunity is fleeting and it is impossible to give you so much time to arrange. So the best thing to do this time is to launch a blitzkrieg and directly inflict heavy damage on the three silvers. As for killing half and leaving half, Lin Moyu also has his own ideas. In his plan, after this blitzkrieg, the three-eyed clan will completely decline. Moreover, they will not eliminate the civil strife of the three silver tribes, and will even further intensify the civil strife of the three silver tribes. As a result, the Three Silver Clan will continue to decline in the coming period. It is entirely possible to fall from a strong race to an ordinary race, and they occupy a large number of star fields and occupy massive resources. 973. The various tribes near them, as long as they are not too stupid, can seize the opportunity to kill people and seize territory from the Sannin tribe. The big world is cruel. You can stop killing others, but you can't stop others from killing you. Not only the weaker races will take action, but maybe a few powerful races will come to take a share of the pie. After this battle, the complete decline of the Sannin clan was a foregone conclusion. Lin Moyu's suggestion received the full support of the two saints, and then the specific details were discussed. Only half a day later, a warship left the Divine City, opened the door to space in the dark starry sky, and left instantly. The battleship has been transformed by the starry sky fish human race and has the ability to travel through space. It can sail in the deepest space at an astonishing speed. It takes less than 2 days to set off from the Divine City and reach the hinterland of the Sannin tribe. The battleship carries 1,000 peak gods and 10 from the other side. In addition to this are Lin Moyu, Tian Xingzuan, and Wu Xingzuan. Tian Xingzuan told everyone the entire plan and distributed the work. The Three Silver tribe has split into 2 factions internally. One is the normal Three Silver tribe people, and the other is the spirit-devouring tribe wearing the appearance of the Three Silver tribe. The two factions are at war, and the main purpose of this operation is to be fast, to inflict heavy damage on the Sannin tribe as quickly as possible, and those who kill them have top forces. Of course, they may also cease fighting afterwards, but by then it will be too late, and other races will definitely find the opportunity to take advantage. In the battleship, 1,000 peak gods and 10 strong men from the other shore realm were gearing up and ready to go. 2 days later, the battleship appeared in the star field of the 3 silver tribes. A huge array flew out of the battleship and landed on a broken star. The warship continued to sail, constantly appearing in various areas of the 3 silver clan star field, throwing out the same formation disk. After another 3 days, the warships had silently thrown out nearly 10,000 plates at various locations in the 3 silver tribes star field. Finally, the battleship stopped in the core area of the 3 silver tribes. The galaxy here is broken, a large number of galaxies are destroyed, and a large number of flames are burning in the starry sky, as if they are going to burn through the starry sky. Those are the corpses of stars. They are unwilling to fade away in the starry sky, heading towards the end of their lives. More planet corpses, they were in dilapidated condition and became a graveyard for a large number of creatures. The power of the Holy Lord, the other side, is rampant in the starry sky. This place just experienced a war not long ago. Lin Moyu could feel that the remaining soul was still wailing. There is fear in the wailing, a desire for life, and a lot of resentment and hatred. Tian Xingzuan whispered, "Let's begin." His order was like a notice from the god of death, and the temperature in the entire star field dropped several degrees at this moment. The flames of the remaining star corpses are swaying, and they are also terrifying. The tens of thousands of formation discs that had been laid out earlier were unfolded at the same time. They turned into huge discs with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters, and in the center of the disc were spires. These spears are obviously not from the human race. The water ripples on the spears are also products from the starry skyfish human race. The water waves shook the space, and in an instant, the space was blocked. The star field of the Sannin tribe fell into a quagmire, and all teleportation props and magic weapons became ineffective. The teleportation formations fell into dead silence one after another, without any movement. Thousands of arrays were connected together, sealing off the entire star field of the 3 silver tribes. Within the array, countless skeleton god generals flew out. This has been arranged inside for a long time. Each formation is actually a barracks. There are 10,000 skeleton generals in each formation, and 10,000 formations are 100 million skeleton generals. Each skeleton god general has the 6th level combat power of a god. Coupled with the golden armor talisman, it can block the attack of the peak god. Moreover, they can be resurrected again and are extremely difficult to kill. Following the order of the Heavenly Lord, the skeleton gods swarmed out and killed them towards the nearest star system. The skeleton god general has no emotions and knows no terror. He is the most loyal and fearless war weapon. It is foreseeable that countless Sannin people will die under their swords. There will also be countless tri-silver galaxies that will be destroyed in one day. Just as the space was blocked, several saints from the Sannin tribe felt something was wrong. No, look at the enemy. The space is blocked, and all teleportation props are ineffective. Not only did the teleportation props fail, we also lost contact with the outside world. The starry skyfish people have an extremely deep understanding of space. They not only block the space, but also block the communication tools. Tian Xingzuan and Wu Xingzuan each led 5 powerful people from the other side and 500 peak gods to kill in different galaxies. Their goal is very clear, to kill the top strong men of the 3 silver tribes. Only when all the top experts are dead will other races dare to come and drop stones. Otherwise, as long as there is a Holy Lord sitting in charge, how can a small race without a Holy Lord dare to come? Wu Xingzuan whispered to Lin Moyu, "When the fight breaks out, please pay attention to your own safety. You'd better not get involved in the battle between the saints. This is for your self-defense." Saint Hao took out a severed finger. The severed fingers exuded a terrible aura, and there seemed to be a faint sound of chanting. Just the breadth of this amputated finger can be compared with the ordinary other shore state. Lin Moyu took the severed finger and asked, "Is this the severed finger of the Buddha in the past?" Wu Xingzuan nodded, "That's right. In the past, Buddha was a holy deity, and his body was extremely precious. After refining, it can be said to be the best material." Unexpectedly, Saint Hao actually kept a part of his finger for himself. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Do you know what this means?" Saint Hao rolled his eyes at Lin Moyu, "This is for your self-defense, not for you to dominate. It's best not to use it if you can." Lin Moyu generously put away half of his severed finger and said, "Do you think I am such a person?" Wu Xingzuan glanced at him, which obviously meant, "Aren't you such a person?" At this time, Lin Moyu suddenly received a message, "You're getting thicker and thicker." The owner of the voice was an old acquaintance. Lin Moyu turned his head and saw Zhu Qiwu looking at him with a smile. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Senior Zhu, you can do more this time." Zhu Qiwu winked at Lin Moyu, telling him not to speak directly and to use his soul to transmit the message. Saint Hao was Zhu Qiwu's teacher. In front of Saint Hao, Qiwu's temper was reduced by 90%. Lin Moyu laughed and immediately switched to soul sound transmission. After a while, Xingzuan Wu said slowly, "You too, don't think that I can't hear you." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's just small talk, just listen if you like."